Happy Tuesday morning, Ricks. We are the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, too. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just go to cropmetcalf.com. Join their team today. You got a two-man Junks team this Christmas week.
Round two.
I'm Cakes. At Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter. That is Jason Bishop sitting directly across from me.
I'm here.
He is.
We're getting through it.
Of course.
We got Matt Valdez. We got Mike Marr,
Right.
a.k.a. Mike
morning.
Moore.
Hoorah.
We got Benj.
Mm-hmm.
So we got some boys behind the glass.
Certainly do.
Hanging out this morning.
Yep.
And two-man show. Of course, we're going to have a little bit of a respite on Thursday. I almost consider tomorrow almost a respite.
Okay.
Because it's Christmas Eve.
Sure.
Might even bring in some Christmas cocktails.
Love that. Maybe some reindeer games for a Christmas Eve show.
I'm not sure about the reindeer games.
Whatever
We
that is.
Whatever that means.
We'll figure it out.
But yeah, this is good. We've got a lot to talk about today.
Yep. And we're going to do nothing but Christmas music after we just heard James Hetfield and Company. That's the edict that's been handed
I
down.
sent Valdez a text this morning.
Okay, good.
I was laying in bed at about 3 a.m., just mind going crazy.
Okay.
Mind
Like
going
that you're
wild.
laying in bed
Yeah.
at 3 thinking about me.
Yeah.
I was. And I sent him some, we always play kind of the same songs, and I just sent him some different Christmas songs.
Oh, okay.
Some different art, maybe not different songs, but different artists.
So Christmas deep cuts, if you will.
yeah, well, maybe.
All right, I like it.
So we can rotate those in with whatever he wants to play.
Excellent.
Cakes, speaking of Christmas,
Yeah.
I was thinking about you when I was watching one of the worst Christmas movies of all time.
Ooh.
I wasted a great December 22nd
Can I
on
guess?
this Christmas
Can I guess
movie.
what the Christmas
Was
movie
it
is?
a Hallmark movie?
No,
Oh.
no.
Is it a widely acclaimed Christmas movie? Like a lot of people like it. They're into it
I don't think so.
Oh.
You don't hear it talked about much at Christmas. But
because
it's,
it stinks.
but it's an 80s Christmas movie, and all I could think about is if Cakes was into this character or not growing up.
Okay. I mean, fire away.
Ernest Saves Christmas.
Oh no. I mean, look, I love me a lot of lowbrow humor. I'm a big fan. I like slapstick. I grew up watching the Three Stooges. I mean, you think the Three Stooges aren't funny? Comedic geniuses, way ahead of their time. But the whole Ernest thing, Ernest Saves Christmas, Ernest goes to camp.
Ernest goes to jail.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
was. Is it Jim Varney?
Jim Varney.
He's no longer
Varney.
with us. I think he's been dead for a while.
No, I believe he died of lung cancer.
Yeah. He's just smoking coffin nails left and right.
I think he was a chain smoker.
Yeah.
I don't
Never.
think I've ever seen this one.
Never. I don't think I've seen any of the Ernest movies. He's just not my guy.
I used to watch him when I was a kid.
Okay.
Shocker, white trash. I watched
Sure.
Ernest. Yeah. I used to watch him as a kid.
Okay.
And then I didn't remember watching Ernest Saves Christmas.
Yeah.
And now I know why I wouldn't remember it.
Right.
It was just so
So
bad.
you
It
stuck
was
with
so
the whole
bad.
thing. You're just like, I'm
I couldn't believe what I was watching.
really.
So you watched the whole thing.
I watched the whole thing.
Just-
I should have pulled the ripcord about
Yeah.
30 minutes into it.
Sure. You'll never get that hour and a half back. It's just gone. Down the wormhole.
I couldn't.
I've never
I-
seen that.
I couldn't believe
How many crab claws?
Negative.
zero.
Zero crab claws. Man, that is brutal. That's a brutal rating.
I remember for whatever reason in my brain the Ernest movies I
Yeah.
remember fondly, but
And you're also like 9 when you were watching them.
yeah,
Any yucks at all? Did you laugh out loud once?
yeah.
during the movie?
Well, you know, what, once I kind of laughed.
Okay, so there's one
Yeah.
decent gag.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it. He had to go save Santa Claus from jail
Okay.
because he had to go get a new Santa
All
Claus.
right, it's kind of a funny concept,
Yeah.
but you know what? I'm glad that you just told me to stay away. I've never seen it up to this point and never will.
Never will.
Nope.
I one of my favorite Christmas movies is The Family Man, and I haven't seen it yet.
It's a great movie.
It's a great movie, and I have not seen it yet this season.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have to make an effort and maybe watch it tonight or tomorrow.
Watch it.
Definitely on Christmas Day.
Don't you always hype up The Family Stone? Isn't that like your go-to Christmas movie?
I like The Family Stone, but I like The Family Man better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I've ever seen the Family Stone.
Oh, you haven't?
And I was browsing around last night before the Monday Night Football game.
Yeah.
And I landed on it, and my wife was like, "You've never." have you never seen The Family Stone?
It definitely gives you.
Don't think I've seen it.
It definitely gives you a creeper at the end.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm a
It's-
big fan of that.
No,
It's
it's a very good movie, but it gives you a little bit of a
I already
creeper.
look like I'm crying every day on the air because my eyes are just leaking. I can't stop them.
Is Family Man the one with Nick Cage?
Yes. Nick Cage, Don
And,
Cheadle,
Tia Leone.
Tia Leone,
Yeah.
Jeremy Piven's in it.
Yep.
He plays the neighbor.
Mhm.
You know, if you want a great under the radar Christmas movie and you want to laugh,
Okay. Some yucks.
yes, I highly recommend watching Friday After Next, the third installment of the Friday movie.
Okay.
It takes place around Christmas.
Okay.
Oh, that's a Christmas movie? Okay.
Christmas. Santa robs Craig and Day Day in the hood.
Okay.
All right. They got to be top flight security guards of the world, Craig. It's but funny.
Okay.
You-
All right.
you-
I'm-
You know,
slap your knee.
You know, Debo Samuel's named after
the
that character.
bully. Yeah, after the bully in Friday.
Yeah.
Well, Debo's not in the third Friday.
Oh,
I
he's
think
not
he's
in
only
that
in
one.
the second one. Cat Williams is in it, but you know what? Hysterical.
I don't have much
John,
of a file. I'll be
John
honest.
Witherspoon's at R.I.P.
I love John Witherspoon. Don't have much of a file on Friday. Like I've seen it, but I know I haven't seen it more than once.
Yeah. I haven't seen the
And I
third one.
definitely haven't seen the sequel or the third.
All of their presents get stolen by
Okay.
by a guy dressed up as Santa.
Okay, that's not
They,
cool.
they work as security guards in a strip mall during the holidays.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right.
So it's good, huh?
It makes you laugh.
makes you
it's
laugh.
not it's not good. It makes you laugh.
Right,
Okay,
right.
it's
Well, The
lighthearted.
Family Man and Family Stone
Yeah.
are actually good.
Okay.
They're
Family
both,
Man is definitely good.
Yeah,
Can
they're
vouch
both
for that.
very good movies. And I don't think Mike Marr or Benj has seen either one of them.
Probably not. They're too young.
I mean,
Two
have you guys
whippersnappers over
seen
there.
either of those movies, The Family Man or The Family Stone?
No.
Yeah, I think you and your girlfriend should sit down and watch. I would probably say Family Man first, and then Family Stone.
Family Man basically was the impetus for my wife and I to have more than one kid. It was that
Really?
like impactful, like power. Because
Yeah.
after our first kid, like we were like, man, it's kind of rough. Are we going to do that again?
Uh-huh.
And then we saw. I'm not saying that's the complete deciding factor, but it definitely had an impact as far as
Man, I can't believe
us having more kids.
that's 25 years
That
old.
movie's butt old.
25 years.
That movie's been around for a while.
Family Stone is old too. I don't.
Yeah.
It's probably about the same. I'd have to go back and look, but man, I gotta watch those. Gotta watch both of those movies.
'Tis the season to watch
Yeah, I know.
holiday fair.
The D-Day's coming up.
What's kind of depressing about the holidays to me is I stress out over the holidays because of, I'd always worry about what to get my wife and my daughters, and just going out and getting stuff and gift cards. Do I give cash, gift cards, presents,
Got to stuff the stockings.
stocking stuffers? This year is going to be a lot different because I think I've already explained why. But my daughter, who works for the Commanders, has to work Christmas Day.
Ah, okay.
So we're not doing any Christmas stuff on Christmas Day because she's going to be gone from probably.
It's a 1 o'clock kick.
She's
so-
got to be at the stadium about 4 hours bore the game,
All right.
so
So,
call
she
it
has to be there
9.
9 o'clock. Yeah.
and she usually doesn't get home until about 3 or 4 hours after the game.
So it's an all day affair.
Yeah, she's gone all day.
Okay.
So we're not going to do anything Christmas Day, family wise.
Okay.
So we're doing everything the day after. So Christmas Day is just going to be a regular day for me. I'm going to watch 3 awful football games
Right.
with a bunch of bad teams
Sure.
and backup quarterbacks. But
So then you're going to come here on your Christmas and recap all those bad football games, including Commanders Cowboys,
Yeah.
and then go home and do your real Christmas.
That's great.
Okay. I like
it's
it.
It's such a strange Christmas this year because of that.
Hey, Adam Silver's got to be siced.
Oh, because the duds,
Oh.
Yeah,
the
'cause the
NFL
duds that are
Yeah.
playing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's got his Roger Goodell voodoo doll
I'm gonna
all
be-
pinned up.
I'm going to be honest. I'm probably only going to watch the Commanders play on Christmas because we have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, why would I?
There's nothing compelling outside of gambling on it, or you have to watch it because you cover the team and talk.
or
about
you're a fan
Or
of
you're
the
just
team.
diehard, yeah,
fan
like-
of the
yeah.
team.
Yeah. There's no reason to watch
or
the Lions Vikings. There's no reason to watch the Broncos
and even
Chiefs.
further than that, you're going to disrupt your Christmas to go watch the Commanders in person. Now I know that like season ticket holders, a lot of them are going to do that, like the tailgate Teds of the world. But I'm going to guess there's a lot of empty seats at Northwest Stadium.
Probably.
I mean, I think it's going to be markedly visible, unless people just want to make a whole day of going to the Commanders game instead of doing Christmas.
Or they could do Christmas night.
Yeah, but I mean,
They could
like,
come home at
you're gonna
5.
be home, you're going to be out all day.
Yeah, pounding
Getting
beers.
boozed up in the parking lot, and then you're going to come home and
Well,
do Christmas.
Merry Christmas!
Yeah, I mean,
Well, a
that's
lot of people
That's a big day.
a lot of people would probably do what I'm going to do and have their Christmas the day after.
Right,
The people that are going to the game.
right.
But anyway, getting back to my original point, my original thought was it's kind of depressing because it happens so quick. Like Christmas just gets here so quick, and you've got all this family stuff, and you've got holiday parties, and you're going out and getting stuff, and then all of a sudden it's gone, and
Yeah.
then all the Christmas movies are gone,
Mm-hmm.
all the Christmas songs are gone, the radio stations don't play it anymore.
The Christmas like afterglow,
Yeah.
it lasts until New Year's Day, maybe the day after New Year's Day.
Maybe,
But then after like January 2nd,
Yeah.
you're staring down the barrel of bleak, cold weather,
a long month.
just winter depression
No,
for
it-
like
it's-
2+ months.
It's a crawl. It's a crawl until the Masters.
right.
yeah,
It's a crawl until opening day.
until the spring.
It's a crawl until opening
I
day.
know. I know you don't care
No.
about the Masters, but
Yeah,
it just signifies
Right.
spring.
No,
Right.
but Matt, it's a crawl until NCAA tournament, conference tournaments, NCAA tournament.
Right. That's funny.
Well,
how
in terms of sports,
our
I'm talking about
calendar just
weather.
all
Oh,
do-
yeah, weather, yeah.
Our entire calendar is just the mileposts are sports,
Yeah.
Masters, NCAA tournament.
Yeah. I'm not
not like
overlooking.
months.
I'm not overlooking the conference tournament and then the NCAA tournament. I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
Talking
I'm just talking about how winter is here,
You're right.
and it feels like the North Pole until all of a sudden they tee it up at Augusta.
True.
Yeah.
Although it's supposed to be 60 degrees on Christmas Day.
See, I like nice and
60.
crisp on Christmas Day.
I think it's going to be cold the day after.
Yeah.
Although I saw Doug Kammerer's forecast and I saw Veronica Johnson's on
Yeah.
Channel 7, and they were 20 degrees different. I was
Yeah, I
dumbfounded.
know. Friday it was supposed to be a high of 64, and then it got all of a sudden. I guess a cold front came in.
Apparently.
It's supposed to be 36 now.
Yeah, I'm not happy about that.
By the way, belated thank you to Doug Kammerer for swinging by Hyde Social on Friday during the holiday show. We appreciate that.
Yep.
Good hang with him.
Good
Good to see him.
I just got a lot of stuff going on in my mind.
Sure. Everybody does heading into Christmas.
Got to go shopping after the show.
Sure.
Got to stop by Tyson's.
Oh, I'm sure it's not.
Tyson's.
Matt's house.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm stupid. But
Yeah.
that's my daughter's favorite stores are in Tyson's.
Yeah, you got to go.
I'm not happy about
Best of luck. I wish you luck today. I hope I see you here tomorrow.
Yeah,
All right, coming up on the show
Gonna
today,
have
we
a
got-
black eye and fighting over presents.
Yeah,
Probably.
fighting over a parking spot. I'm sure it's going to be fun. Spencer Carberry, head coach of the Washington Capitals. He will join us coming up at 7 o'clock. And Jason Lockenfora, co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 in Baltimore. He will join us at 9 o'clock. We'll talk Ravens and more with him. When we come back, we'll get into the Junkie Sports page, break down Monday Night Football and more. It's a big night for Brock Purdy and company in Indianapolis. We'll get into that next here on The Fan. In just about 40 minutes, Spencer Carberry, head coach of your Washington Capitals, he will join the show as he does every single week. Look forward to talking to him as the Caps, they will face the New York Rangers.
Got to stop the bleeding.
Is that tonight or tomorrow?
You have to look at that schedule for me.
Double check
I
that.
think it's tonight.
I thought it was, yeah, I thought it was
They're playing
tomorrow night.
tonight.
I was wrong. That's tonight.
Yeah. Props to
You know what?
Valdez.
My days are all mixed up. It's tonight.
It's tonight. Props to Valdez for playing the waitresses on the intro here.
I had no idea that was the artist.
And the lead singer no longer with us. She died at an early age.
Okay.
In her 40s, I think. 40s or 50s. But I just get sighs for the song.
Sure. It's a Christmas staple.
Yeah, it is. It's very good.
All right, let's get into the Junkie Sports page. And, of course, it is sponsored.
It is sponsored by our great friends over at Open Road Distilling in Reston Town Center. You can elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling spirits. Locally crafted in Reston, VA. You can have their Eagle Eye Rye, Maple Old Fashioned, Independence Bourbon, which is excellent. All available now at ABC stores all across Northern Virginia. And, of course, they've got great vodka and great gin as well. So head on in there. Make sure you tell them that the junk sent you in. Get a great meal. Have some cocktails. Watch some games. They've always got great musical artists there performing.
Very good.
It's a really cool spot. And Mr.
I'm off
Allville,
next week. Maybe I'll have maybe I will venture out there and sample it for myself.
I think you and Amy should go out there.
That sounds like a great plan.
Just let me know.
Okay, I will.
Get you VIP service.
Sounds great.
All right. So so week 16 is done.
It's over.
Can you believe that we are 16 weeks into the NFL season?
It goes by so quickly. Goes by in an instant.
I mean, it's just gone.
Yeah.
And, the playoff picture is kind of shaping up,
It didn't
rounding
really hit-
into form.
It didn't really hit me until I'm seeing commercials on TV
For the playoffs.
For the playoffs.
Starts January 10th, I
Yeah.
believe.
They're getting me mentally ready for playoff NFL football because it's basically right around the corner.
So last night with the 49ers playing at Indy, obviously there's a couple side stories. The big one is Phillip Rivers playing in his second game, starting his second game, because Daniel Jones is out for the year. And Riley Leonard, who was the backup, also was dinged up, although he did play. I think he played briefly last night. I was watching some of it. I watched the first drive last night. They go right down the field and score. They're up 7-0.
Oh, it was such an over. You could tell by the end of the first quarter it was an over. They scored 21 points, and they were on the verge of scoring 28 points.
Correct.
In the first quarter alone.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed in the Niners defense that they allowed Rivers to go right down the field on that first drive.
Yeah.
I think it was 8 or 9 plays, up 7-0. Now San Francisco comes back and scores on the next drive, and then they kick off to the Colts, and Colts fumble it. They fumble the kickoff. So then the Niners had a short field and scored in about 5 plays. They go up 14-7, and then they kind of just were in control for the most part. But Rivers, his arm is not strong, and he's obviously slow. He's old and slow.
He has a hard time getting away from the pass rush.
He can't get away from the pass rush, although he was only sacked a couple times. But his mind he just knows the game.
Got to commend him for basically coming off of his couch and being able to start in NFL games.
Yeah, sitting on his couch with all his kids and grandkids.
Yeah.
And hadn't played in 5 years. And he wasn't very good in that first game, although he managed it.
He managed it, and he kept the Colts in it right until the end, and the Seahawks needed a long field goal to win it.
But he just knows the game so well, so he can check everything, see the defense, see whatever formation the Niners are in, and then change the play.
Right.
And he throws for 277 yards and a couple scores. Now he threw a pick 6. I'm not sure. Did he fumble too? He did fumble, but didn't lose it. Okay. But it's really incredible that the guy is 44 years old and can do what he's doing.
It's also damning that the Colts don't really have another younger option to go to. I know Leonard, has been banged up, so they probably would have gone with him if he was 100%. But yeah, it's a great story. I mean,
it is. It's interesting. It's a very interesting.
Is he
going
to want to play into next season? This just rekindles the. I mean, if he's punting his Hall of Fame window, 5 years down the line, make the most of it. If there's another team interested
keep
next
putting
year,
up numbers, right?
Sure.
Yeah, we can talk about that later. But
make like $5 or $6 million as a backup when you're in your mid-40s. Why not?
So the Niners win 48-27. putting up almost 50. Brock Purdy had 5 touchdowns, obviously a career high. 25 for 34, 295, and 5 touchdowns. Christian McCaffrey was just awesome again. Christian McCaffrey has 16 touchdowns this year if you combine his rushing and receiving.
Yeah,
If-
he's
if
had a
you-
massive year.
He's had an unbelievable year.
And a healthy year. Like
Yeah.
the guy, his role is crazy. Like he's on the field all the time.
All the time.
And you know the rap on him the last few seasons is he gets beat up, he misses games.
hmm
That has not been the case this year.
Nope.
He's been a machine.
And I don't know how, because he touches the ball 30 times a game.
Yeah, I
Last
mean,
night,
he had-
not last night. It wasn't quite 30,
but
it
it's
was 20
close. I mean,
close,
21
20.
carries and six grabs.
Yeah.
That's pretty close to 30.
No, and he's not the biggest guy. I mean,
Right.
he's a smaller guy. I mean, he's built, he's strong, but he's touching the ball almost 30 times a game, and he's been out there every single week. I got to tell you, I think Mike Vrabel should win Coach of the Year because of what the Patriots did last year with 4 wins, and they're going to win 14
Right.
this year. They're going to be plus 10 from last year.
Pretty nice turnaround
But Kyle Shanahan's got to get some votes, man.
with all the rash of injuries, especially
all
on
the
the
injuries.
defensive side.
Tons of injuries on the defensive end. They've got, Mac Jones started 8 games. Their backup started 8 games, and they won a bunch of them.
I didn't realize he started 8. I knew he started a decent amount, but
It was either 7 or
you're
8.
probably right.
Yeah.
I knew he started some, but I didn't know it was basically half the season.
And, you mentioned McCaffrey was there all year, but Kittle was banged up.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have Ayuk all year, and who knows if he'll ever play for him again. Debo obviously was gone because he was here. Juwan Jennings was banged up at certain points of the year.
By the way, did you see
They
the
had offensive
viral,
line issues.
the viral video that came out, I think a couple days ago, maybe over the weekend, of Brandon Ayuk driving past Levi Stadium doing like 100 miles an hour in his car?
I didn't see that. No.
Like, what is that guy doing?
Yeah, it's just that's
If I'm the Commanders, because he's not going to be with the Niners next
Mm-mm.
year. If I'm the Commanders, even though he is boys with Jaden Daniels, they're
Mhm.
tight. I'm staying a million miles away from Brandon Ayuk.
Don't want him.
I think that would be the worst move that Adam Peters could make this offseason is bringing in Brandon Ayuk to pair up with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah,
I do
he's a
not
head
like
case.
that. I do not like that dynamic.
Talented, but he's a head case.
Right.
He's got a lot of
Stay
issues.
away.
But here's the only thing that is concerning about the Niners. Okay, so the Niners control their own destiny
Mhm.
after this win. If they beat the Bears next week and then beat Seattle in Week 18, and that could be a huge game. That could be for the number 1 overall seed,
Right.
and home field advantage.
Right, because right now the Seahawks have the 1 seed.
Seahawks have
in
the
the
1
NFC.
seed now, but the Niners would control their own destiny because they would have all the tiebreakers. They split with the Rams, and if they beat the Seahawks, they would have swept the Seahawks. But if you look at their wins, all right, think about this. They did beat the Seahawks in Week 1. All right, here are their other wins:
Mm-hmm.
Saints, Cardinals twice, Falcons, Giants, Panthers, Browns, Titans, Colts.
They also won at the Rams.
They beat
Yep.
the Rams, right? They
Right.
split with the Rams.
Mhm.
But 7 or 8 of their 11 wins are against teams that aren't going to the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, they'll be tested, like you said, these last 2 games, both home games for them as the Bears and Seahawks come to town.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you look at their losses, they lost to all these teams are all either in the playoffs or probably going to the playoffs.
Right.
Jags, Buccaneers, possibly, Rams, and Texans.
Right.
So, look, they're
I
having
think
a
they
really
might be
good.
a little bit fraudulent.
They're just not tested as much
Yeah.
as I thought they would be.
Well, the
But
test is coming.
But
in
you
the
know
last
what?
2
They're
weeks.
beating the teams they should.
Yeah.
And these next 2 weeks are huge for them because if they want the number 1 overall seed, they got to beat the Bears and they got to beat the Seahawks. Christian McCaffrey, by the way, is, like we said, is having an unbelievable year. For his career, Christian McCaffrey, if you combine rushing and receiving, has 97 touchdowns. He's got almost 13,000 yards.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
combined.
he's a lock Hall of Famer.
I mean,
he
he's-
is a lock first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah, a few years ago, I would have said no. He's got to put up more numbers,
Well,
but he's putting them up.
he's done it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Because-
I mean, it's always, are you one of the most impactful players at your position
And
in
he
your
has-
generation?
he has been.
Yeah, it's safe to say he is.
Yeah, and of course, last year he was banged up, and I thought it kind of hurt his case, but
Right.
this year he's come back, played 16 games, and he's just putting up huge numbers.
Yep.
So they win that game 48-27. The Kansas City Chiefs, by the way, announced they are moving
I saw that.
out of Missouri and they're going to Kansas. They're moving from Kansas City,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not sure of the town they're going to, but they're going across the border in 2031.
I
They're
would
going to
ass-
build.
I mean, I don't know, but I would assume aren't they moving to Kansas City, Kansas? Or I could be wrong.
I
Is it
thought
a different town in Kansas?
I know there's a Kansas City, Kansas.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not sure if that's the town they're moving to. You could be
All
right.
I know is it's a different state.
Right.
It's definitely a different state. Yeah.
And then also, did you see the same things happening with the Chicago Bears, where
Yeah.
they said they're looking into Indiana?
Like Northwest Indiana,
Yeah.
because
Right.
I guess,
the tax breaks would be so significant,
right.
and I guess dealing with Illinois/Chicago legislature
Mhm.
is becoming increasingly difficult.
Mhm.
They said, well, if it's going to be cheaper and easier, why would we not do this?
Right.
That's what they're doing. That's what
You
the
at
Chiefs
least
are
want to
doing.
get somebody else in the mix
Yep.
to negotiate against. It makes all the sense in the world.
And the
especially
Chiefs-
if you get a better deal.
And we've seen, the Chiefs have been there for 62 years.
Yeah.
And we've seen how bad the weather can be.
Right.
And it's such an advantage for the Kansas City Chiefs
Mhm.
usually because some of those teams just can't play in that cold weather.
Right.
But now they're going to go to a dome stadium.
Yeah, aren't the Cleveland Browns doing the same thing?
I think
They're
the Cleveland-
building a dome stadium too. Like these teams that have that built-in advantage once like December and January roll around, they're basically neutralizing the advantage
I
that
don't
they
think
have.
Buffalo is doing that. Though.
Buffalo, I believe, is keeping open air.
They're keeping open air.
Yeah.
And that's a huge advantage.
Sure.
But the Kansas City Chiefs are moving out of Kansas.
Now,
Now, it's not for another 5 years.
I'm a diva. If I go to a football game in December, I want to be in a suite where it's 70 degrees.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to be freezing. Look, I'm talking smack over here like, you should have open air, weather as part of winter football.
Mm-hmm.
But I like climate control.
Climate
Because
control.
I was at FedEx like when RG3 was on the team for an Eagles game in December. I've never been colder. Never been colder
I mean,
sitting in the stands.
I
So
just
I
couldn't
can
do
see
it.
why people, especially like season ticket holders, they might be like, especially in places like Cleveland,
Mhm.
like Buffalo, and Kansas City, they might want a roof over top of the stadium so that they don't get a foot of snow dumped on them during a game,
Right.
or they don't have to go through like 3 degrees during a game.
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't it the
I would be
Dolphins? Didn't the Dolphins play at Kansas City a couple years ago where it was like dangerously cold? Where they're like,
Yes.
if you expose your skin during this game, you could get frostbite.
Right.
Like, I mean, that's no way to live.
Well, remember when the Ravens played at Buffalo in the playoffs?
Yeah.
What was that? Was that 2 years ago?
Last year.
Maybe it was last year, right?
Yeah.
They played
Okay.
at Buffalo.
Yeah.
Remember how cold it was?
Yeah.
And it affected, and look, the Ravens play in Baltimore. It gets cold.
Mhm.
You could tell it affected the Ravens players.
Totally.
For some reason, Josh Allen can play in that weather.
Right.
He loves it. And I don't
We played
understand.
at Wyoming, so I'm sure he was exposed to that a ton.
Okay,
like-
but he's from Northern California.
Yeah.
It doesn't get that cold in Northern California. But he did play at Wyoming. You're right. But it's not Buffalo cold.
the weather game I still regret to this day that I didn't take advantage of betting wise was I think it was either at Buffalo. It was either at Buffalo or at New England. It was a primetime game, like a Thursday night game, where the wind was crazy. It was like 50 plus mile an hour sustained winds.
Mhm.
Like the flags are ripping, and we knew it heading into the game.
Yeah.
And I didn't take advantage of the total. And of course, the team scored like 10 points
Yeah,
or
I do remember that.
13 points.
I do remember
But it
that.
was just like so absurd that but they still had to play the game.
The total was maybe in
Total
the
was super low.
high 20s or low 30s.
Yeah, it was super low because they knew the weather was going to impact it. And I
Yeah.
was like, why didn't I take advantage of this? This is stupid.
I do
this
remember
is free
that.
money.
Yeah.
Just leaving free money on the table.
Um,
Should never do that.
well, I teased the Niners last night with the under. So do you
Okay.
think that hit?
I think you lost that wager.
Yeah. Because like I said, I was disappointed that the Niners defense allowed Rivers to march down the field in the opening drive,
Right.
and then put up almost 300 yards.
Sure.
I thought the Colts defense would play a little bit more like they did last week.
Yeah.
When they almost beat the Seahawks, but they didn't.
Here's how you make
They
your money
couldn't
back.
stop McCaffrey.
Just make your money back betting on the over of Bears Niners this week. Because
Probably.
if Phillip Rivers can do that to your boys' defense,
Yep.
what's Caleb Williams going to do?
Yeah.
It's probably going to have a field day out
But
there.
it's just unpredictable. The
Sure.
league's unpredictable. Real quick before we get out of here, the playoff picture is a little bit more clear today as opposed to yesterday because with the Colts' loss, the Bills, Chargers, and Jags all clinch spots. So in the AFC, Broncos right now are your 1 seed. Patriots are your 2. Jags are your 3. Chargers are your 5. Bills are your 6. Of course, we still have to wait for the winner of the AFC North, whether that's going to be Pittsburgh or the Ravens. And then, of course, that 7th spot. Seahawks, Bears, Eagles, Niners, Rams all have clinched in the NFC. So 10 teams have clinched.
We're going to have to revisit our preseason playoff predictions and see how well we're faring. I don't know if I'm doing so well on my preseason playoff picks.
I'm guessing nobody had the Patriots.
I certainly did not pick the Pats.
I'm sure a lot of people had these other teams.
Yeah.
No, probably a lot of teams didn't have the Jags.
No, wouldn't think so.
But we'll have to go through that. But anyway, the playoff picture is a little bit more clear today.
Don't forget, coming up in just about 20-ish minutes, Spencer Carberry, head coach of your Washington Capitals. He will join us. They take on the New York Rangers tonight at Capital One Arena. He joins us coming up at 7 here on the Junks. It's time now to hit the skins cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts are grilled right at your table. A dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the fam. Oseo means come on in.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the big story yesterday was Jeff Driscoll is signed away from the Arizona Cardinals practice squad, signed by the Commanders. So that begs the question: what are we doing? What are we doing with Sam Hartman? Why is Sam Hartman on the practice squad if all you're going to do when trouble strikes is reach out to a guy that used to be on the team that's on a different team's practice squad?
Is there an injury we don't know about with Hartman?
With Hartman?
Yeah.
No,
I don't think so.
I think his injury is
He's
he's
just
not
not
very good at playing
Talentlessness.
quarterback in the NFL.
True. I agree with that.
So what do you say you do here?
So it doesn't make sense that he's on the practice squad.
Here's my takeaway.
If you're going to go out and pluck another guy from a practice squad.
Nobody would care about Sam Hartman if he were a big uggo. People care about Sam Hartman because he's a good-looking dreamboat and he's friends with Jaden Daniels.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he's friends with Jaden Daniels, you can hire him on the staff if he's not good at playing quarterback. Like, it's obvious he's not good enough to play quarterback at the NFL level. If you're reaching out to sign, let's be honest, a real journeyman in Jeff Driscoll to come in to be either the backup or the starter on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing with Sam Hartman? What is his utility?
I don't
What
get
is
it.
his use on the practice squad?
I don't get it. It's for me personally, it's more frustrating to watch some of these players make practice squads.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a friend of the McSorley family.
Right.
Trace McSorley was so much better than Sam Hartman as a college quarterback and as a pro quarterback.
Right.
I'm not saying Trace was a starter. He was a backup. But the fact that Sam Hartman is in the league and Trace McSorley's not.
Right.
Now, I know Trace McSorley's older than Sam, and he would have cost a little bit more money, but Jeff Driscoll's still in the league.
Sure.
So
Somehow.
how old is Jeff Driscoll?
I would guess he's at least
He's about
29 or 30.
He's about the same age as Trace.
If I had to guess.
But Trace was so much better of a quarterback, especially at the college level. It's just frustrating to see Sam
if
Hartman.
anybody out there listening knows why Sam Hartman still has a spot on the Commanders practice squad, please call us at 800-636-1067 and let us know.
Mm-hmm.
I would be intrigued to know the reason why. I think I know the reason why. He's buddies with Jaden Daniels. And you want to keep your stars happy. So
That shouldn't matter.
That should not matter.
That shouldn't matter.
I totally agree. But what other reason is he on the practice squad for? If
Don't
you're
get
not
it.
going to turn to him when you have quarterback trouble.
Can I point something out that JP brought up on the B. Mitch and Finley
Sure.
show yesterday? He said that Hartman is in charge of a lot of team-oriented stuff, organizing team dinners. He's in charge of organizing things that the offense does in preparation. He says that's kind of the role that he's been playing.
So he's like a planner.
He's a secretary.
Put him on the coaching staff.
Valdez is a better planner than Sam Hartman. Yeah, Valdez should have that job. Put Valdez on the
let's get
Hey,
him
practice
that's
squad.
actually embarrassing for Sam.
That's embarrassing.
Is that if okay? Just give it up. Go work for the team.
Like he's a half step above Major Tuddy in the pecking order over there.
He's like the team mom. He's bringing like orange
he's the team
slices
mom.
at halftime and stuff.
He's the hot team dad.
Yeah.
Is what he
Dreamy dad.
He's the dreamy team
I
dad.
just don't get it. And if he's so good at that part of it, well, then just make him the assistant
Yeah,
quarterback coach.
I'm not.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not trying to
Exactly.
minimize.
Put him on the coaching staff.
Yeah, I'm not trying to minimize all the prep work that he does and all the little things that he does, but
Right.
it doesn't garner a practice squad roster spot.
Absolutely not. If you want to hire him as part of the
Yeah.
organization, go right ahead. Create a job out of thin air for
Right.
him. But
He obviously has value to the quarterback room and to the team, but that value can be used without using up a practice squad position.
and look, I kind of denigrate the practice squad because generally those guys don't make a big impact on your team. But it is useful when you have injuries strike and you need to call a guy up that's familiar with your system. Wouldn't you rather have a guy who's capable and can step in as either the starter or the backup instead of a guy who's good at getting a reservation at an Ashburn restaurant?
Right.
I mean, what are we doing
That's
here?
not very difficult
Like
to do.
he gets a reservation at Oseo better than anybody else.
I know.
What are we doing
There-
here?
Team dinner at the Palm. He's good at team dinners.
Yeah, that's basically why he's sticking around. That's his calling
You
card.
know those guys get paid about 13 to 15 grand per week on the practice squad.
Pretty nice.
Per week.
It's pretty nice coin.
Yeah. So they're making about 50 to 60 grand a month to just sit there.
It pays to be on the practice squad.
But I don't get it. Unless there's something we don't know, I don't understand why Sam Hartman's still on the practice squad and they go out and pluck Jeff Driscoll from
Right.
the Cardinals to be the backup.
Well, if you're Sam, wouldn't you be a tad embarrassed?
You have
Like-
to be majorly embarrassed.
Like if your role is basically the secretary of the quarterback room and
Right.
of the team and you're organizing stuff, like and you're just kind of taking up that spot, I would feel embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't see any scenario where he lasts past this year. If he can't get elevated at this spot at
Yeah.
this point in the year,
Yeah.
what's the point in having him around in 2026? Like he's got to be somebody that's just
Well,
either,
I mean, you could have him on on the coaching
yeah.
staff.
If you want to hire him as in like a
I think he'd be a great assistant QB's coach.
Yes.
perfect
He could be he could be David Blau.
perfect role for him.
Yeah. Associate offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he'd be
I
really
don't know.
good at that probably.
If that's what he wants to do, offer him the gig. And that
Well, he
way
obviously wants to do it because he's still sticking around doing this.
Right.
Mhm.
Right?
Well,
I guess.
he's making decent money too.
Exactly. He can make the same amount of money
Yeah.
or similar money.
Similar money as a coach. Well, probably not that much, but you're not going to make 60 grand a month as a assistant
No.
quarterback coach. So he's making decent money, but it's got to be something we don't know.
Yeah, I just found that a little bit alarming that Sam Hartman can't get elevated. He must be really bad in practice. Like during the practice sessions, it must be pretty jarring.
If he's even practicing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was just looking at the preseason predictions
Yeah.
for all the divisions.
Mm-hmm.
In the AFC, you had Buffalo, Denver, Baltimore, Jacksonville.
Ooh, I picked Jacksonville as the division winner.
I did too. I'm
Ooh,
surprised.
I kind of like that. It's a little spicy.
It was either Jacksonville or Houston for most of us.
Okay.
In the NFC, you had Philly, San Francisco, Green Bay, Tampa.
Tampa's kind of
So Tampa's
leaking oil, but they can still
win the
because
division.
they still face Carolina one more time before the end of the
yeah,
season.
they
I
control
believe.
their own destiny.
Right.
Yeah. So you're looking okay.
Who are my wild cards?
Your wild cards are man, my writing is so bad. You in the AFC, you had Cincinnati, KC, and the Pats.
Who do I have?
You had the Pats,
And who else?
Cincinnati and Kansas City.
Oh, dead, and so alive.
Yeah.
Love that.
And then the NFC, you had Detroit,
Gonna need some help for Detroit.
the Rams,
Rams look silly.
and you had, I think, Green Bay.
Okay, Green Bay.
No, I'm
has,
sorry, you had Green Bay win the division.
Okay.
Maybe Chicago.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
All right, getting back to the Commanders for just a second. They also put starting right guard Sam Cosmi, punt returner and receiver Jalen Lane, and defensive tackle Eddie Goldman on injured reserve on Monday. Cosmi and Goldman both have concussions, and Lane hurt his ankle in Saturday's 29-18 loss to the Philadelphia Eagles. So some injury issues there for the Commanders. And some other moves, they claimed receiver Jamal Agnew off of waivers from Atlanta and defensive tackle Shy Tuttle off waivers from Tennessee.
Wow.
So the Commanders making some moves. You know, Jalen Lane losing your
Gotta
punt and
add.
kick returner, that
Gotta replace
hurts.
him.
And losing a starting offensive lineman in Cosmi, that hurts as well. So the season of injuries
It
that's
continues.
beset this team, it just keeps going and going, as we get closer and closer to the end of the season.
Yeah,
here.
but every team is dealing with it.
Oh, absolutely.
We just focus on Washington because that's
Yeah.
what we talk about the most.
Yep.
But every team is dealing with a
Plus,
rash of
obviously,
injuries.
Mariota dealing with the stitches in his hand and a quad injury, so we'll have to see whether he's able to go on Christmas. We should know more about that after practice today. Don't forget, coming up next, we'll be joined by Spencer Carberry, Capitals head coach. They take on the Rangers tonight at Capital One Arena. He will join us here next. Every great team has a game plan. Coaches spend hours breaking down film, calling the right plays, and staying prepared for every possible scenario. But here's the question. Do you have a game plan for your retirement? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors act like your personal coaching staff. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps veteran who knows the value of independence, founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm. That means their advisors can customize a financial strategy designed specifically for you, your goals, your risk tolerance, your timeline. Maybe you've got an old 401k sitting with a previous employer, or maybe you're not sure how rising interest rates and changing tax laws could affect your retirement savings. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. They'll help you call the right plays to reach your goals on your timeline. So call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
A statement win for San Francisco, rolling past Indianapolis 48-27. Brock Purdy, 295 yards and a career-high 5 touchdowns. Head coach Kyle Shanahan Jawan Jennings was big.
Jawan's been huge. I mean, the way he stepped it up last year. VA went down with his ACL, and Jawan played as our number one receiver all last year. He's had a lot of injuries this year. He's battled through them all, and he's been able to come back, and he's finishing the way that he's, to me, always been.
Phillip Rivers, 277, 2 scores and an interception, but the Colts have lost 5 in a row. 49ers 11-4. They've won 5 in a row, clinch a playoff spot, as do Buffalo, Jacksonville, and the Chargers. Men's college basketball, number 21 Virginia beat American 95-51. GW over St. Mary's College 97-40. Georgetown drops Coppin State 97-67. The Idaho Potato Bowl, Washington State defeats Utah State 34-21. Tonight, the Capitals welcome the Rangers 6:45 on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Junks are brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junks. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, if you're handy like that, go to cropmetcalf.com. You can join their team today. Joining us later will be Jason Lockenfora out of Baltimore.
Man, we haven't talked to him in a while.
It has been a while
Good.
since we've touched base with him. We'll talk about the latest with the Ravens and more with him. But joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's Spencer Carberry, Capitals head coach, brought to you by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. Coach Carbs, good morning. How are you?
Coach Carbs.
Very good. Good morning. Happy holidays, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
happy
you too,
holidays to you as well. So we'll get to the Rangers game in just a bit. I wanted to lead off with the special teams. I wanted you to give a quick state of the union on the power play and the penalty kill. I know they're not where you want them to be at this point. The power play rank in the league is 29th, the PK 26th. Can you give us some encouraging words about the specials at this point?
Yeah, I think just with the slow start with both of our special teams, I think that really affects that number when you look at the whole season. I think it got better, both special teams, penalty kill and power play, in probably overall the month of, end of November, early December. And then I feel like it's kind of taken a little bit of a step back from a production standpoint on the power play. It's been a little bit snake bitten. We haven't had a ton of opportunities, but haven't been able to find the back of the net. Since Leno got hurt, since we moved him to that first unit, which looked really good for a bunch of games. And then penalty kill's been doing a pretty solid job for the most part. A little bit of a hiccup the other night, but it's been better than early in the season.
Coach Carbs, despite the loss Sunday in Detroit, your post-game quotes actually sounded pretty optimistic. You said, we played well, so I don't think you can take anything away from our group. We played a good hockey game, and we had lots of opportunities to score. They didn't fall our way. So, it sounds like your process is good. It just didn't quite get the goals and some of the scoring opportunities you were looking for.
Yeah, and that's sometimes I know it's frustrating when you don't get results. Our guys are more frustrated than anybody. But when I went back through the film and watched that game, that was one of the most enjoyable games to watch from our team and watch shift by shift, period by period of our group from the entire season. Mm-hmm. We did so many good things from a structure standpoint, created good opportunities. The things that we want to do at a high level as a team, basically our team identity and what that looks like shift to shift, that was as good as it's been all year long. And we get a point for it, which is a little bit frustrating. But if you continue to do those things, we outchanced them. I think we had the chances around 30 for us, 14 for them. If you continue to do that, I promise you we'll win a lot of hockey games. So I know it's not the result, but we'll continue to try to replicate those things and finish on a few of those opportunities, and we'll end up on the right side of it.
So, Coach, part of your process and your approach there was breaking up Strome and Ovi, breaking up that line for that Sunday game in Motown. That's the most frequent top line connection and line since you've taken over the team. Ahead of that game, they'd played over 77% of time together on 5-on-5, Strome and Ovechkin. So I know when those guys have that sort of
homework. This is impressive.
Sure, I'm stealing from Russian Machine Never Breaks. So that's I give them the credit. They did the legwork. I'm plagiarizing from them. So credit to them. But how do you approach that? How do you approach the guys and tell them you're just like, hey, we're going to try something different. We're looking for better results here. How does that go? Like telling Strome and Ovi that they're not going to be playing together anymore, at least for the time being.
Yeah, they've been such a consistent line for us in my time here over the last 3 years, and have done a tremendous job for our team and produced offensively, played in key situations. Just go down the list. Now, when you go through seasons and through an 82-game schedule, like sometimes the chemistry, the puck luck, whatever you want, it just goes dry for a bit. And I think that's kind of what's happened with Stromer and O over the last, let's call it 10, 12 games. So you work through it, you show some film, you talk to them, and then at some point, you just give a different look just to change things up. Are they probably going to go back to playing together at some point during the season? You could bet dollars to donuts that will happen. But it just gives you a different look. Just sometimes just changing the look and of your different lines and your forward combinations can just kind of provide a spark. And I thought it did the other night. Stromer played really well. O was good with Sordiff. So I like the look of those lines.
So, Coach, this is game number 37, I believe, tonight.
Yep.
Considering what's happened in the last, 6 or 7 games, not having the puck luck, but you still felt like you played really well at Detroit. How big is this Ranger game tonight, considering you got the holidays, you got a 3 or 4 day break? This is a big one, right? To kind of stop the bleeding.
No doubt. And I think we've hit a rough patch, hit a little bit of adversity, some injury stuff. We're from a confidence, from a finishing standpoint, from a just a little adversity, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And what you see in some of our games, like Toronto game, excellent. Okay, take a step back the following game at home against Detroit, then take a step forward in my eyes on Sunday, even though we lose in overtime. So it's just about consistency with our group right now. Is as you go through this, we need to be as consistent as we possibly can game to game, and we can't have any of these we can't afford to be one game on, one game off, one game on, one game off. We've got to get this thing cranking as, we're starting to get into halfway through the season and things are tight. So we've just got to be a little bit more consistent with our game night to night.
Coach Carbs, with those back-to-back games against the Red Wings, did you frame it as almost a mini in-season playoff preview with the compressed game schedule, or were you just trying to get out of those games with some points with the back-to-back Saturday and Sunday? Weird scheduling there.
Yeah, it was weird. We just talked about it as a 6-period game against Detroit, and so we were just focused on that first one. The odd start wasn't in love with our start on Saturday, and we get down in that game. We fought back and make it tight and get our goalie out to give ourselves a chance. And then the following game, the 1:00 game in Detroit, I thought our start was really solid. So it was, we look at it as sort of a mini series, made some adjustments going game to game, especially when you see the same team in less than 24 hours. You can make some adjustments to see what they're doing. It's the first time we've seen them this year as well.
By the way, Ryan Leonard, I love because he's a Washington Capital. His brother, John, who plays for the Detroit Red Wings, I don't like him so much when he's scoring in back-to-back games against the Caps.
Enough of him.
Yeah, enough of that. That's the wrong Leno doing work, right?
Leno better be careful. I'm going to make him talk to his brother and say, hey, if this goes on, you're going to lose some shifts, Leno.
So, Coach, talk to me about the Rangers. I know they're below you guys in the standings. They've got 40 points, though. So, there's only 7 points separating the top 6 teams in the Metro. So it's very tight. But talk to me about the Rangers.
Yeah, so we know them really well. strength in goaltending with Shesterkin and Jonathan Quick, and then the usual suspects up front with Panarin and Zibanejad and JT Miller and Lafreniere, Trocheck, those guys. So we've seen these guys enough. We saw them early in the season, and their building wasn't our best, but Chucky Lindgren, I believe, played in that game and was phenomenal. So we got out of there with 2 points. But really, we know them well. It's really going to be focused on what we're doing tonight and making sure that we're getting to our standard. And we sort of back up what we did or the things that we did on Sunday in Detroit.
Yeah, Coach, you just touched on Chucky there. He's been lights out against the Rangers in his career. 4-1, 2 shutouts, 1.19 goals against in 5 career meetings. Like, even if you're pretty sure that LT is going to get the nod, and I don't know, I can't get in your head on that. Do those past numbers against an opponent come into play when you're making a goalie decision?
Sometimes. I will say sometimes. The only really time where that will, when we're making those decisions, is when it's really when we're sort of split or when we're going back and forth. Some of them are just clear cut of like, this guy's starting then, this guy's starting then, a back to back, this guy. And then when there's, a debate on which way we should go, then we look into some of those split numbers, opponents, day games, night games, all that stuff to see, gather as much information as we can and then make the best decision possible.
Coach, let me ask you a non-Caps question here. So, big trade went down a few days ago in the NHL. It's the Wild trade for Quinn Hughes.
Talk to me about Quinn Hughes.
Before that happened, do you have a quick sit down with GM Chris Patrick at any point to see if the Caps are one of the teams in the hunt to land a top young player like that? Or do you trust him implicitly? I'm sure you guys work hand in hand, but do you want to just like bend his ear a little bit like, hey, I'm hearing whispers that Quinn Hughes is out there. So how does that go? Give me that back and forth, if any.
Our management team, pro scouting, Chris and Mac do a phenomenal job. And so in season, I'm just focused on the coaching part of it. And if they have any questions for me or anything, we talk every day. So, I'm focused on our group and our team, and those guys focus on all of that stuff.
When is the trade deadline in hockey?
I think it's usually
the trade deadline is March 6th.
Oh, gee, we've got plenty of time. I want to ask you another thing, not Caps related. I only pay attention to what you guys do. I'm not in any hockey fantasy leagues or anything like that, so I don't know what the rest of the league's doing. But I was just looking at the standings, Coach. The Colorado Avalanche only have 2 regulation time losses.
Yeah.
That's absurd.
I know.
What the hell are they doing? Do they have just an all-star team? They're 26-2-7. I mean, that's outrageous.
Jared Bednar has those fellows playing at a very high level, and we haven't seen them yet this year. So it's their they've been good for a number of years, dating back to, they won the Cup, I think it was maybe 4 years ago or something close to that, and have been good. And they have, if you've heard of Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar.
Of course.
I have heard of that McKinnon dude, yep.
Yeah, they're 2 pretty special players, but their whole team, they've they're in win now mode and having a good season.
So, Coach Carbs, last game before the Christmas mini break, have you gotten Mrs. Carbs a Christmas gift, or are you a last-minute shopper?
Probably multiple.
And a follow-up question: are you going to watch the NFL games on Christmas or the NBA games, or are you just going to watch more hockey film?
All right, or Christmas movies?
Yes. To all of the above, except for the hockey part. That's where this is dad family time for 3 days and get away from this rink and do not come to the office. And it's just us this year. We're just spending time as a family. Normally for the last, call it, 10, 12 years since I've been coaching, we've had family comes in because obviously it's hard for us to travel with only getting 3 days off. So we have family coming in. This is the first year it's just us. So we've got some activities planned. Going to take the kids on a few excursions and horseback riding and a few different things. But I will be tuning into the NFL NBA games. and I do have my gifts knocked out.
Excellent. All right.
Good
you
job.
sound, as always, well prepared. Coach Carbs, best of luck tonight against
All right, let's
the
get it.
Rangers, and let's grab those 2 points before Christmas.
Hey, and I saw some of the footage from your guys' broadcast the other day where you guys were having a good time. That was awesome stuff.
Oh, yeah. We were getting after it nice and early.
Cake's paid his price the next day. He wasn't feeling great.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to sacrifice, Coach. That's the way it works. You know how it is.
Awesome stuff.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Coach. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Happy holidays,
Yep.
guys.
Happy
you too.
holidays. Merry Christmas. That's Spencer Carberry, Washington Capitals head coach, presented by the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care centered around one thing. You visit CFAortho.com. When we come back, we'll get into an NFL legend who still thinks he could play at the age of 64. We'll get into that next here on The Fan. Remember, you can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. Lots of different ways to get the show.
And that's my girl Casey Musgraves with the Let It Snow intro.
I couldn't tell you much about Casey Musgraves.
Oh, she's money.
Is she like a country artist?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, very good.
All right. So
Country, country popish, but more country.
at least
yeah.
I know that about her.
Yeah. She's,
All right.
I think she's a Texan.
Coming up later, Jason Lockenfora will join us. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. So we'll get into
And we're
Ravens talk with him.
Absolutely. Did you see the firework that hit the field at the Raven
I
game?
did not. I missed that.
Did you see that, Matt?
I did.
Yeah, that was kind
yeah,
of crazy.
It looked like Game of Thrones when they're catapulting fireballs at a castle.
Yeah, they had the fireworks going off all around the stadium, but
Yeah.
one was shot for some reason.
It
shot down to the field.
malfunctioned.
It malfunctioned down
Well,
to
I
the
mean,
field.
if that hit somebody, it's probably
It looked like it came close.
like
Yeah, when it hit the field,
that's a
pretty
little bit.
close to the
That's a
field.
little bit terrifying.
yeah, it was a little crazy.
I'd be scared.
A little crazy. Oh, by the way, we're also going to talk to Bikey Bots
Yes, we are.
later in the show, probably in the 9 o'clock hour. And Bikey Bots, who of course is a good friend of Cake's, they tandem together with some fantasy leagues.
We've been doing relatively high stakes fantasy leagues together for
Many years.
It's a while now. I want to say at least 6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range.
And they do high stakes, and they're in the championship in one of their leagues.
Correct.
And I think the winner gets about 10,000.
I mean,
10K? Roughly.
somewhere around that number.
All right. But
We don't
anyway,
want the tax man listening to the show.
Oh,
and
that's
figure
fine.
getting
He
in
don't
our
care.
pockets, but
He cares about other
it's
stuff.
a substantial amount.
but Bikey Bots is also in the Circus Survivor pool.
he is, yes.
He's still alive. He's one of 10 guys.
now
I
he's
believe.
part of a group.
He's part of a group.
He's part of a group that did a bunch of buy-ins.
Yeah.
And I think they had a couple buy-ins in the Circa Grandissimo, which was like a 100K buy-in.
Oh,
I mean, that's
jeez.
like super nosebleed
I don't know
stage.
where
I
that
thought
money
I
comes
thought it was 10,000. I thought that one's 10,000.
You could be right. I thought it was higher, but we can look it up. Maybe Unfunny Ben can look that up. It's at least 10,000. It might be 100K.
Hmm.
It was a big one.
That sounds big.
And they got eliminated with both of their entries in that, but they have one still remaining in the Circus Survivor, and there are only 10 left in that.
I believe all of the people that were still alive last week all advanced.
Everybody advanced because one person still had the Niners
Yeah.
last night, and obviously the Niners beat the Colts. So
So we
still
got to talk to
10.
Bikey Bots. And, of course, the rules with the Circus Survivor are you obviously take one team per week, but you once the holidays come,
Yeah.
the Christmas games, the triple header,
Well, Thursday, before that, even Thursday and on Thanksgiving and Black Friday,
Right.
you have to pick one of those
Correct,
teams.
correct.
And then once you get to Christmas, you
you
got
have
to
to
pick one of those teams
for Christmas Day.
Right.
So you have to save for those 6 teams.
Got to have one of those teams in the bank.
and we'll find out who Bikey Bots is going to.
It is a $100,000 buy-in.
It
The
is a
Grandissimo
100K
is a
buy-in.
100K
That's
buy-in.
Yeah.
nuts.
So, like, he's in a group, a pretty big group. Because if you're doing 100K buy-ins, like, you got to pool your money together unless
Yeah.
you're just a giant whale.
Right.
And you can afford to drop 100K on a Survivor pool
Man,
entry.
he's got some rich friends.
I mean, we chopped one measly Survivor pool entry four
For a
ways, $250 a pop.
For $1,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we were eliminated in about like week 5 or 6.
Yeah. So we'll talk to him later in the show and find out who he's looking for the triple header on Christmas
Yeah.
Day.
All right. So last night we saw Monday Night Football. We saw the San Francisco 49ers in action. One of their former players, one of their legends, Steve Young, he did an interview recently with the San Francisco Chronicle, kind of on the heels of Phillip Rivers coming back and playing at the age of 44. And he was asked, do you think you could do it if you had to at the age of 64?
Yeah.
He last played in 1999.
Right.
Okay, so it's been
got a
26 years.
He had a serious concussion.
Right.
Aeneas Williams, I believe, pummeled him for the Cardinals.
It's a good memory.
Yeah.
His quote was,
Unlike his.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His quote was, I absolutely feel confident that I could take the snap, run the screen game, throw the ball in the flat, maybe throw a slant, Young told the Chronicle.
Maybe.
It's not like put on the pads and go play. Still, if it was Hunger Games, if they said you had to do this or die, yeah, you could pull off something. He says it allows all of us to kind of say even more. Could I go out there for 5 plays? Could I go out there and run the screen game? because you have to remember, all of us, we were the best in the world at something, and then we were out, and we're not the best at anything else. So you kind of want to keep doing what you were best in the world at, end quote. So he feels like if he had to, it was life or death, he could go out there and run at least a few plays in his mid-60s.
Okay, well, if he's just talking about life or death,
That's kind of the way he's framing it.
Right. Is it go out there and run a couple plays or die?
Right.
Well, anybody could
It's
do
one
that.
of those
unless
two.
you're in a wheelchair.
Right.
But he couldn't play at a successful level at 64.
No, he couldn't last through an entire NFL
He might
game.
be able to complete one pass out of 10, but he's not going to. No.
Do you think he could get a first down?
You think
No.
Steve Young
Yeah.
could get a first down?
Sure.
I mean, if a guy
how many plays?
If he throws it to Christian McCaffrey for 3 yards, then he runs for 7? Yes, probably.
You know what? They just kick off to the 49ers. Steve Young hobbles out onto the field. Does he get a first down? He's got 4 plays.
Yeah, maybe.
He's got 4 plays.
You throw to Kittle. Yeah, I'll give him that.
He might be able to manufacture one,
Maybe.
but he's not going to want to get hit.
No,
if he gets hit.
If he gets hit, it's over.
I'm not saying Steve Young I'm not denigrating his skill.
No,
But-
of course not.
Well, he was a great player.
Yes, for his time.
Yeah.
But the NFL is so different now than when he was playing.
Right.
Of course.
I mean, the defenses and offenses are so complex now.
Yeah, they're
It's
so
just- it's
and they're
just
so
a
much
diff-
faster.
It's so faster. The processing, I think, probably has to be faster than when he was playing. I think he's in over his skis when he says something like that.
All I know is I saw Phillip Rivers, who's 20 years younger. Now, he's never been a running quarterback, but he got flushed out of the pocket, and, man, he was moving like a freaking glacier.
Yeah.
Now, he didn't
I
get
saw-
hit on the one play that I'm talking about. He rolled out to the left and had some people in quick pursuit.
Man, he was never fast, even when
No,
he was in
no,
his
he was
prime.
never a guy who relied on his legs to get things done.
Does Steve Young think these players can't diagnose screens and slants?
Right. He thinks
like-
they're not going to know that that's
well,
what he's trying to do.
He did say maybe I complete a slant. He said maybe. He did say that. He's kind of covered himself a little bit. I mean, of course he could.
Yeah, he said throw the ball in the flat, maybe throw a slant.
Maybe.
Now,
Yeah.
he was a great thrower of the slant, so I'm going to guess he could do that till he's 85. Now, maybe not with somebody covering, with a quick DB covering his guy, but, I mean, that guy could
Yeah, does he want to bring Tom Rathman back? Throw to him out of
some
the
of the old
backfield?
school guys, Roger Craig,
Right. Roger
some of
Craig.
the other cronies.
Get Ricky Waters out there.
Right. So that was kind of entertaining.
That is pretty funny.
That Steve Young thinks if push came to shove, do or die, he could go out there for a few plays and try
I
to
was
get it
watching
done.
the Fox pregame. I know you don't watch the pregame
Not a
shows,
fan.
but I was watching the Fox pregame this past weekend, and Tom Brady was in studio because he was calling the Rams game.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just had to drive, 30 minutes to the game.
Right.
But they were talking about Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
And look, Tom Brady, he's older. I don't know how much older is he than
Then Phillip Rivers. I
Yeah.
think Tom Brady's like 46 or 47, I think.
Oh, yeah,
Something in that range.
Yeah, maybe even older than that. But he said he could go out there and still ball out.
Right.
Now that's Tom
I
Brady.
believe it. I mean, he's the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
I could totally see it.
And he hasn't been out of the game that long, but he said he could go out there. If Phillip Rivers could do it, he could go out there and I mean, he could probably throw for 277 yards and a couple touchdowns.
Right.
But overall, no, it wouldn't good.
No,
Wouldn't be good.
it's a young man's game.
It's a young man's game. You got to be able to avoid pass rushes, take hits, get out of bounds.
By the way, while we're on the topic of Hunger Games, I hope you're ready for the Hunger Games of shopping when you go to Tyson's today. Because I went to Costco yesterday to pick up some things because we're hosting Christmas dinner. So I had to pick up like a rib roast and a few other things. And I've never seen the Costco parking lot as crowded as it was yesterday.
Oh, I'm sure it's nuts.
And now, once we got into the store, it wasn't too bad, even though it was crowded. But they obviously had enough people like checking people out and enough employees to process everybody. But the parking lot was like Hunger Games because if you tried to park on the upper deck, like close to the store, there were just lines snaking out to the road, wrapping around the building. I'm not gonna mess around with that. I parked underneath.
Yeah.
Because there's an underneath lot. You just have to walk a little further. You got to bring your cart down and around
right.
once you're done. But that was the easier move. But I survived. My son and I survived the Costco madness.
Yeah.
3 days
How
before
much
Christmas.
do you know how much you spent? At
I know
Costco?
exactly how much I
What
spent
was it?
yesterday. I think it was $491.
Good God. That's
I mean,
crazy.
when two rib roasts, okay, enough to feed roughly 16 people, what do you think two
Yeah.
rib roasts cost?
Oh. 2 rib roasts?
Yeah.
$100?
It was 12 and a half pounds of rib roast.
It was $100?
Try $200.
So 100, that's what I mean, $100
yeah,
each.
yeah, basically $100 a piece. $200.
That's nuts.
I mean, that's
And you're going to have 16 people at Christmas?
16 people. Yeah.
Jason, is this just poor planning on your part?
Yes. It's
Absolutely.
procrastination is
Yeah,
what it
it's-
is.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be in hell today.
But I know the exact store I'm going to.
So you're just gonna
But-
a one and done. You're just going in for one thing and then
Yeah.
out. Okay, you're
well,
good then.
I'm probably just going to get gift cards.
Okay.
But the problem is at this particular store, there's always a billion people in it. So the line at the register is going to be very long.
Yeah.
That's going to be a problem.
Now, are you a guy that has to?
I'm not
park-
looking forward to
Are you a
it.
guy that has to park close to the mall, or will you park way out and walk?
I mean, I usually park in the same lot,
Okay.
same garage.
Because it's good. That's where the real badness is, in the parking lots.
yeah. I mean, if I can't
What-
get a spot, I'm going home. I'm not going to
Right.
deal with it, and I'll figure something else out.
Just find the furthest spot, park there, and walk in.
Yeah.
That is my old guy advice to you.
So we always have a Christmas Eve party at our house with some family
Yeah.
and some neighbors, and roughly it's 20 people.
okay.
My wife went out to Harris Teeter yesterday just to get the food for that night.
Right.
Right.
Sure.
Now we didn't get $100 rib roasts.
Right.
She's gonna make like chicken barbecue,
Okay.
mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, big salad.
Okay.
She still spent $250 at Harris
Easy.
Teeter.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
That's for one dinner.
my son, as we were going through Costco, he's like, how much is this going to cost? I said, probably
$400 or
close to
$500. Yeah.
$500.
Mhm.
We were right,
You-
right on the number.
almost.
Now he offset that by getting the greatest deal in the store, the hot dog and 20-ounce fountain soda at
Mm-hmm.
the Costco, whatever you call it, food court.
Right.
It's a great deal.
Yeah.
It's the best deal in the whole store.
So Matt, yes, poor planning on my part. I should have gotten this taken care of a couple weeks ago.
Is there any way? Now, this is going to sound nubs.
What?
All right, is there any way? So, you basically just have to get a gift card, correct?
I'm getting 2 gift cards for my daughters. Correct.
Can you just print out like a little note that says, you
This-
get a $100 gift card to
Yeah.
blah 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 store,
Yeah.
and then
Right.
just go pick it up when it's not Christmas?
After Christmas?
Yes.
Like the day after?
Yeah, the day after.
I guess I could. It's a little nubby.
It's a
But
little nubbity.
it's-
But it
It's
would,
all the same. They're still gonna have it.
Yeah.
and,
Here-
and then
this-
it saves you
here's your curveball.
stress.
yeah.
And
Is this gift card of this mystery store? Are these gift cards available
Should,
like at a
should I
Harris
say
Teeter?
should
or-
I say the store?
yeah, tell me the
yeah.
store. So
It's Aritzia.
what is that?
I don't even know what that is.
It's a clothing store.
I'm going to guess
It's
that.
a girls' clothing store.
I'm going to
Okay.
guess that gift card is not available like at a Harris
Right.
Teeter.
No, you can't get them.
So you got to go into that actual store.
gotta
to get
go
the
into
gift
the
card.
store.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Just print out like the logo of it and do a makeshift
that's a
homemade.
classic like Mother's Day or Father's Day. Here's a coupon book. I'm going to
Yeah.
clean up the kitchen or I'm going to pick up my room.
Yeah, and just and then go out on Friday, the day after Christmas, since we are working.
Yeah.
Right.
and then pick it up, and that way you have it in hand to give to them that way.
There'll probably be just as many people there on Friday after Christmas.
Oh yeah, returns. People are going to be returning.
No,
things.
people don't return stuff the day right after
Are
Christmas.
you insane? You're talking to a guy who was on the front lines of the retail wars back in the day. You think people don't come in the day after Christmas for returns nowadays?
No.
Of course they do. They're swarm the malls for returns the day after Christmas.
Yeah, maybe
You
in,
were living in a cave.
yeah, maybe in 1996.
Okay, maybe
Look,
I'm wrong,
You're getting
but I
your
think I'm right.
Tamagotchi.
I think I'm correct on this.
There, no chance people go out the day after Christmas to do all of their returns.
No, I'm not saying all the returns, but there's a huge number of people that hit the malls and or the stores to either use their gift cards or return something they don't like. You are living in a fantasy
There'll
world.
be-
my friend.
There's no way people are trekking out the day after Christmas on a Friday.
Now
Some
you know
people
what?
will.
Now we have
It's
to.
more than you think.
Now we have to touch the people when we come back.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. Is Valdez crazy thinking that people don't go out the day after Christmas to return the items that they got that they hate, they'll never wear, they don't care about. I know they do. 100% they do. He's living in a dream world over there. 800-636-1067.
Good topic.
We'll get your input on that. Do you go for returns the day after
Or
Christmas?
spend your gift cards.
Or spend your gift
And
cards.
then tell me what I should do today if I'm going to Tyson's.
Yeah, give him some advice.
Should I even go within 5 miles of Tyson's?
Carry bear mace.
Yeah, right.
800-636-1067. We'll take your calls on that next here on The Fan. Listen up, Rickies. I got news. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open just in time for New Year's Eve, too. It's Guerrilla Fireworks, featuring a massive selection of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, fountains, and more. Valdez might leave the show early. No need to drive to Pennsylvania or south of the border either. Guerrilla Fireworks is just 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia, 1 mile from the Hollywood Casino. Celebrate the new year with huge savings. The entire store, buy one, get one free, plus buy one, get two free specials. Don't wait. Ring in the new year with a bang. Guerrilla Fireworks. Light up your sky this New Year's Eve. All right, we're going to make this the Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com to get 25% off select merch, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. It's a very simple poll question. Are you going shopping, burning your gift cards, and or returning gifts the day after Christmas? Go vote on the poll at Junks Radio. Valdez thinks people don't do that. He's a crazy person. I worked at Toys R Us for 4.5 years. I've seen it with these leaking eyes myself.
I've never gotten a $100 Golfdom gift card and then immediately driven to the store to go.
I'm telling you, a lot of people
go
do.
Get stuff.
A lot of people do. All right, let's lead off with Alex in Winchester. Alex, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Good morning. First-time caller. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, of course.
What's up, buddy?
Saudi's parents didn't love him enough, so that's why they gave him boo-boo gift cards.
Is that what
so
it is?
So I have Nub stores, so I don't want to go out and shop?
Yeah. You got a little $25 gift cards.
Well, maybe he's got a point. I don't know.
I've never felt the need to go spend it immediately.
Right away.
I mean,
But see, everyone wants to go out to the store because then they feel like they're going to miss out on something that's not there, or they still want to get the holiday sale to make the most of the
sales,
gift card.
after Christmas sales is a good point. Thank you, Alex.
They get
Thanks for
really
the call.
excited.
Sure.
And especially if it's something they want to wear.
Yeah.
For New Year's.
Sure.
They want to get out there
That's a good point.
right after Christmas.
Didn't even think
Yeah,
about that.
but if I had a specific item that I wanted for Christmas, then I would ask for that item.
Right.
I wouldn't ask for the gift card.
Got an item?
Well, that's you. There's a lot of other dummies that go
Well,
out
I'm
there.
silly.
Let's go to Carol. Carol, you're on with the Junkies. Good morning.
Carol.
Good morning. Good morning. I worked at Kohl's for 7 years. Just last year was my first Christmas off. We set up on Christmas Eve at the end of the shift for the day after Christmas. We take half the registers and make them return registers for all the returns, and the other half is for all the purchases with all the gift cards.
Of course it is. She knows. She knows this, Valdez.
Yeah.
She's a veteran.
Exactly.
Yeah, but why? So if I have to return something, why would I go out when it looks like 28 days later, or World War Z with
Right.
everyone out at the stores trying to return everything? Why couldn't I wait a week for everything to die
Well,
down?
You could wait a week, but at the same time, the girls in the back are marking down all the Christmas stuff because it's the day after Christmas, so people want to take their gift cards and they want to get the deals and the sales of all the stuff that's left over. Things get marked down. They start marking it down the day after Christmas, so you get the better deal with your gift card by going in for the
See,
sale.
she's a pro. She
See?
knows, Valdez.
There
She
you
knows.
go.
So is the day after Christmas essentially like Black Friday?
It is bad. It
it's
is
pretty
bad
similar.
shopping. Yeah,
Well,
it's the whole week in between Christmas and New Year's is just as crazy shopping as it is before Christmas.
See?
All right. Thank you, Carol.
Valdez, you're learning something.
Straight
I
to the
had,
front
no,
lines.
I had no idea that the sales are crazy the day after Christmas. I figure I know stores are crazy leading up to Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because everyone's got to get their presents, but the day after?
No, it's bad.
It
Trust
is-
me.
It's just like
I hated the day after Christmas almost as much as the weeks leading up to Christmas when I was working in retail. It sucks. It's not fun. All right, let's go to Cornell. He's calling in from 3 of the 4 Junks' hometown, Bowie. What's up, Cornell? You're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy holidays.
Same.
Cakes is absolutely right, Valdez. I mean, I know people that have worked seasonal jobs and quit the day before Christmas so they don't have to come back for that day after Christmas. And the other side of it is people have to get back to work on Monday. So they got like a crunch. They got a timeline. They got to get these returns and exchanges done. So they get right to work that day after Christmas. And it's a zoo.
It's a good point.
I just thought you could sit on it for a while.
You
That's
can.
all.
You can. I'm not saying everybody goes out and burns their gift cards or returns something the day after, but a lot of people do. A lot of people just they're going to go out shopping the day after Christmas.
I would return it at my convenience.
At your leisure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel the need to have it done within a 24-hour span.
Right. All right, let's go to Tailgate Ted. Apparently he knows something other than the Commanders. He's got a shopping tip for Jason.
Okay. What's up, Ted?
What's up, Ted?
Merry Christmas, boys. How you doing?
Merry Christmas, Ted.
Lurch, I can solve your problem, man.
Okay.
that fancy store you want to get to, they've got a location in Georgetown.
Yep.
Just double park, run inside, get your gift card, and then head home. You don't got to deal with that Tyson's traffic.
And
or better yet, call ahead.
Yeah, the double
and then
parking thing, that would
pay for it.
terrify me, Ted. Like, especially if there's a line inside the store. You can't double park. You're going to come out and his car's going to be towed.
I guarantee you Georgetown's going to be a madhouse this morning, too.
Oh, not as bad as Tyson's. Tyson's is like the seventh ring of hell.
No, I get
Just
it.
call ahead.
I get it. It's a comfort zone thing. I know Tyson's better. I know exactly where I'm going to park. I walk up there. If there's people outside of waiting outside of the store, I'm going to turn around and get back in my car.
Right.
But if there's not, I go. It's fine. I have all day. I don't have to be home.
It's Georgetown. I don't think it's going to be that busy.
Yeah.
And there's a Sprinkles cupcake place right down the street, so you can pick up some cupcakes for the family.
Okay. All right.
All right, thanks,
I'll
Ted.
think about it. Yeah, Mike Marr was telling me there's an Aritzia in Georgetown. He said, just go there.
I think that's the play. You literally just park down the street, run in for 5 minutes, and then dip. You're good.
People double park here all the time.
Right.
I know. I just want to get out of the city.
This is a wacky plan, but listen to me. Hear me out. You could have our pal Chris Farley run into Georgetown, buy your gift card, and then run
back.
to wherever you're parked, and he would just hand deliver it to you.
Right.
He would do that.
Just pay him a service fee.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm not even kidding. He would do that.
I'll text him.
Hey, if
I think you should.
If he's by there, he would definitely pick it up and
It's
come here
100% chance
and
he
drop
would
it
do
off
that.
to you.
I know
He would run it to wherever you wanted it. That's a silly Christmas service that he would give you.
Man, you think someone would just drop any random listener would just drive by Aritzia and pick up the gift cards and then
100%.
drive them down here?
1,000%.
And I'll give
I
them.
don't know what time they open, but I'm guessing because Christmas is 2 days away.
Yeah, I don't
they're
know
gonna
what
be
time.
open early.
I don't know what time they open.
I'm gonna guess they're open at 8:00.
You might be right.
We're gonna make this happen.
I got to go
Jason.
on the website and check it out.
All right, let's go to our pal Shane in Switzerland, calling in from overseas. What's up, Shane?
Hey, Merry Christmas, Lurch. Jakes, how y'all doing this morning?
Good,
Hey, Merry Christmas, buddy. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, look, here's the first of all, y'all doing it all wrong. You got to have your ladies take all that stuff back. What are y'all doing it right now, right off the bat, 24 hours? No, my girl, she goes and does it. I pay for everything. No, hell no. I'm already not my once. I'm only going twice. Hell no. Number two, the rib roast, great idea, Lurch. Jakes. Lurch, I don't know what you're doing with the famous Dave's barbecue chicken, mac and cheese.
Yeah.
We're doing a Christmas goose.
No, we're not. We're not doing that. I'm not spending $450 on Christmas Eve dinner. Sorry, buddy. I'm not doing it.
By the way, Shane is the only guy in Switzerland with this sort of accent.
Right.
Whatever
They don't know where he's from.
Yeah, they're like this guy.
That's absolutely true. So that's the first thing they asked me is like, Shane, where you from?
Mm-hmm.
And I got to tell them I'm a Tennessee boy, but I have that Appalachian. It's totally
They don't know
different
what
accent.
Rocky Top is over in Switzerland. No chance.
Oh, they do. Oh, don't get it twisted. They do over here. They love American football over here.
Okay.
You ought to see the Commander stuff over here.
Roger Federer can't understand you.
Thanks, Shane.
Oh, I can't understand him, so it doesn't matter.
Yep, there you go. Have a good Christmas, Shane. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, you too. Merry Christmas, gentlemen.
Yep. 800-636-1067. Are you Team Valdez, where you sit on your gift cards and don't go shopping the day after Christmas, or do you live in the real world where a lot of people, they burn their gift cards the next day, and they definitely are bringing items that they didn't want for returns, like the day after Christmas?
Yeah.
I'm floored. I'm floored. The day after Christmas is the same as like a Black Friday after
It's pretty intense.
Thanksgiving.
All right,
I had no idea.
Yeah, you're sleeping a little bit. Let's go to Matthew calling in from D.C. What's up, Matthew?
First, yes, everybody goes out the day. A lot of people go out the day after, return stuff, get new stuff, use their gift cards.
Okay.
But I'm calling for a specific reason. I need Tailgate Ted's make, model, and license plate number because I work for the District of Columbia government in transportation, and I just want to make sure I'm monitoring Georgetown for his car.
Right, so you can tow
in
it.
case he decides to double park.
Right. Now I know I'm not going there.
Definitely not doing that.
Hey,
Thanks,
Happy New Year,
Matthew.
guys. Merry
Appreciate it,
Christmas.
man. Yeah, last thing you want to do is give the DC parking Gestapo $100 because
Yeah.
you're double parked.
Do they need more money?
Yeah. Well, apparently they do. Let's go to Don calling out from your hood, Jason, from Ashburn. Don, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Donnie.
Hey, what's up, boys? Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
I think, thank you. I think you need to check
Valdez's sippy cup because I think he's got some Surfside in there. You know, there's so many young kids. You know, they get a GameStop gift card or something. You think they don't want to burn that thing up the first thing the day after Christmas? That's all they want. It's flooded. It's probably the worst day to go to the mall. I'd go there on Black Friday before I'd go there the day after Christmas.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's a good point. Valdez just, you know what? It's a blind spot for Valdez.
I've never gone out the day after.
Yeah.
Well, and you never will.
You probably won't.
You won't want to.
You can keep the gift cards in your pants. Other people
You know,
clearly can't.
this is what I think it is. When I was a kid, I'd get a present. So I'd write it on.
Right.
I'd write it on my list that I give to Santa, and
Sure.
and I get a jacket that I wanted, or a
Right.
bike, or a toy, whatever it may be. And then as I got older, I got gift cards, and then when I'm older, I just didn't feel the need to go out right away and get whatever item I needed.
Yeah. All right, let's sneak in John from Olney real quick. John, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Good morning. I feel badly. I'm embarrassed for Valdez. I mean, he's not in the cave. He's in the basement of the cave playing video games. I worked in retail for 35 years. The number 2 day in retail after Black Friday is the day after Christmas. Forever. Everybody shows up. I mean, if he doesn't go out, he's not impeding traffic. That's all. I feel bad for Vance.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate that.
I don't feel bad.
Of course you don't. All right, so that was a good run of calls there.
That was a good.
Valdez clearly sleeping on the fact that
Good
a lot of
off-the-cuff
people
topic.
hit the malls
Yep.
and the stores the day after Christmas.
Well, and they're all crazy people.
It's a little bit insane.
You and
but-
I and Valdez and all these other guys, we're not doing that.
No, because I've experienced it before. I've worked on the wrong side of it, and it's no fun. So I want to stay clear, just like Valdez does. All right, when we come back, we're going to get into the DK Metcalf suspension. He's suspended 2 games by the NFL. Is that a fair punishment for his altercation with the fan in Detroit over the weekend? 800-636-1067. We'll take your calls on that as well next here on The Fan. Gain a global perspective and specialized skills with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Earn your degree online in as few as 16 months for about $21K. Choose from 10 MBA specializations like finance, cyber tech, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Purdy was close to perfect. San Francisco crushes Indianapolis 48-27. A career-high 5 touchdown passes for Brock Purdy, and D. Winters a pick 6 of a Phillip Rivers pass. Head coach Kyle Shanahan, the team's new goal.
When you know you're in the playoffs, then you shift your goals next, and that's trying to make the playoffs the best situation we can possibly do. So we'd love to try to play a home game with Levi's, and we knew the only way to do that was to win tonight versus the Colts, and we got that done, and we got elected to do that versus Chicago.
49ers into the playoffs, as are Buffalo, Jacksonville, and the Chargers. Men's college basketball winners Virginia, GW, and Georgetown. Idaho Potato Bowl. Washington beat Utah State 34-21. Today it's Toledo against Louisville, Western Kentucky against Southern Miss, and UNLV against Ohio. Wizards and Hornets 6:45 p.m. tonight on Bloomberg 99.1. Capitals on the radio tonight against the New York Rangers. Pregame is 6:45 live right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Junk's text line is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Mm-hmm.
You got cakes and bish bucks getting you through this Christmas week. Just 2 days until Christmas. We will be here tomorrow.
December 23rd.
We'll be off Christmas. Then we're back on Friday as well.
To recap that huge Commanders-Cowboys game.
Absolutely. That is what we will be doing. We'll be doing the Lord's work.
That's right.
All right, so DK Metcalf gets suspended by the NFL for his fan altercation, for his role in that over the weekend as the Steelers took on the Lions in Detroit.
And we learned a lot more about the situation, like we thought we would.
Right.
Yesterday.
Between the fan and Metcalf.
Correct.
Metcalf claims that he was insulting his mother and he was racial epithets were used. The fan claims he didn't. So it's a he said type of back and forth between the two. But the suspension is big, not only in that he forfeits 2 games worth of salary for this season, which is
$600,000, I think, per week.
Around 600. Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But this is according to Ian Rappaport at Rap Sheet. The 2-game suspension for DK Metcalf could be costly if upheld. Based on his contract, the suspension would void not just the rest of his salary for this season, but it would also void $45 million in future guarantees, $25 million fully guaranteed in 2026, and $20 million guarantee for injury in 2027.
$45 million, done.
So the fact that he's losing 2 weeks of salary right now, that is the least of his concerns.
Right.
It's the $45 million in future money that he almost assuredly would have earned.
So does that mean if they void that for next year, the $25 million, does that mean he's cut?
I would think so.
That means he's off the team. He's not going to play for him.
Yeah, I would assume
because if he plays for him, he's going to get his $25 million.
Right. If he plays, sure. But this gives.
But that would have been guaranteed.
This now gives the Steelers
an out,
flexibility as far as if they don't want to be in the DK Metcalf business any longer, then this is the perfect out for them.
It's a big deal.
I mean, this is massive for DK Metcalf going forward. 800-636-1067. Do you think the suspension of DK Metcalf for 2 games is fair? And also, he could potentially lose $45+ million if the suspension is upheld, if the Steelers decide not to go down the road of keeping him on the team and just cutting him in the offseason.
I would be surprised if they actually cut him. I would be very surprised. They signed him to a 4-year, $132 million deal for a reason. They want him. They think he's part of the future.
But I believe it was super front-loaded. I think like the last part of the deal, was money he probably wasn't going to see.
Okay. But they still, it's still the first year with the team.
Right.
They still think that he's in his prime. I would be surprised if he wasn't on the team in 2026.
I'd be probably surprised too, but
it does give them an
If
option.
they're at all hesitant to continue with DK Metcalf, this gives them the perfect escape hatch to basically press the reset button and kind of start anew with their wideout core.
Yeah, like I said, I'd be surprised if that
But
happens.
he is a talented player.
He's very
and,
talented,
like,
still in his prime,
and
young guy.
You don't want to part with that guy unless you absolutely have to. But maybe they just feel like, look, he's just not worth the trouble. Like, he's a really good player, but is he Jamar Chase? Is he Justin Jefferson in his prime? No.
No, he's
Like,
not that.
He's
He's not that good.
He's at least a tier below players like that. And I know Jefferson has struggled because of the J.J. McCarthy starting and the injuries at quarterback there, but you know what I mean. Like, he's not a top tier wide receiver in the league. He's pretty good. He's not what you would call great and or elite.
Yeah, and of course it's a huge deal if the Steelers now they can clinch the AFC North this weekend before even playing Sunday against the Browns, because if the Ravens lose to the Packers on Saturday, then the Ravens are out. So the Steelers would automatically win that division even before playing the Browns. But if they don't, if the Ravens beat the Packers, it could be a big deal not having your top receiver for at least that week, if not the last 2 weeks. Yeah. I didn't think he would be suspended for 2. I thought he would be suspended for 1.
I thought it would be 1. We talked about it yesterday, and I thought it would be 1 game.
Yeah.
You know, obviously lose the game check, back for the final game. But look, the NFL is very image conscious. They don't want to be seen as being light on punishment for a guy who's getting into an altercation with a fan in the stands.
Yeah, it wasn't smart. Although we talked about it yesterday, he just flipped. This guy, if there's history with this fan, he knows who he is. I said yesterday, I doubt all he did was call him by his birth name. I didn't think that at all. There's no way he's going to go over there, grab his shirt, and try and punch him in his face for just calling him by his birth name. So I believe he said something else. A source close to Metcalf said that the fan called Metcalf's mom a derogatory word and then called Metcalf something we both know you don't call a black man. The fan claims Metcalf was upset about being called his full legal name.
Right.
I don't believe that.
All right, I'm just quoting from an account called @PREME Football. They have video of the entire account from like a fan right behind where it happened.
Right.
It said the fan involved in the DK Metcalf incident has issued a statement through his attorney denying accusations that he used racial slurs or misogynistic language. Footage obtained by Preemie Sports appears to back him up. In the video, Kennedy is only heard saying Metcalf's full name, seemingly trying to get him to sign a jersey, which he has consistently stated. Fans sitting nearby corroborate the same account. At no point are slurs or insults toward Metcalf's mother audible in the clip.
Well, I don't know. When he said it, I just believe he said something else other than his name.
That could have happened maybe before somebody started recording, or
maybe he has said that in the past because he said he's had recent history. When he was with Seattle, it was the same fan, so maybe he said it before.
Yeah. 800-636-1067. Do you agree with the NFL suspending DK Metcalf for 2 games for the fan altercation in Detroit? We all talked about this yesterday. I feel like both parties were obviously wrong, but if you're DK Metcalf, you got to just tune that noise out. Even if the guy's yelling at you, he's using some sort of language that you obviously don't want to hear. Like, that's where you just call in security. I saw the clip where the security guy is like 5 steps behind Metcalf. He's slow on the draw.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of standing there watching the back and forth between the two. And it happened pretty quickly. So if he wasn't like really on top of it, he's not going to be able to, get in between them and stop it. But that's
it was a bad move by DK.
Yeah, DK, like he should have turned to the guy in the jacket and said, "Hey,
get this
the
guy
guy
out
with
of
the
here."
blue wig, like he's whatever, throwing insults my way. I'd like him removed from the stadium if possible, or he just needs to zip it and stop addressing me from the crowd.
Right.
Like that would have been the better tact to take.
Right.
Obviously,
he definitely overreacted. But here's my problem with it. I don't have a problem with the suspension. I would have probably suspended him once,
right?
1 game, not 2. But the fan doesn't pay a price.
Right.
He hires an attorney. He's trying to probably get money out of it. He doesn't get escorted out of the stadium.
Right.
He didn't get banned from the stadium. And apparently he's done this before. So he's got to pay a price, and he hasn't.
Right. There should be some repercussions for him as well.
Yeah.
There needs to be punishment for both.
Right.
Correct.
Both people acted inappropriately.
Right. I get why they suspended DK. I get it. But this fan gets nothing. I mean, there's no penalty. And
I mean, is he?
I mean, maybe the penalty going forward is he's just banned from attending NFL games.
Well, they haven't
NFL
said that yet, but
I mean, that
I would hope that's something that
that would be
or at
great.
least like you're banned for 2 years, and if you can show after that 2 years that you can act like a normal human.
By the way, the NFL can do that. Like they can basically. I mean, they suspend the players for not being criminally charged by anything.
They have the right to exclude
authority.
fans.
Yeah,
if
they have
feel
the
like
authority to
fans
do
are
that.
disruptive, or like they're interacting inappropriately with
I hope
players.
they do. I hope they do. I hope they come out with an announcement later today or next week that they ban this guy because he's an idiot. Do you believe the source close to Metcalf, who knows who that is, who said that the guy called Metcalf's mom a derogatory word?
It's just,
and then used a racial term.
It's hard to know. Like
I know. I know.
I just.
It's very similar to the Myles Garrett thing.
Yeah.
Remember when he took Mason Rudolph's helmet off and tried to kill him with it?
Yeah. Right. And he said Mason Rudolph called him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if he called him the N-word, but he called something.
I mean, it would
A
be
slur.
It would be like if somebody got past the security here where we work and came to the door right here to our studio and just started like yelling at us and trying to, like to coax us into like getting into an altercation with them. Like first of all, we'd be taken aback. We'd be like, how did this person get up here? But then like we would call security. Like I don't think we would just like get into an altercation with the person unless they were super aggressive towards us and we didn't have any other choice. You know what I mean? Like, I would like to think that like if some weirdo breached the building and came in here and was like just yelling at us from 10 feet away, I'm going to call security and have that person removed.
Okay, well, DK Metcalf's wired a little differently than you and I.
Definitely.
Okay, but I don't believe he would act that way with the fan only calling him by his birth name. That doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't seem like that would trigger him.
It doesn't make sense.
Maybe he just hates his name. That's why he goes by DK instead of his long given name.
Someone comes in here talking a mess. You take that Louisville Slugger off the wall, and you go yard on
It's
him.
a very good point. I mean, if push came to shove and it's like a life or death thing, that's, you know what? I slept on the fact that that's in there.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Mike Marr. If we ever get assaulted in the studio, that's you know what that is? Attitude adjuster. Right there up on the wall. Excellent point.
You got to reach it first, Shorty.
Well, I just hold on.
Come on.
Let me see if I might have to stand on my chair to get it. I'm a little short.
You need a boost shrimp.
I need to step on the console to grab it, or have Jason get it. Jason's a big tall dog. Grab it. He barely has to get out of his chair. He can grab it.
Yeah, you're like Negan.
Yeah. All right, 800-636-1067 is the number. We'll take your calls when we come back. The DK Metcalf suspension, 2 games. He's facing over $500,000 that he forfeits in salary. Could lose up to $45 million in guarantees if the Steelers decide to part ways with him.
I would bet against that.
I don't think that's going to happen either, but he is in danger of losing that money.
Well, here are the 2 questions for the listeners. 1, do you agree with the suspension? Number 2, do you think that this fan said something else other than just DK's name?
Right. All right, we'll take your calls on that next. 800-636-1067. We're the Junks. We'll be right back here on The Fan.
All right, here's your no huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders, is putting $200 in your pocket when you open your first checking account with them, and you have to meet a few easy qualifications. No trick plays, no fourth downs. Just a fast drive to free cash. Get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200. Take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required.
Coming up in just about 40 minutes, Jason La Canfora, co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 in Baltimore, will join us. We'll talk Ravens and more with him. So that's coming up in just about 40 minutes. Right now, we're taking your calls at 800-636-1067. We're talking about the DK Metcalf suspension. 2 games handed down by the NFL. He will miss the remainder of the regular season, so he misses 2 games of salary, but more importantly, could and actually does void $45 million in guaranteed money going forward if the Steelers wanted to enforce that.
Mm-hmm.
Jason framed it as a 2-part question. 1, do you agree with the suspension? 2, do you believe the fan that was involved who says he did not use any sort of misogynistic language regarding his DK Metcalf's mother and did not use racial language to incite the situation further?
Do you believe the dumb fan or DK? I believe something was said other than his name.
I feel like I want to lean more towards believing DK Metcalf, because why else would you risk so much over something so flippant as a guy just using your legal government name? Like,
Right.
if that's really going to trigger you. I want to believe DK Metcalf, but again, I feel like he should have just taken the high road.
He should have. No
Don't even
doubt.
approach the fan, especially if you've had issues with him in the past in Seattle. Like, just let him be an idiot in the stands and go about your day. Go out and catch balls from Aaron Rodgers, and we're not even talking about this today, if that were the case. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Joe calling in from Westminster. Joe, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Good morning. First off, let me preface this by saying I've seen the video, okay? And DK Metcalf is a liar, which compounds it and does terrible things to the social fabric of the country, so to speak, to always fall back on, oh, well, he said something to me, which was a lie, that was racial, which makes it worse. That's number one. Number 2, I don't care what he said to him. It doesn't give that guy permission to put his hands on that man. And thirdly, that's what fans do. He should face no punishment for anything that he said, period. I played college football. I had my own fans call me.
Well, I think you're
terrible things.
like if he's yelling the N-word at DK Metcalf, then
he wasn't.
Okay,
You
but
can hear it.
But you just made it sound like you're able to say whatever you want, carte blanche. You don't get in trouble. Like, you paid for your ticket. I can yell or scream anything I want at a player, and that's obviously not the case. That would not fly.
So you really think
explain to me why when you walk into that stadium you lose your First Amendment right to say anything you want?
Okay, so
it's not fighting words. It's not fighting words.
So I can walk into Capital One Arena tonight and yell fire at the top of my lungs and then cause a panic.
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
Well, you don't know what
freedom of speech.
Explain to me how it's the same thing. I mean, legally, it's certainly not the same thing. Yelling fire in Capital One Arena has been established by the Supreme Court that you cannot do that.
Hold on. It's not
said you can insult somebody.
It's not a crime, but the security can escort him out of the
100%.
stadium.
Yeah, the stadiums
they can do that.
Policy.
Yeah, there's a code of conduct you have to follow as a fan.
Fine. You want to take him out of the game or out of that game, but you're saying this guy should face you said he should face a lot more than that, that he should be punished, that he shouldn't be allowed to go to games.
I don't think he should.
All based on the fact of the word of a guy who maliciously lied to cover his ass.
Well, we don't know if he lied. Okay.
Oh, we do know.
No,
because
we don't.
You guys haven't seen the video. I saw the video.
Well, hold on. You saw the video. That's fine. But he wasn't recorded for the entire 3.5 hours. You don't know what he said for the entire game. All you saw was what he said for that particular.
In that point in time of the game, that's when he went up and did it. He had been maliciously going after this guy.
Well, we don't know
the whole game, despite what everybody around him says.
Hold on. You don't think you think he was lying? Hold on. You think he was lying that he had prior history with this fan? You think he was lying about that?
Well, let's put it this way. He said that guy.
No, not put it this way.
And he went over there. So why should I believe anything that comes out of his mouth at this point? DK Metcalf is hardly a model citizen.
I don't know what kind of a man he is, but I believe that he's
been
probably
an
telling the
asshole
truth.
pretty much this whole time in the league.
All right, Joe, we got to let you go.
I can't believe you're defending the fan this much.
I was
mean,
telling
that's
Valdez,
crazy.
I was telling Valdez over the broad,
Yeah.
talk back and forth. I said Joe is just a disgruntled Ravens fan that probably hates all things Pittsburgh Steelers. So he hates DK Metcalf.
Where was he calling from?
Westminster.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's Ravens flock in Westminster. Ravens fans flock all over there. So
by the way, the NFL can do what they want.
Sure,
of course they can.
Yeah, they're not putting the guy in jail.
No,
like he's not being punished by
but they have
law.
They absolutely have the right to say your behavior is crossing the line for NFL stadium protocol. You're no longer welcome here. And you know what?
That's within their right to do.
You think the NFL cares if they're down one blue wig wearing Lions fan? Like they're going to be fine.
And by the way, just because you get a ticket to a game doesn't mean you need to go instigate a player.
Of course.
And I don't know
Just act like a
what
normal
kind
human.
of a
Yeah, you know what? Boo him. Act normal.
I don't know what kind of a guy DK is. He might be a bad guy. I just think that this fan said more than just his name. I don't believe the fan for one bit.
Caller's just as annoying as the guy with blue hair.
All right, let's go to Eric. He's calling from Silver Spring. Eric, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey,
gentlemen.
Yeah, what's up?
First of all, let me just say this. As a black man and as a Commanders fan, I'm not disgruntled at all, but I believe Joe. DK's lying, okay?
Okay.
It's quick to always say when you get into it. Marcus Smart did the same. Look it up. Marcus Smart did the same thing Oklahoma State 1 year. Got into it with a fan. First thing he said, the fan called him the N-word.
Right.
Miles Garrett. Remember the Mason Rudolph incident?
Yeah,
what did he say happened? He said Mason Rudolph called him an N-word. Let me tell you something. If Mason Rudolph would have called Miles Garrett the N-word, the very next year, if he would have saw him, he would have hit him in the head with a helmet again. Trust me. Okay? DK, first of all, you can see the police lady. She's all smiling at DK anyway. She's right there. I don't know if she was a sheriff or she was a Detroit police officer. You can, and also it's black fans around. If I go to football games, and I've been to plenty football games, and a white fan says the N-word, I'm checking him. I'm walking down and checking him and saying, watch your mouth. Okay, so DK is lying. It's easy to say, yeah, he called me the N-word. And first of all, and I'm probably going to get, my friends are going to call me and say, why are you defending this white man?
No, that's
but
fine.
For the simple fact, I don't like the fact that as a black player, that's pretty hard, because if that man did not say that, that's rough, because people now are looking at him like, did you really say that?
Right.
And that's not right. I don't think that's right. I'm going to play it 50-50. I'm going to call it fair. That's not right to run around and say that. And only thing Joe messed me up what he said just now when he called was DK's not a model citizen. You don't know DK. You don't know DK. Has DK ever been accused of slapping anybody?
I don't think so. Not that I know of. Like he seems like he's a good dude off the field, at least from.
I don't know anything about him off the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe. When the fan said he didn't say, I believe the fan, because the fan. First of all, that fan is probably a season ticket holder. DK said he had something with him last year when he played with Seattle. No one is in that area. If you look at the video, too, it's black fans in that area. There's no way that man could sit there and say the N-word. He's in Detroit also. That's not one of those, that's not no city where you can get away with saying something like that. That's like here in Landover. There's no white fan that's going to say the N-word and think he can come back and sit there the next game. No way.
That's a good point you're making.
No way.
Yeah.
I would check him.
Right.
I wouldn't care about PG locking me up. And DK, only reason he did it, he figures, I say, he called me the N-word, and everybody's going to believe me because I'm the player. They should have suspended him for the rest of the season, even the playoffs if they make it, because you can't do that. I don't like that, man. I don't like black players. Marcus Smart did it. And Miles Garrett did it. And I think that's unfair because you make that person, if he didn't say that, that's cruel.
But why would but hold on, stay on the phone. Why would DK Metcalf go over to the guy, grab his shirt, and try and punch him just because he said his full birth name?
Because first, I believe he said that. I believe he had, but DK what am I trying to say? He's George Pickens, just a bigger version of George. Those type players, I call it the AB syndrome, the Anthony Brown syndrome, Antonio Brown syndrome, man. They're divas. He got paid. That $500,000 he's losing, he's not thinking about that money. Trust me, that's a kick in the bucket to him.
Oh, but he's thinking about the potential $45 million that's voided
now.
Going forward.
I just don't know why a guy would punch another guy for saying DeKalin Zacharias. That doesn't make sense to me.
First of all, didn't he make sense? Why is DK? In the video, you can see him standing there. None of his teammates come up. No one come. Why are you not paying attention to the game, DK? Why are you keep going over by the guy?
I don't know.
If you had history with it,
you're right.
See the security.
You're right. Yeah. We just don't know what happened before that. We just
I know y'all are white men, but I'm telling y'all now, if one of you junks slipped and said it, you know you would get punched in your face.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, or worse, right. So, and I feel that's bad if you didn't say nothing like that, because you're like, damn, now people are looking at me like I'm a racist saying something
Eric,
like that.
we got to move on. We got a bunch of calls on good calls.
Yeah, but
thank you.
But if let's just say hypothetically, if DK is lying about that, that doesn't mean that absolves the fan for acting like an idiot and instigating it.
Of course not. The fan should serve some sort of punishment for his role in the incident. It shouldn't all just be sided towards punishing DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
Is DK Metcalf wrong for confronting the guy? Absolutely. Yes. But was the fan wrong for stirring the pot and getting the whole thing started? 100%.
Yes. The fan instigated it. He instigated it.
But just because if DK is lying about it, and I agree that using that is very hurtful to somebody if they don't say that. But if he is lying about it, that doesn't make what the fan did okay.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Totally with you. All right, let's go to John in McLean. John, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, Merry Christmas,
Merry
fellas.
Christmas, man.
I agree with a lot of what the previous caller said. Just a couple of points. It's not a First Amendment issue. The Lions are a private concern, so is the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
First Amendment only applies to government. And, if they want to remove the fan, they can remove the fan. And it says so right on the back of your ticket, by the way. And DK is not a model citizen. He clearly is in the wrong.
Well, hold on. What's your proof of him not being a model citizen? What are his off-court transgressions or off-field things?
Yeah, maybe that's a little too strong, but I mean, he's had issues. The Seahawks got rid of him because of problems within the team, and
okay, well, that doesn't mean he's a bad guy off the field. Maybe he's like bad locker room guy.
I guess you didn't hear me. I just said maybe that was a little too strong.
Yeah.
But anyways, I mean, he's clearly in the wrong, though, in this case. I mean, he had no business going over to the stand.
Agree with that.
Oh, I agree with that.
But the fan also was acting like a lunatic and drawing him over.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I said, if the Lions wanted him removed or the NFL wanted him removed, that's
that's their right.
Perfectly within the right to do so. Anybody that shows up at an NFL game in a blue wig is a little questionable, anyways. Maybe not questionable.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
I just feel like something else was said. I'm not saying it was the N-word. I'm not saying that. I just feel like I don't feel like DK Metcalf would flip his lid based on the guy saying his full birth name.
Right.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Both things can be right, where DK handled it very poorly.
Right.
And there's another way to go about it.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to somebody, talking to security, or just being more thick-skinned. But also the fan, act accordingly.
Right.
Act like an adult.
Yeah, the fan's an idiot. He is. He's an idiot.
Let's go to Mike in Ashburn. Mike, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
What's up, guys? What's up, Bish? How you guys doing?
Good morning.
What's up, Mike C?
I agree with the other callers, really. I mean, that was kind of my point, is that, if he did say the N-word, they would have beat his ass sorry, but they would beat him up in the stands before DK even got over there. Let's be honest. Like, in society right now, they would have taken care of it before he even came over there, no matter what team you're rooting for. It wouldn't have mattered. It was premeditated because he came over there, for sure, because he thought about it and it wore on him, and he lost his emotions because he was in that setting. And also, you got to do proper response to proper things. Like if you're on the streets, if you call a name, you can't just do physically bodily harm because somebody said something you don't like. Like, that's not right. And I think the last thing we got to keep in mind, players stay out of the stands, fans stay off the field. And that solves a lot of the problems we're having here. Remember the guy from the Bullets that used to sit in the stands?
Sure,
and
Robin
he would-
Ficker, of course.
Yeah, Robin Ficker. All day long, he said stuff to those guys, but he kept it clean. He kept it on the clean PG, and that's what he did. And he got under the guy's skins. I was there a couple times when he was with Kevin Duckworth, and I'll never forget it. He did the whole game long. He had the worst game ever. And I think the fans should be allowed to express remarks about the player or about how he's playing. You can't take that away from the fans either because they're passionate too. In the end, those guys on the field are professionals. The fans are fanatics, and that's where you got to draw the line. If they're not on the field, you don't come in the stands. I mean, I think that's the major thing we should take out of this.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it. 800-636-1067. Got a bunch of people on the line. Kevin, Zeke, James, Joseph. Hold on. We'll get to your calls after the break. We're discussing the DK Metcalf suspension. Was it fair, and who do you believe? Do you believe the DK Metcalf side where the fan said something derogatory, which set him off, or do you believe the fan who claims he just used his legal name and DK Metcalf basically pushed him away, borderline punched him? 800-636-1067 is the number. More of your calls next. Continuing to take your calls on the DK Metcalf suspension. 2 games by the league. Could potentially lose $45 million in guarantees if the Steelers decide to get out of the DK Metcalf business after the season is over.
By the
So
way,
potentially very expensive mistake by DK Metcalf to engage with the fan in Detroit.
On a positive note, this is my girl Tay Tay and your girl Tay Tay.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, just want to point it out.
I like it. I'm glad you have taken
man.
over the Christmas tune.
I got to figure out how many more songs tomorrow, though.
Yeah, I think you're going to be fine.
I
You're
got to
up
get
for it.
12 more tomorrow
You
or
can do
11
it.
more tomorrow.
Yeah, I trust you.
Thank you.
All right, 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Kevin calling from King George. What's up, Kevin? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, Junks, how you doing? Merry Christmas.
Good. Merry Christmas to you.
Hey, I just want, like, this first time I ever called. I've been listening to you guys since like 2010, but
thanks, man.
I just had to call because, so growing up where I grew up at, most of my friends had strange names. You know what I mean? And they always had nicknames, and I know that's what it was. Like he don't like his real name is why he goes by DK. And I mean, the guy was probably joking on his government name, and he just got sick of it. You know what I mean? But that's all it was. You know.
Well, who knows? I don't know. I mean, I don't believe that, but I know we'll never know exactly what he said because it's not caught on film.
Right. All right, let's go to Zeke calling from D.C. Zeke, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, we all know that it was wrong what he did going up to the stands, but however, I think the fan also should be held accountable. Let me give you guys an example. Have anybody had a newborn baby?
I mean, a long time ago, yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but remember when that baby just kept whining and whining and whining, wouldn't shut up. Now, you couldn't hit the baby, but you can definitely go over and try to punch the fan. And I think that DK has been harassed by this guy over a period of time. And the definition of harassment is physical or verbal abuse. And I think if we can get in trouble for harassing a person outside of football, I think there should be something against the fan for harassing, especially if he's only going after that one person over a period of time. I think he just reached his boiling point. I don't think he said the N-word, but I think DK reached a boiling point and said, okay, that's enough. What do you guys think?
Okay. Thanks, Zeke. Appreciate that.
No, I agree. I mean, I think that he should have been escorted out of the stadium.
Now, this is a weird theory, but maybe he was just pissed at something that was happening in the game, and he just took it out of that guy. For whatever reason,
possible.
like
That's definitely possible.
Maybe it's just misplaced anger by DK Metcalf, and he'd had experience with that guy before, and he just got triggered by something, an outside factor that we don't know about, and he had a momentary loss of his sanity.
We got to find out.
I don't know.
We got to find out if there's proof that he's been followed. DK was followed around to other stadiums by this guy.
Right.
I got to see proof of that. I guess at first glance, I believe what Metcalf said, but unless he mistook him from another, for another fan somewhere else in Seattle.
Yeah.
But didn't this guy have a DK jersey?
He had like a yellow jersey that
didn't have his number. Had number 4 on it.
On it. Yeah. Maybe he was bugging him to get it signed. He just.
Yeah, it's
I don't
weird.
know. Let's go to Mark in Largo. Mark, you're on with the Junks. Good
Hey,
morning.
what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's going on? Look, I blame both people, but I blame, who's the biggest culprit in this? The Detroit Lions security. And I'm going to tell you why I say that. When I used to go to FedEx Field and have season tickets to the Redskins/Commanders games, right above the dream seats, they used to have somebody who would sit right below the post for everybody to stop acting stupid. And they always have people like that. Where was the Lions security around there? That's where
I mean, in the video, there's a security guard like probably 8 to 10 feet off to the side behind DK
he's on the field. Yeah.
Then he should be fired. Okay? There's no reason in the world why someone like that should get that close to the players like that. No matter what he's saying, you got security to say, you know what? Why don't you go sit down too much? You've got too much to drink.
Mm-hmm.
You need to just sit down. You need to leave the stadium. See, that's where security comes in. That's not DK's fault. Now I blame DK for going over there and doing something. That was wrong. But that's his fault. But that's Lions security, man. Lions security totally dropped the ball on that. And the person who was supposed to be over there manning that area should be fired.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Appreciate that.
Thank you,
I
Mark.
mean, the security definitely did. They did not help the situation. They were just kind of bystanders.
Yeah.
Like they probably should have been more proactive to keep him away from that, from letting it escalate.
Maybe the fan was trying to get DK's attention to sign the jersey, like you said, or sign the shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And so the security didn't think he was saying anything derogatory.
Right.
He was just trying to get the thing signed. But
Right.
it's during the game. He's not going to sign your jersey during
No,
the game.
You wouldn't think.
Especially,
not normal behavior.
Especially a Lions fan.
Right.
Doesn't make sense.
All right, let's go to David calling from Westminster. David, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good.
What's up?
My question is, didn't we have the same incident at the beginning of the year with Lamar
Yes, we did.
when he put his hands on a fan?
Yeah, but I think Lamar's is a little bit different because and Valdez, you can back me up on this. From what I remember,
because he got slapped in the head by a fan with a helmet on.
A fan contacted DeAndre Hopkins first.
Yeah.
And then Hopkins kind of shrugged it off and kept walking. But then the fan tried to do the same thing with Lamar, and Lamar just kind of pushed him away so he couldn't
Yeah,
touch
that guy
him.
was trying. He was trying to touch both the players.
That guy was clearly
But
the
doesn't that happen in
instigator.
Green Bay all the time with the Lambeau Leap?
Well,
Slapping their
Yeah,
helmets and all like that?
Yeah, but they're choosing
Well,
to
that's
go
a
in.
celebration.
Yeah,
That's way
and
different.
the players choosing to go into the stands.
Right.
This guy was coming over the railing and trying to touch the player. So I don't know. I think it's different.
Thanks, Dave.
I mean, but
Appreciate
they're
the call.
still in the stands, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's.
But my question is, if DK gets suspended for a game or 2 games,
Yeah.
and Lamar pushes a fan for slapping him on a helmet that he has on his head, that's going to do nothing to
Well,
him.
they looked at it differently. The league looked at it differently.
Thanks, David. Appreciate the call. 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's go to Curtis. He's calling in from Capitol Heights. What's up, Curtis?
Hey, good morning. Happy holidays, Doug.
Yeah, happy holidays
All right,
to you
so
too, man.
I have 2 points. And first off, I want to say, as a professional and as a role model to somebody, even if it's family or his kids, DK was wrong. We can say that. We can admit that he could have handled that completely different and way better. All right. So first point I want to make is we gotta hold these fans accountable for their actions too. They're grown adults, and if you are going to these games to literally get a player that angry at you, you are a loser. You're a loser.
I agree with that too. I agree on both points.
You're 100% a loser. And then my main point, I am black, and as a person of color that lived in Oklahoma for 8 years, if you lived in a state like that or any area like that, you're going to understand what I'm saying. There are things that are derogatory that have been normalized to say in those areas. Meaning that, so when DK comes out and he says something derogatory towards me and maybe his mom or something like that, and you're saying, oh, this guy's from Detroit. If he would have said something like that, they would have been all over him. Who knows if he was from Detroit? He might have been from one of those areas to where it is normal to say some messed up stuff to people of color. And DK did not take that lightly. And I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not saying that what he did was correct, but he's human. And you say certain things to me, I just might be getting locked up in Landover by the PG cops. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys taking my call.
All right, thanks,
I love
Curtis.
you guys.
Thanks, man. Thanks for listening. We appreciate
By
it.
the way, getting back to the other caller's gripe about what Lamar did.
Yeah.
Lamar, this fan was reaching over and punching the Hopkins and Lamar in their helmets.
Right.
Totally different.
Well,
I agree with what Lamar
that's
did.
completely inappropriate behavior. That guy should never be allowed in a
Correct.
stadium again.
Correct.
Like you can't have contact with the players. They're on the field. They're out there to entertain you, to play a sport. Your job is to stay in the stands and not have any sort of look. If you put your hand down and you want to give a high five to a player, and a player is cool to do that back, that's great. But if the player isn't looking for that sort of contact, you got to just back off.
I mean, Matt,
You got to leave them alone.
that fan in Buffalo
I know.
should have been. He should be
was.
banned from every stadium in the league.
I think he was banned from what's it called, Ralph Wilson?
Yeah.
Well, not anymore.
Highmark Stadium.
Highmark. I think he was ejected
because he was reaching over and punching the players in the helmet. That's totally different than what this guy did.
Yeah. All right, let's go to James calling from New Windsor. What's up, James? You're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, man, can you guys give me 2 seconds? Police got to give me back my license. Thank you, officer. Yeah, thank you.
Where were you pulled over
okay,
for? What were you pulled over for? Speeding?
No. I'm the private investigator. I'm working.
Oh, okay. All right.
And you guys make my day go by really quick.
Thanks,
But
James.
anyway,
I wanted to tell you guys, I think both sides is wrong. And how do these fans know exactly what that guy they said? Man, how was there a recording of the conversation between Metcalf and this guy?
Well, apparently
there was a video from a fan that was in the stands that caught a part of it.
Some of the fans around where the incident happened didn't corroborate DK's story, so they didn't hear anything negative from the fan. They didn't hear a racial slur from the fan, but who knows exactly what was said. Maybe the guy said it, long before he was recorded. We don't know. We have no idea. Maybe he was ribbing him the entire game.
Could have been pregame.
Could have been pregame. He wasn't recorded for 4 hours. He was only recorded
just
for
have a little snippet.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
So we just don't know.
All right, when we come back, we'll be joined by Jason La Canfora. He's been on the show many times. He's the co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 in Baltimore. We'll talk about the Ravens with him. We'll get his take on the DK Metcalf scenario and more next. Are you thinking about what's next for you professionally in 2026? Whether you're looking to move up, switch fields, or finish that degree, University of Maryland Global Campus has your back. Affordable, online, and built for working adults. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates that help you build lasting skills in leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Visit umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Playoffs. The Colts are in trouble now. San Francisco downs Indianapolis 48-27 despite 277 for Phillip Rivers. He had 2 scores, but also an interception. Brock Purdy was awesome. 5 touchdown passes, a career high. Head coach Kyle Shanahan, they're ready for the next step.
We needed to focus on just trying to be the best team we could be, and we'll see what happens. And that's kind of been our motto all year, and I was just so proud that I actually now, last night, could congratulate them and actually talk about the playoffs because they were in that. They got in there, and now it's time to position ourselves to try to do something special in that.
49ers into the playoffs, so are Buffalo, Jacksonville, and the Chargers. Virginia beat American 95-51. GW over St. Mary's College 97-40. Georgetown downs Coppin State 97-67. Tonight, the Capitals against the Rangers at 6:45 on The Fan. Wizards against the Hornets 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. Golden State's Draymond Green left the court after a heated exchange with Coach Steve Kerr in the third quarter of a 120-97 Warriors win over the Magic. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Let's head out to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We'll say good morning to Jason La Canfora, co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 in Baltimore. What's up, Jason? Thanks again for joining us, man.
JLC, you there, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
Man, we haven't talked to you. We haven't talked to you in a while. How you been?
I can't complain, man. I'm hanging in there. Hope you guys are doing well. And all ready for
the holidays.
You know, all the craziness that is this week.
I know. I procrastinated with my gift buying for my daughters, and I got to go out to Tyson's Corner today. And people think I'm stupid and crazy, and you're probably right. But I got to do it. I got to do it. Hey, listen, lots to talk about, certainly with the Ravens and the Steelers. I want to get your take on the DK stuff, too. But just in terms of the Ravens and John Harbaugh. Now, he's been there 18, 19 years, and he's been there. He's been very successful. He's only missed the playoffs, I think, once in the last 6 or 7. Probably going to miss it this year. But what are fans talking about up there when you talk to them on your show? Are they kind of tired of it? Kind of like earlier this year, we were hearing the Pittsburgh Steelers fans saying, you know what, Tomlin's been a great coach, but it's time for him to go. We just need a new voice. Are the Ravens fans feeling the same way about Harbaugh?
Yeah, there's definitely a pretty strong, loud, vocal contingent that is. And honestly, there's been people who've kind of been there for a few years now who feel like, you know, maybe he's lost his fastball a little bit, or things are too complacent, that he's a little slow to react. And I think there's always going to be that, right? There's always going to be a lot of people who are like, whatever's behind door number 2 or door number 3 could be more interesting or different or more fun. But this year is different, and the way they lost to Buffalo week 1, it felt ominous to me. It's the first time I ever was like, you know what, this guy's on notice for me now too. And you could say that, well, who are you going to get, right? It's easy to fire a guy, but who are you going to get? But sometimes things run their course, and sometimes things get stale, and sometimes the message isn't getting home, and sometimes for all parties, you move on. And for them to have continued these fourth quarter meltdowns, and it's mismanagement. Look, the defense is a joke. They built the defense to be a joke. It's like they want to play a game of 3-card money and see, you know, what would happen if we did put no money in our defensive line and put, except for one guy, and put never a really addressed edge and just collected all the corners and safeties that we think are interesting. And they've been doing it for years, and it results in when you play good teams in critical moments, you get exposed. And the fourth quarter, I mean, they've got a 5-year span here where it's historically significant. I mean, it's the most double-digit fourth quarter blown leads in NFL history in a 5-game span. And they've bookended it now. They went to Buffalo, coming off a collapse at Buffalo, where a guy dropped the ball, and it wasn't a blown lead, but it was bad. And they go to Buffalo to start the season, and blow a huge lead that seemed absolutely statistically improbable. And then they're fighting for their lives at home, or at least should be fighting for their lives at home, against a team with no playoff resume in uncharted territory that should be vulnerable. And it's 24-13, and Derrick Henry never touches the ball again, and your defense gets absolutely eviscerated by a 22-year-old quarterback who's in that spot for the first time. And that's how basically your season ends. Yeah. And you could make the case that both coordinators should be fired. Like when you get to that situation where it's like, is it going to be one coordinator? Is it going to be two coordinators? And the team's been underachieving, and some of these terrible sort of trends and traits seem to be embedded in your culture, then it might be time to reboot. My only thing is, for me, you need to fire the GM too, and you need to clean house, and you need to get everybody out of here who's living on the laurels of what was accomplished, 10 years ago when Ozzie Newsome was still in charge. Like, you want to truly change your culture? You want to build your teams differently? You want to admit all the faults and failures in multiple off seasons and multiple trade deadlines that brought you here and is wasting the best years of Lamar's career? Then you need to get everybody out of here, and you need to start over. Whether he'll do that or not, I don't know. This guy wants to sell the team. He's on record. He doesn't talk anymore. Last time he talked, he said, give me the lease I want, or I'm selling the team. And guess what? I'm going to sell the team pretty soon anyway because I'm not keeping it in the family. And I've made a lot of money on it. And it doesn't seem to be as much fun as it used to be.
Yeah, so, do you think he would actually undertake that massive move of getting rid of GM, coach, and starting over?
I don't know. I don't know that he's up for it. I don't know that he wants to meet with a bunch of 35-year-olds and 40-year-olds and spend 6 hours in these epic interviews. No, he could just outsource it too. He's got Sashi Brown of Washington Mystics fame and of 0-16 running the Cleveland Browns as their GM. But he's their team president. So, I mean, he could outsource it to Sashi, and, he could be as involved or as not as involved as he wants. I don't know. I mean, when I tell you, the guy's basically been a recluse for 6 years, so I don't know.
By the way, you can give me some insight on this. Why would he want to sell such a cash cow? Like, most people right now are into buying NFL teams, not really selling them unless they're being forced to for whatever reason.
Well, it's more just like when is enough's enough. He got the stadium upgrades. He got the lease. He doesn't want to do this forever. He's not in the building that much. He likes being on his yacht. Why would you come out publicly? And again, the guy has really he's done no press conferences in forever. He did one interview 5 years ago where he took 4 selective writers on the heels of the Deshaun Watson terrible contract that he knew was going to affect him with Lamar. And he did a sit down with them. There were no cameras allowed. There were all these ground rules. And, and then he did Marlon Humphrey's podcast a couple times since then. And this is what he said. Dick Cass left. There wasn't even a press conference. He didn't even take questions. They put out a press release and brought in this guy, Sashi Brown. There's been so much stuff that's happened here. The way they handled Justin Tucker. There's so much that happens that just screams out. Empty vessel. The main man isn't in charge. When he's away, the mice will play. So I don't know, man. If he's fully invested in this and fully committed in it, and he's got a hell of a way of showing it. And when you bought in for $700 million and you could sell it for $6 billion, when is enough's enough? You got the quarterback secured, although you've got to redo that contract again because that's how it works in the NFL. But you at least have his contractual rights for years to come. If you don't think you're on the cusp of a Super Bowl, if you think maybe the best thing for the organization is a reboot, then are you going to get stuck in with another group of guys that is going to take 3 to 5 years? Or do you just say it's $6 billion? I can only do so much with it. And he, again, his own words, he's like, I don't want to do this till the very end when I can't enjoy, the spoils of it. Plus, that process in and of itself is genuinely pretty long and arduous.
Oh, it's crazy.
So,
yeah.
You know what I mean? When you start it, you might be putting, that could take 9 months to a year. Easy.
What do you think? What do you think Lamar's relationship is with Harbaugh?
I think there's a lot of respect there, but I also think in this league it's rare that even when a talent is that great that he's with one guy forever because usually it takes a while to get over the hump, and somebody else might have to come in and be that guy to get you over the hump. Now, Harvey's obviously won a Super Bowl, but you know that predates Lamar. I think Lamar would probably be, again, he keeps a very close circle, doesn't have an agent. He's not a guy who you're getting a whole lot out of on the record, off the record, whatever. But I think some change and maybe that whole dynamic of, hey, now whoever's coming in here, I've been here longer than him. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't a guy who had already had a successful stint and been on a Hall of Fame track before they drafted me. I think there's something to that. Maybe I'm more experienced than the head coach, because if they keep the GM and let him hire a coach, like it's going to be Jesse Minter or something like that. It's going to be a first-time guy who they think is malleable, and if they can influence the owner enough. And again, would the owner be fully engaged in this?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of variables here. I mean, the roster that everybody told me was the best in the NFL all summer long is in tatters. They don't spend in free agency. They hoard comp picks that turn into nothing. They continue, again, to just put all their assets in corners and safeties who never make plays on the ball. Never. They don't affect the ball in flight. There's a lot of course corrections that have to happen. They need to rebuild their offensive line and their defensive line. Like, they're back to having one wide receiver who's any good. They just paid the wrong tight end. Like, they just did that.
Right.
I don't know, man. I think Lamar would probably be open to some change.
They're in the same situation down here, believe me, in Washington. They got a lot of holes to fill. In terms of, we just took calls for 2 segments on the DK Metcalf incident.
Yeah.
What's your opinion of that? I think that the suspension is fine, although I would have thought 1 game and not 2.
It's going to be 1.
So it'll get regressed down to 2.
Exactly. This is one where they want to make sure that the appeals officers, everybody involved, the PA knows they were stuck in on this one. For optics, he's got to sit a game.
Right.
And so, you want to get your opportunity to sit down and tell your side of the story and all that. And you want to talk about precedent, that's great. And there's some leeway there. And so if it goes our way, we set a new precedent. If we don't, we at least establish the old one continues that, okay, we asked for 2, you end up getting 1. But that's what this is all about. This is about this dude can't be playing this weekend. Like, he's going to miss it. He's got to miss a game.
Right. But what do you think should have happened with the fan?
This part of it, this whole ban for life thing, how is that enforced? Like, how is that even, like, what does that even mean? Mm-hmm. There's so many different ways to get tickets transferred to you, third party, fourth party. Like, how do they take all that person's URLs, every URL they own, and then, like, ban them from every ticket trading market? Like, I don't know
how it's possible either.
It might be like facial recognition, like cameras.
But where? How? Have you ever been scanned walking in the stadium? I mean, is it
not that I know of?
If they're scanning people when they're supposed to be just making sure you don't have your keys in your pocket, then that's a bigger scandal than DJ Metcalf swinging on a fan. Like, I just don't get that concept. I mean, I'm a moron. I'm a dinosaur. Like, I write things in notebooks still. Like, so I'm maybe there's all this technology out there, and I'm the idiot. But that seems to be like the most flimsy, like, whatever thing in the world. Now, look, I don't know what was said here. I don't. None of us. Right? There wasn't audio of the incident, at least that I've heard. So I don't know what the provocation was. And apparently, he may have a history with this guy from an incident in the past when he was in Seattle.
Who knows what to believe on that?
Yeah. I don't. What was said or not said there. What I do know is there's a covenant there that look, if they reach out and they affect you and they punch and they instigate something physically, that's a whole different story. But I just think the athletes, there's so many different ways you can avoid that situation that you have to avoid being the one to initiate a physical confrontation of any degree with a spectator. And again, that cuts both ways, big time. And if you open that can of worms, then you get in my book, you get what you got coming to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he'll miss a game. At the end of the day, he'll miss a game. And if that Ravens Steelers game to end the season on week 18 means anything, he'll be back for it, because I don't think it's going to be 2. I think it's going to end up being 1.
Yeah.
Jason, how surprised are you that things have completely unraveled here in Washington? Dan Quinn, year 2 for the Commanders at 4-11.
I mean, look, I thought they'd regress. I mean, I wrote about this over the summer in the Post, talked to a lot of smart people. And a lot of smart people in this league told me, look, they are the poster boys for regression, and there's reason to believe so. But there's also reason to believe that they won't fall off like some people think they will, because the quarterback is just that generational. And the people in that building, even though it looks like they had a pretty ho-hum, believe their own hype, rest on their own laurels, adopt the George Allen mantra, the over the hill gang, like, let's get even older and see what that looks like a year later. Like, all that was happening in real time, and it raised a lot of red flags for me and raised a lot of red flags for smart people. But they kind of thought the overall institutional intelligence and emotional intelligence and leadership of the building would be able to at least keep them as a viable playoff team. Again, with the huge caveat being, if the quarterback's allowed to play as much as he played last year. Yeah. And it turns out the offseason was even worse. It was even worse than some of those people thought. And the quarterback barely played at all. And it's a complete lost season. And the real kick in the nuts, I think, has to be, okay, so you had this opportunity where, because your season went awry so soon, it should have just been about player development. And I just watched them play and say, well, where's that? Where are the rising blue chip players at premium positions?
We haven't seen many.
There's not a lot of them.
Yeah.
Well, Jason, thanks for the time, man. It's good to reconnect with you. Have a great Christmas, and we'll talk to you again soon.
You guys do the same. Thank you.
Thanks, man. That's Jason Lockenfora, co-host of Inside Access on 105.7 in Baltimore. When we come back, we will talk to my fantasy football high-stakes co-owner, Bikey Bots. He is part of a group of 1 of 10 still left in the Circa Survivor pool.
$18 million pot.
$18 million bucks. Winner takes all. We will talk to him about his strategy going forward. We'll do that next here on The Fan. All right, before we get to our guest, I have to show the audience that's watching on Monumental. Mama Strober, Unfunny Ben's mom, is just hitting lasers with these peanut butter blossom cookies.
I've had two. They're really
with
good.
The Hershey's Kiss in the middle.
They're really good.
I mean, I haven't eaten mine yet, but it just looks. One of 10 entries still left in the Circa Survivor pool. The Junks were in this many, many moons ago. We got eliminated when the dumb Chargers couldn't beat Jackson Dart in his first start when the Chargers played at MetLife Stadium.
Yeah.
We bowed out. Mikey's group still alive. Mr. Stotts, how are you? Mr. Botts, I'm sorry.
Going good. What's up, guys? Jason Cake.
Yep.
Hey, when you sent me that text a few weeks ago that you were still alive, I had no clue because Cakes didn't tell me. I had no idea.
Right.
And you said go Jags, and I can't remember who Jacksonville was playing, but they destroyed whoever they played. But I was just thinking to myself, holy S. This is unbelievable that he is still alive with an $18 million pot.
Our picks down the stretch, to be honest, have put the games like in the first quarter. It's been like 14-0, 21-0 or something. So it's been like relatively smooth sailing over the last like 5 or 6 weeks.
All right,
What was your closest call up to this point? Was there any like week where it was treacherous? Like you guys were like, okay, this is the end of the line, or has it been pretty smooth?
I'm trying to think. We got bounced from one of our Grandissimo tickets, which was the 100K.
Right.
Because that guy dropped the ball on the 1 yard line.
Oh.
The Cardinals guy.
Oh, was it Marvin Harrison Jr. or
No, it was the running back, DiMaccardo.
Oh,
Was it?
You lost on that?
Yeah, we had the Cardinals that week.
That was
devastating.
That's a devastating L to take.
That's a 100K
That's a
drop.
100K drop.
Oh my!
Yeah.
So how many total entries did you have to start the year?
To be honest, I don't even know the exact number. I mean, we had 2 in the Grandissimo, so that was like a big outlay.
That's 200K.
200K right there.
Yeah. But then in Circa, it was something like I think it was like low triple digits. I think it was like 100 something. I don't know the exact.
I mean, how many people are in your group that are part of this group?
Like main players is like 4, I think.
Wow.
But then there's a handful of people that have like 1% here, 1% there.
I wish I was one of those.
How
people
do you decide? Yeah, how do you decide on your play? Like the people who put in more money obviously have more say.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a democracy. Like the guy that I am doing this with, he won Circa in like 2022 or 2021. And so I've known him for like 20 years. We met through poker, and then he kind of runs the show. After he won Survivor, his life's been like all Survivor all the time.
Yeah, he's addicted to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did he win? About 12 million?
Well, the funny part is he won like a little bit less than our ticket is currently worth. He won like 1.81 million or something.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And
so at the time, the pool was, basically 1/10 of what it is now.
Oh, so that's the other question. Have you guys, I'm sure you talked about it, thought about selling your ticket?
I mean, kind of. You can hedge in various ways. You can bet the other team. You can, you can swap with teams that are still remaining. But the problem is like the value of each ticket. Yes, they say it's 1.81 million, and that's you're just dividing the total number of entries by the player pool or the prize pool. But that's not the case because, the value of an individual ticket is dramatically different. Whether you have the Cowboys available or not is like a huge factor.
Right.
And it could swing the value of your ticket by like $800K. So one ticket might be worth 1.1 million and another might be worth like, 2.9 or something like that.
Correct.
So based off the teams that you have remaining, you would value your ticket over 1.8 million.
Yes, for sure. Because the upcoming Christmas slate is this is the major factor.
Yeah.
Because because you're going to have teams that are on both sides of one game. So no matter what, I mean, unless there's a tie, then everybody goes home. But if you you're going to have some teams lose on Christmas.
Right,
so then the value of your ticket, and if you get to be on the favorite, then that's a tremendous spot.
So Mikey, how many teams left have the Cowboys available to play against the Commanders on Christmas?
I'm looking at it right now on the website. Me and my buddy have is Survivor Atlas, and so that it gives you like all the information, percentage available, that kind of stuff, and 50% of the teams have the Cowboys available.
So in theory, it would drop if the Cowboys were to win. Would drop from 10 to 5, if everything else kind of checks out.
Yeah, but you have 100% of teams have the Vikings.
Okay.
No teams have the Broncos or the Lions. So that's a huge factor.
That is huge.
So you're going to have to either take an underdog. If you have to take an underdog if you don't have the Cowboys.
Right. Because you have to take Minnesota, Washington, or Kansas City.
Right.
So if you take Minnesota, you're taking probably Max Brosmer, and if you're taking Kansas City, you're taking is it Chris Alatikin?
Yeah, I don't even know who that guy is.
If you don't know him, I promise you.
That is brutal.
So you're saying out of the 10, 5 have the Cowboys, so those 5 are definitely taking Dallas. The other 5 have to take Washington, Minnesota, or Kansas City.
That's right.
Does anyone have multiple teams left?
Yeah. Galen Hall, this poker player guy, he has 2.
Okay.
But he's the only one with 2 entries.
Can he take the Cowboys?
On one of his entries.
Okay.
On the other, he has to take the Chiefs.
The underdog.
So there's a good chance he loses one of his 2 entries.
Yeah, I mean, Chiefs are 12.5-point dogs. So
correct.
I mean, that's you don't. It's kind of a bummer to get to week 16 or 17 and have to stick it in on a 12.5-point dog. But
yeah. Well, if he's smart, he just takes the Broncos on the money line on that other entry.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose.
Even though it's going to be
he can't. He doesn't have the. No one has the Broncos. No one has the Lions.
No, I'm saying he just bets the Broncos to hedge the Kansas City play. Yeah.
At least
I mean, hedging's fine.
Yeah.
But you're giving up 6% or whatever.
Yeah. I got it.
So
what have you thought about middling this with Washington coming back, Washington plus the points, and hopefully it lands within the number?
Yeah, that's certainly something or a possibility. For me personally, I'd like to do it more in like week 18 or something when you have, I think there's like 8 teams that are double-digit favorites or higher.
Uh-huh.
And also, it's tough because certain teams are going, or teams are going to lose on Christmas.
Yeah.
Right.
So like the value of your ticket's going to go up, and like hopefully we can make it through Christmas, and then I think there's probably going to be like, if it goes according to plan, there'll be 5 teams remaining or something.
Have you already thought about who you're going to take week 18?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing with Survivor is like, if you're taking, oftentimes like early in the season, you have decisions. You can take, this team's a 10-point, this team's 11-point favorite, but like, it sets it up so that if you take this team in week 3, it means you're taking this team in week 17. Or if you take this team in week 11, it means you're taking this team.
Yeah.
So by this point, you kind of have your path more or less already determined, unless there's like some catastrophic injury or something like that. But for the most part, the decisions are already kind of.
Who's your team? Who's your team in week 18?
Yeah, can you say about week 18?
Well, I got to play it close to the vest.
Okay,
but,
all right.
Text me.
Especially because, like, if somebody knows who you're taking, it's like 400K. It's like 400K in expected value.
All right, we're joined by Bikey Bots. That's his code name. He is my fantasy football co-owner in a high-stakes league, and he's part of a group of 1 of 10 entries left in the Circa Survivor pool. By the way, compared to our fantasy final that we made, how little do you care about that compared to the Circa Survivor score?
It's funny. I was looking more at the fantasy number than I was the game. That's maybe that's because our pick was out of hand early on, so I felt relatively safe in the Circa. But yeah, I mean, I was focused on the fantasy.
Bikey Bots,
let's go. Let's
Bikey
close
Bots,
it out.
Can I ask you this? What percent, if you do win, let's just say you won the whole thing, you won the 18, what percentage of that do you get?
What are you, tax man?
All right, so that's why I prefaced it.
Hey, that's usually
That's
my
why.
job.
That's why I prefaced it by saying I don't know if you can say.
I can tell you when we go to break.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll
right.
text you.
Yeah, we're gonna keep that one on the
All
down
right, hold
low.
on. So Christmas Day, you're going to be. What are your plans for Christmas Day? Christmas morning.
Presents, kids,
Right.
rib roast, all that.
And then, are you going to watch the game with your family, by yourself, with your buddy? What are you going to do?
It'll be on in the background. I'll be checking in.
Oh my
Just,
gosh.
just checking in, Jason.
Oh yeah, just checking in, right?
Hey,
this
can you imagine how much of a Grinch he'd be if the upset happened?
Biggest
Oh.
Grinch ever. Can't
If
have that.
Christmas ruined.
If Josh Johnson takes your money out of your pocket,
Goes for 305 touchdowns.
Yeah, can't have that.
oh my gosh, this is incredible. All right, man. Well, we're pulling for you, buddy. And if you win, we're going to talk to you next week.
You got it.
Okay.
All right, Bikey. Good talking to you, man. Best of luck.
All right, see you guys.
Yep.
Bye.
It's our pal Bikey Bots. Hopefully, hopefully the Cowboys take care of the Commanders and he makes it to Week 18.
Jason, put yourself in Bikey's shoes.
Uh-huh.
All right. You love Christmas and spending time with family,
Yeah.
but you'd have to you'd have to tell them to go on vacation.
Right.
Because you got to watch that by yourself.
I think you do.
You can't have Teresa and your daughters
No.
ruining
You
your
need 3
your
hours
mood.
in the middle of the day just to focus on that.
Right.
Can't be distracted.
And I would have to. I wouldn't even be able to open up gifts in the morning before the game because
Right.
my mind would only be on the
Be
game.
racing
Right.
the whole
So
time.
I'd have to wait until 4:00.
Right.
Man. So he's got the Cowboys laying 7. He's not laying the 7,
Right.
but they are the favorite, laying 7. Do we know if Josh Johnson's definitely going to play?
Not sure yet. I guess we have to see what happens. Practice reports today.
Probably today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, man. That's huge.
All
Pulling
right,
for him.
When we come back, we will do Cakes' entertainment page. But Commanders fans, this is for you. Level up with the brand new AAA Commanders MVP membership. You'll get all the benefits of AAA, such as 24/7 roadside assistance, plus chances to win game tickets, access to exclusive team events and experiences, along with 15% off Commanders gear at the online pro shop. Already a AAA member? Add the Commanders MVP membership for free. Head to AAA.com/Commanders to upgrade or join the squad to put your fandom in drive. I'm going to push back on it being the most wonderful time of the year because I literally haven't had a zit in 5 to 7 years.
Oh, I was going to say something about that.
I'm growing a giant zit right underneath my eyeball for Christmas.
Hold on, let me see it.
You know what?
It's very
Cancel
angry.
Christmas.
It's very angry.
Come closer to me for a second.
Cancel it.
Just come
It's
closer.
right here. See?
Pop it right in his face.
You've got to just pop it.
I will
Oh, okay.
at some point. I don't need to do
It's
it right
ready.
now.
It's ready to go.
It's ready to rock.
Does it hurt?
It doesn't hurt. It's just unsightly and gross.
I would have popped that hours ago.
Cancel Christmas. Christmas is officially canceled for 2025.
Zoom in on that monumental.
Yeah, you zoom in, please. Why not? Just get all my flaws while you're at it.
Hey, remember we talked a few weeks ago with Mike Horn? And Mike Horn owns the house in Ashburn that won the Christmas lights contest on ABC, which is, I don't know, 5 minutes from my house.
Yep.
So a couple weeks ago, I don't think I ever told you this. A couple weeks ago, my wife and I went over there.
Okay.
And when we had Mike on the show, I believe it was that day or it was that week.
Yeah, it was right around the time they won the contest.
He said, you know what? He says, Bish, my neighbors love it. There haven't been a lot of cars down the road. There hasn't been a lot of traffic coming up and down, looking at the lights. And I said, that's very surprising. So I went over there with my wife after dinner one night. He was out in the middle of the cul-de-sac directing traffic.
Like a crossing guard?
Yes.
He's got the pot like he's in.
You wouldn't have
he's
believed.
on the tarmac.
Dude, you would not have believed how many cars were on his road. We had to park 2 blocks away, and it was cold as ice.
Right.
And we had to walk all the way. I was so cold and bitter.
Mm-hmm.
We had to walk 2 blocks just to see his house. I looked at it for 2 seconds. I said, we got to go. It's so cold. There was probably
all of Ashburn was there.
Everybody in Ashburn.
Yeah.
I guess it was because he had won that contest.
Right.
And social media got a hold of it, and the local media, but there was probably 75 cars.
Word spread.
Looking to get into his street.
Yeah,
it was nuts.
I can imagine.
And Mike, he was out there, and he recognized me.
Yeah.
He goes, "Oh, I know that guy." I was like, "Are you Mike?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "I thought nobody came down the street."
Right. That was before he won the contest. It was all over national TV.
It was like trying to get into Commander Stadium.
It's like trying to get into
before the Eagles game
in the Tyson's Corner parking lot, which you're going to do after work today.
Yeah, it's like getting to Tyson's. But that was pretty fun. That was a couple weeks ago.
Have you figured out your plan of attack yet? At this point,
for Tyson's?
shopping,
I'm just going to go there at 10:30.
You won't go to the food court after you're done. Get something silly.
I might. I might.
He's going to run in and run out.
Probably
But
should.
I'm just going to go up to that store, and if there are a lot of people, I'm going to turn around and walk out.
Right.
And I'll figure something else out.
Is the store in the mall?
In the mall, 2nd floor. Wait, I mean, I got to do something. It's my fault.
Yeah, you
I procrastinated, and I waited.
The very last
I waited
minute.
till December 23rd.
I think the last thing I need to buy is wine for dinner, but I'm doing that today.
Yep.
And then there'll probably be something last minute that I'll have to buy tomorrow that will be annoying, but I'll do it.
Yeah.
But wine today, and then I think we're pretty much done. Done with presents, done with last minute nonsense.
If I wait till tomorrow, you think there'll be less people at the mall on Christmas Eve?
No.
There'll be more people?
There'll be a boatload of people.
Still on
and
Christmas Eve?
Trust me, from working in retail back in the day, the later you get towards closing time on Christmas Eve,
Yeah.
the nubbier the clientele that comes in to buy the last minute items becomes.
Okay.
The real stragglers wait until, like, if the store closes at 6 p.m.,
Right.
if you're in a store at 5 p.m. or 5:30 on Christmas Eve, you're kind of nubs.
Oh, I agree with that.
You're just waiting till the exact last minute.
I mean,
and there's nothing left on the shelves.
I would never do that.
Nothing whatsoever.
But if I'm just going to get gift cards, I thought that maybe less people would be at the stores on
I
Christmas
think
Eve.
you'll be okay today. Would not wait till tomorrow.
I'll let you know.
All right, let's do a quick EP. It's driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW of Fairfax and ask for EB's girl, Miriam, the general manager, or check them out at bmwoffairfax.com. All right, Jason, you probably don't know this name. Vince Zampella.
I don't.
All right, he's 55 years old. He is the co-creator of Call of Duty, amongst other video games as well. He's a wealthy man. net worth of $40 million. He was killed yesterday driving his Ferrari out of a tunnel on a Los Angeles, I guess, freeway or highway. There's video of this on the internet. I thought it was AI at first. It was too spectacular to actually be true. But
I just watched it.
He comes zooming out of a tunnel in his Ferrari, loses control of the vehicle, crashes into a concrete barrier, car catches fire, blows into a million pieces. He dies at the scene. His passenger, thrown from the vehicle, dies later at the hospital.
Wow.
Like, his friends are there recording it as it happens, like in real time. Like, they're standing outside of this tunnel. He comes barreling out of it, loses control, cars ablaze.
What were they recording it for?
I don't know. He must have just told them, hey, I'm
going to go real fast.
I'm going to come out of this tunnel.
Speed out of this tunnel.
I'm going to come zooming out of this tunnel, and I want you to record it.
I saw it. It's crazy. I mean,
dude's worth $40 million. You should be doing everything you can in your power to extend your life as long as you can.
Yeah.
To live that amazing life that you're living.
Yeah, it's reckless.
Came up with Call of Duty. Mike Marr probably played it a billion hours as he's growing up in his formative years.
Did you guys see the video? It's awful.
It's a terrifying video.
He sent himself to Nuketown.
Sent himself to Nuketown.
If you play Call of Duty, you know that reference.
What is Nuketown?
It's a map
It's
in
one
Call
of the
Duty.
maps. I mean, I'm trying to think of some of the maps. Favela is one of the maps. Butt hard. Looks like you're in a Brazilian slum. Favela is very difficult.
And he was the driver, correct?
He was the driver.
He wasn't the passenger.
55 years old, our age, just donked himself off. Valdez's joke was he thought he could respawn himself. Definitely can't. Can't come back from that.
Well, you know what?
That was a little insensitive.
Yeah, he can't come back from that one. Sorry, Valdez.
I don't know if that was for on air.
Yeah, okay.
He said that to me at 5:45 a.m. and I was just floored before the show started.
Sorry, Valdez. You can dump that. I apologize.
I didn't dump it.
If you didn't want that out there.
I didn't dump it.
By the way, I mean,
that's how I deal with tragedy.
Why would you go 80 coming out of that tunnel?
Because you're
the next tunnel was about 500 yards
you're
ahead
a
of
risk
him.
taker and you're driving your Ferrari.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah, he asked for it.
Just a terrible way to go.
It's stupid.
By the way, I had a slight Kevin McCarthy moment this morning on my. I was stopped at a stoplight like 2 blocks from work, and I'm driving my daughter's car, not my normal Matchbox electric car. It's a little bit bigger. So I took the turn a little bit too shallow, and I hopped the curb. And I thought for a second, because Kevin McCarthy, who's been on the show forever, I haven't heard from him in forever.
Yeah, lives in L.A., right?
Lives in L.A. I had, for a second, I was like, did I just run over somebody?
Mm-hmm.
And didn't see them? Like, literally was because that was a phobia like he has is anytime he hits a bump or something weird happens in his car,
he would turn around.
He'd turn around. I considered turning around to make sure there wasn't like somebody just slumped on the curb,
like a homeless body.
Yeah, but I didn't.
It was right outside here.
It was like 2 blocks away.
Yeah, right.
It was right off M Street, and I just
you're safe.
I'm pretty sure I didn't hit anybody because I would guess if I had and I left the scene, somebody would come here during the show and arrested me. And that hasn't happened yet. So I think I'm in the clear. Also,
I think you're good.
Everybody's out of town. There's nobody in D.C. right now. Like, you could literally drive your car blindfolded down the street, probably not hit anybody or any parked cars on the streets.
I did notice that when I was leaving yesterday.
It's a freaking ghost town.
Yeah. But don't people come to D.C. for the holidays too?
I don't know.
Why, they all leave?
It seems like everybody around here in Navy Yard proper, in this area, they gone.
Yeah.
They are gone.
Which is fine with me.
I'm cool with it.
I love it.
I'm cool
but
with
I
that.
definitely noticed that yesterday when I was leaving the block.
Yeah.
There was nobody on the road.
Right.
Got on 395 briefly, nobody. 66, nobody.
Yep.
Toll Road, nobody.
I can't stop watching this Call of Duty video.
Yeah, it's very sad.
It's haunting me. It's not very festive.
Did they say who the passenger was? Just a
Didn't
friend
say,
of his.
just
Yeah.
passenger.
Yeah.
That's a terrible story.
You know how pissed I'd be if I was the passenger's family?
Valdez, give me not Valdez. Mike Marr, give me a few of the other Call of Duty maps that I'm sure I played with my kid back in the day, but have forgotten.
Hijacked was a really good one. So I was reading that this guy was really involved in the Black Ops series itself.
Ah, okay.
And those are like the most popular of the whole Call of Duty series.
Kyler Murray's definitely pouring some out for this dude today. For Vincent
1,000%.
I mean, he's definitely pouring some out. I mean, that's his guy.
Funny.
I mean, how much Call of Duty is Kyler Murray playing?
There should
Jacoby Brissett just slinging it.
There should be a moment of silence in the lobby.
There definitely should be.
Terminal is a really good map.
Terminal's a good one.
That's in the Modern Warfare 2, I believe.
Which is the one that's like a mountain home set up like on a like a fancy ass house. Looks like a $20 million house that you're running around shooting everybody in. I can't remember.
It's been a while since I played Call of Duty.
Okay, that's true. Same for me.
Hey, real quick, someone just emailed me this. So Bikey Bots has to take the Cowboys on Christmas.
Right.
But doesn't he have to take someone else this weekend?
I think I'm not sure if he does or not.
Because doesn't he have to take some?
He's going to know, but he may have to double dip Christmas and
he does.
And then Saturday and Sunday.
He's got to take a team from either Saturday or Sunday.
Okay. I'm sure he's aware of
Because we
that.
asked him about next week, and he said he has to.
Right.
He can't answer
week.
that question.
Yeah.
But he's going to have to take somebody else from Saturday or Sunday.
His end game is already set. He already knows.
He knows.
Who he's taking.
Yeah.
He's so rooting for Dak Prescott to throw touchdowns to George Pickens this weekend. He's such a big fan of that.
Man.
All right, we have to get out of here. We will see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley. They're coming up next here on The Fan.
yards, ranks second in the NFC in net punting average, and is tied for second in the NFC punts pinned inside the 20.
And that's
he's a weapon, dude.
He's a weapon, and also the guys that are running down there for him, he knows they're going to bust their asses for him, and they know that he's going to give them a chance. Tress has a way of kicking this ball that spins back like a damn golf ball on a damn green.
Totally.
You know, and I think you look at guys like Revo, you know, and, you know, Percy when he was out there too. Those guys are hauling ass to get down there and do things for him because that dude is – and then again, he's not a punter who's going to just get out the way.
Right.
If they happen to get to him, he'll go lay his shoulder in there.
Well, and we got a little bit more here. Tress has now played in 194 games for the Washington organization.
Mm-hmm.
That ranks 6th all time. Do you know – I'm curious. These are at least 2 of these dudes you played with. I don't think you played with the third. Do you know who's played in the most all-time games for the organization?
Darryl Green.
Darryl Green, 295.
Mm-hmm. He played 800 years, man.
Do you know who's second all-time?
Second all-time.
It's somebody you looked up to.
Monty Coleman.
Yes, sir. 215 games for Monty. And you know who's third?
Third? Ooh, let me see.
It's another dude you played with and looked up to.
Bazo?
Art Monk.
Art Monk.
Art Monk at 205. And then I don't believe you played with Dave Butts, right?
Nah.
He was done by the time you got here.
Nah. I don't think they had 2 big enough helmets for both of us on the same team.
Dave Butts played in 203 games. And then I got to confess, I'm not familiar with Len House, H-A-U-S-S.
Yeah.
Len House played in 196 regular season games. If Tress plays the final 2 games, which presuming he will, he'll move up to tied with number 5 for with House with 195 career games.
Good stuff.
Not the only Pro Bowl news I have for you, Brian.
Who else?
Nick Bellore named 3rd alternate special teamer.
I love Bellore.
That's a dog.
Right. Listen, the thing about it, like, every time I see him walking into the thing, I can't see the guy I see walking in the tunnel making all those plays on the field. You know, when you see him, he looks kind of like a uncle, like a unk.
Yeah.
You know,
he's got some unk vibes.
Accountant type guy. Then he get on the football field, and he is, like you said, he's a dog, man.
Yeah.
I love watching him play ball, man. Looks can be deceiving in football.
And then one that might be closer to your heart here a little bit.
Oh, my man, Jalen?
Jalen Lane named 2nd alternate.
Hell yeah. There we go.
Now, I don't know how this – Jalen is on IR.
He probably won't be able to – nothing can happen. He's done.
Yeah.
He's done until the offseason. Get ready to go for the season.
Yeah, but still cool that he's been recognized.
You get recognized like that, and then a rookie season on top of it? Hell yeah. Great stuff there, man.
Yeah, man. Bad year, but doesn't mean everything was bad, you know?
Yeah.
Congratulations to Tress. Certainly well-earned, I'd say. I mean, the numbers are there to support it, and I don't know, just pretty damn cool.
Very, very.
So congratulations, Tress. You're just getting in your car. Tress Way named to his 3rd Pro Bowl. Had 25 kicks down to
Good
inside.
job, brother.
You know what I'd love? Maybe Bees could set a line for us, right? So he's at 25 kicks inside the 20 with 2 games to play.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think if I set it at 28.5 before the end of the year?
28.5.
So you need 4 more to get home.
Ooh.
I guess we could back that math out, right? If he has 25 in 15 games, what does that work out to? 1
point some. About 1.7-ish.
So 4 would be the number then, because it's 2 a game.
You say 3.5, so I can see him. That could be a damn very, very close one. You're starting to act like you living in Vegas.
I'm a little sharp these days. I knew to take the Niners last night. I at least knew that. The problem for Tress getting that number is it's like offensive dependent. You know what I mean? Like there's so many factors in him pinning one deep.
The defense offense has to get the ball to a certain point. But then again, when you start thinking about that inside the 20, you're saying like the offense got almost to midfield and they stalled.
Right. So, it's not great.
Well, you might want to take the over.
Well, it's also this year, I can say this because there haven't been that many wins, but Tress's best punt this year was not a kick that put the opposition deep on their own goal line. It was that punt in New York against the Giants, their last win. There's only 4 of them, where he was back deep. He was on his own goal line and just uncorked one.
Mm-hmm.
I bet that ball in the air went like 65 yards.
Yeah, but that's what he is. He's a weapon.
And then Revo made the hella tackle.
Yeah.
They got a 3-out lane house call on the Giants' ensuing punt.
Yeah.
Like that turn of events right there was the key to winning that game. And it's just another – I think back to when we had Urban Meyer sit down with us at Radio Row, and he talked about he came up as a special teams coach. The first thing he did when scouting an opponent was always watch their special teams.
There you go.
Because that tells you how well they're coached. And did you see the thing I sent you last night on Instagram?
No.
So John Elway, and I think
I did see that.
Yeah.
I
think he was talking with Rich Eisen.
Talking about Terrell Davis.
So Terrell Davis, who's now in the Hall of Fame, if you're my age, you saw those Broncos teams. Like when I was a little kid, everybody talked about Elway couldn't win the big one. And then Shanahan got to Denver. They found Terrell Davis. I want to say he was like a 5th or 6th round.
Got a running game.
And the way Elway tells the story, they were in Japan for a preseason game. And Davis was miserable. And he's a rookie. He's like 7th on the running back depth chart. He's just miserable, and he wanted to quit. Elway tells the story that he went down to the front desk at the hotel to check out. And back then, you probably had to like check in and out of hotels. It wasn't like it is now.
Yeah,
you just leave. And TD's trying to check out of the hotel to fly back to Georgia. He was done. He'd had enough.
Couldn't speak Japanese.
And the people at the counter were like, I don't know what there was a serious language
Well, they
barrier.
were saying they didn't know what he was saying.
Right.
By telling them they don't know what he's saying, he didn't know what they were saying.
Exactly. So Davis stuck it out, and in that preseason game, he was playing cover on kickoffs, and he lit that dude up.
Yeah.
And that's what caught Shanahan's eye. Like, special teams are just massively important.
Special teams will always get the attention, especially when you're trying to make a name for yourself. He said he was the 7th running back on the roster. If you're number 7 on the roster, you might want to run down there and destroy a wedge, run through a bigger dude, just whatever you can do to make the coach say, okay, that dude right there crazy. Let's get him out here. Like Raven Caldwell. Raven run down the field, his helmet came off. Guess what he did? Made the damn tackle without his helmet. And that's why he acts like he does today.
And, dude, as bad as Washington's season has been, their specials have been good all year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, their coverage units have been fantastic. The kicking game's been up and down, obviously, but the coverage, punts and kickoffs, has been really, really good all year. So I'm glad for them. Really happy for Tress, especially at this stage of his career, dude. He is.
I was watching the game the other day. It's like those special teams coaches I've seen along the years still in the damn league. Danny Smith, I watched him the other day.
Chewing gum?
Then he had to have like 25 pieces of gum in there and was still adding. He was still adding. Maya was watching the game with me. She go, what is he chewing? I say, gum. She say, and he's adding more? I'm like, he's going to add it till he's not going to have any more.
He's like me with Zins when the vodka's really flowing. Tress going to be 36 in April. Re-signed. You just
keep going, Tress.
Yeah.
I played with probably the coolest. Sean was a little weird, but he was cool. Sean Landetta kicked until he was like 42, 43. He kicked for 20-something years total with the USFL and the NFL.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, and just knowing Tress, he's in better shape now than he was 5 years ago. Like, he recommitted. And remember Liz Locker Room? She's always on Twitter. Liz is a funny lady. And she would always talk about Tress being thick in the right ways on Twitter. And I don't know if he heard her or not, but eventually, like, he's lost weight. He's jacked now.
Liz is great.
All right, so we're very happy for Tress Way. Congratulations there. Plenty for us to talk about. Cliff Kingsbury is going to address the media here relatively shortly. And it's going to be a quick practice today. These short weeks are crazy. Yesterday, we got the news that they were signing Jeff Driscoll. A lot of folks want to talk about Sam Hartman. We can address that. I did want to at least start with the game last night because I don't know how good the Niners are. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, but they beat the hell out of the Colts last night. And that, you're right, B. That was a game early.
It was a game early, and then down the stretch, they did some things.
Indy's first
the game
two
could get
drives.
away. It gets away after a while, but I would say this. That defense of the 49ers, when a quarterback that can actually move, they're going to have problems.
I agree, dude.
Because you look at that game last night, look, man, Phillip Rivers, kudos, hats off to him. Phillip Rivers can't move.
Or go downfield.
Okay? But he picked them apart.
Totally.
And if he had any wheels, it was about 5 to 6 times he could have gained another 75, 80 yards.
Dude.
But he can't run.
Their first drive, 9 plays, 72 yards. They're up 7-0. Right?
And they had to overcome some
penalties,
some BS penalties.
Yeah. So their first drive, the Colts look fantastic. I mean, the Rivers stuff is really pretty impressive. But then the Niners go right down the field. They score. And then back to special teams.
Mm-hmm.
You know what the Colts couldn't afford to do? Fumble a kickoff and give the Niners really good field position.
When that happened, you kind of felt that they were always chasing.
Totally.
But they were in that game till late.
Right. I just, specific to the Niners, I think they have clinched now, like a playoff spot.
I think last night did that for them.
Yeah, they have clinched. Dude, so the NFC doesn't have a whole lot still to figure out. The teams that have clinched, right, that haven't necessarily clinched the division but have playoff spots, Seahawks, Bears, Eagles, Niners, Rams. That's 5. There's only 7 spots.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever ends up winning between Panthers, Bucks, they each have 2 games left. One of them will get in. The other one will not because they're not going to have enough wins to get to a wild card. And then I think the Packers and the Lions are the last 2 teams trying to hunt down the last wild card spot. So 5 of 7 are already spoken for, and the 6th is going to be the NFC South.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there's not a ton of intrigue. It's either going to be Packers or Lions. I guess technically Minnesota and Tampa could have a little bit of say in there because they're at 7 and 8 if they won both and Green Bay and Detroit just collapse.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of don't expect that, but it's possible. There is still seeding up for grabs. Obviously, the NFC West is still up for grabs. The Seahawks are at 12 wins. The Niners and the Rams are at 11. I think it's important for San Fran to hold on to that 5 seed because then they'd be on the road against the winner of the NFC South, which I think San Fran still has enough pieces.
I think they have an advantage over them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if San Fran falls to the 6 and all of a sudden they got to go to Philly, or if San Fran falls to the 7 and they got to go play the Bears or whoever ends up in that 2 seed,
mm-hmm.
The Niners, the coaching job Kyle Shanahan's done is really impressive. The way Christian McCaffrey runs the football is so textbook. Like the way he is secure with the football is so impressive.
Yeah, like I always say, there are people that don't like to bring that second hand. If you bring that second hand over the ball when you're in traffic, for sure, you won't have many problems. And then when you get out in the open field, you can start running with it, but you can't be swinging the ball around in that traffic. Guys are taught to attack the football these days. And if you do it, you're going to be having fumbles a lot.
Like, I think one thing that's been interesting is watching Bill over the course of this season.
Mm-hmm.
And there's really something there, right? And he's got to get better. He's got to develop. But there's something there. He's got some juice to him. He's got to get better with the football.
True.
Like
100%.
And people with running backs get so caught up in speed and moves and all this stuff. But ball security is job security.
What I tell you about a running back, they got to do 2 things very well before they keep getting the opportunity, before they earn the opportunity to run the football. They got to protect the damn quarterback and protect the football. If they can't do those 2 things, they're not getting 20, 30 carries, no matter what. They could be 4-2-40. But if you can't protect the quarterback and hold on to the ball, you're going to be sitting on the sideline. Or you might be off a football team if you can't go down and tackle people.
the way McCaffrey, 2 hands high and tight in traffic, and the way he seamlessly. So, not everybody might not know this. When a running back is getting towards the sideline, you are supposed to put the ball on the outside shoulder, right? You want that ball on the outside shoulder. The theory is if you do get hit and the ball does come loose, it'll go out of bounds. Yeah. So when you see backs switch the ball depending which way they're running, that's why they're doing that. And most guys, it gets a little insecure when you're switching, and most guys, they slow down like a quarter of a step, just a little bit to make that transition. McCaffrey does neither, and it's really impressive. Just the toughness with that dude has been impressive. I think White Bryan last night took Robinson to score a touchdown. He took Brian Robinson to score a touchdown. They have a receiver out there now. Is it Dwayne D. Robinson? Yeah. White Bryan, you can tell me his first name. But so I see Robinson
was DeMarcus
going.
and Ben Strober took
DeMarcus.
Robinson. I took Kittle.
Okay. Well, Kittle hit. So I see Robinson catch it, high pointing this ball. It was a great catch, touchdown catch. And I'm like, that sure as hell ain't B-Rob making that catch. And this dude had like dreads, hair coming out of his helmet and stuff.
Yeah.
I was like,
B-Rob was returning the kick,
I was like,
wasn't he?
yeah, he was.
Yeah, he told me he wanted to do that here.
I was like, has B-Rob fundamentally changed what he looks like? Like, am I Rip Van Winkle? How long have I been asleep for? The Niners must be the only team that if you have 2 dudes with the same last name, they don't put a letter. Did you like?
I didn't even notice it.
The Robinson that caught the touchdown last night, there was no D, and then when B-Rob runs the football, there was no B. At least when I noticed it. White Bryan, you watched? Did you notice that too?
Yeah, I don't know why that's the case. I guess they just don't care.
Some teams don't.
I had never thought of that before in my life, and then last night I'm watching. I'm like, huh?
I think one year I had B. Mitchell on mine. When I think I was with Philly, though, because we had Freddie Mitchell on the team as well.
Freddie Mitchell cost me a lot of money. I'll never forgive him.
When he caught the one big pass he ever caught?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you just bet against him all the other time, you've been rich.
That's the worst. That's the worst gambling loss I ever had. And I was what year was that Super Bowl? Eagles Pats.
Man.
Oh,
I don't know.
6-ish.
He was look at that.
That's awesome.
Big man found it.
I had, you know what a lightning bet is?
No.
It was 2004. So I was 22 and broke. Just straight broke. And I had a big boy bet on that Super Bowl. And I had a lightning on it, which means any point over what the spread was, I had a $100 lightning on it. So say the line in that was 6. I don't remember what it was. Any point over 6, I got an extra hundo on it. But any point under 6, I pay an extra hundo on that. Freddie Mitchell caught that touchdown. I was screaming. I went and sat. My buddy was having a Super Bowl party, and after that game, I just went and sat by myself in the hallway upstairs in the dark for like an hour. Like, oh boy, how am I going to pay this back? Those were dark times, Brian.
Only bet what you can afford, dog.
Nah, that's no fun.
Okay, well,
you can't win big if you don't bet big.
Yeah, you have to pay big when you lose.
What does Felica say? Says, just remember, the less you bet, the more you lose when you win.
Okay, I hear you.
All right, let's do this. Busy show today. We're going to hear from Cliff Kingsbury in just a moment. Doc Walker going to join us at 11. We should hear from Sam Cosmi around noon. And the one and only Barstool Nate, fresh off a trip to the Bahamas, is going to join us at 1 o'clock. We'll open these phone lines up, too. It's going to be a fun day. You're listening to B. Mitch Finley.
This update brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Care. Experience dentistry with a touch of elegance. Tress Way has been named to the 2026 Pro Bowl for the Washington Commanders. This is Way's third Pro Bowl selection. He's the franchise leader in career punt yardage at 38,742 and currently ranks number 4 among active NFL punters in total punts, total punt yardage, and punts pinned inside the 20. Also alternates for the NFC, wide receiver Jalen Lane and linebacker Nick Bellore. Interesting news from the NBA. They're looking into new ways to prevent teams from tanking, including limiting pick protections to either the top 4 or 14 and higher. Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. Book your appointment today at ElegantSmilesDDS.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Shout out to Willie Nelson. Go. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It's Christmas week. Tell you what, my kids are getting very excited about Christmas, B. You get to the 23rd.
They're kids, baby.
Yeah, man. This is
they get fired up.
We're close now. My little one. You guys have an Advent calendar? Is it possible you have one and you're just unaware
Could
of
be.
it? I'd argue we have too many Advent. I think one Advent calendar is reasonable.
Yeah.
I think we have 4.
Why don't you just have one? Because you put everything on that one thing, you can see it all. You know what I mean? You have 4 different ones?
Yeah.
So do you ever have to say, oh, I got this, and then you look at the other one, oh, damn, we got something on that one?
So Advent calendars aren't – we have one calendar of, like, what we have going on in the world. Advent calendars are like a Christmas thing. It's like a special – I don't know how the hell to describe an Advent calendar. So it's just for Christmas, and it's a countdown to Christmas Day.
Okay.
And you typically, like, open up a little thing. We have one where you, like, slide this Christmas tree down. We now have another where we hang a little ornament on each day of the month. We have another one where you open this little door and there's like a toy or a chocolate.
Do you ever
inside.
forget to do it?
Me? I've done it 0 days.
All right.
The girls, listen, the girls are home all weekend, all next week.
Well, you know, I've been around your kids, and if Shelby does one, Ainsley going to want to do one.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to have 2 right there for sure. So you're not doing your job. I know Lauren is taking care of hers. You just don't do yours.
Yeah. Correct.
In other words, that's what it is.
Correct. There's a lot of Advent calendaring going on at our place. But it does have me very aware of what day it is. 23rd, 2 days till Christmas.
Yeah.
Good luck to everybody out there and their Christmas shopping. I did a little Christmas shopping yesterday. I went to Bloomingdale's. I had to pick something up for my wife. And this, if you remember last year, there was the great debate about lip gloss. This year I was prepared. I knew where it was. I knew what I needed.
The lip gloss?
And it's a stocking stuffer. It's perfect. But B, it's also like the lady, the very nice older woman, well-dressed, wanted to help me. She's like, well, what do you need? I was like, that. And she's like, okay, well, what? I don't know if it's a flavor or a color or however they.
Red.
I was like, yeah, that one. She's like, wow, you really knew what you wanted. I was like, ma'am, I also need a gift receipt. Because if I got it right, awesome. And if I got it wrong, she's coming back. But
that's the thing that kills me about that. You know what you're going to get. Don't try to sell me the whole damn store, woman. Get the hell out of my way.
Yeah. Well, not to mention, I was meeting Papa for a cocktail at Capitol Grill next door.
Yeah.
The longer I'm here with you, lady,
Thanks for the invite, man.
less
Thanks for the
time
invite.
there.
Thanks for the invite.
Kind of just happened. because I had to go.
Now,
to Blue
Papa,
Days.
you just call me next time. They with JP.
Papa wants to maybe see us on the peninsula.
That's cool.
Yeah. Well, we got a lot of moving parts, but so that I went to Cap Grill and they had the Potato Bowl on, and then I got to watch. So Washington State won that game, and at the end of the game, like the Gatorade buckets they dump on the coach.
Yeah.
They had the bucket.
Well, what you're about to say is better than mayonnaise.
Yes. They had the bucket full of French fries that they then dumped on the Washington State coach for winning the Potato Bowl. And I enjoyed that. I thought it was funny. The Mayo Bowl is gross. The Duke's Mayo Bowl, the winning coach gets a bucket of mayonnaise dumped on his head. Do you remember what Loxley did when Maryland won the Mayonnaise Bowl?
I can't remember exactly, but they threw the mayonnaise on him, didn't they?
Yeah, but he broke out the big hat.
Yeah, he should have.
He went with the big hat.
He should have. Yeah.
All right, back to business, Brian. It is Dallas week.
Totally.
And so I texted our friend Newey Scruggs from Dallas about joining the show tomorrow, and his exact response.
I like Newey.
Newey's funny, man. His exact response was, "It's Dallas week, LOL." How much from when? I mean, Newey's going to be hot tomorrow. He said it's Dallas week with the laughing emoji. Then he said toilet bowl game. And he said nobody overrates their own talent like Jerry. So I imagine Newey's going to bring it tomorrow when we talk.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
When you got here, though, Brian.
Yep.
The Redskins-Cowboys rivalry was the fiercest in the NFL.
It was. If it wasn't, I guarantee the people around here let you know it was.
What do you think it is now?
It's lost a lot of luster. And I think it lost a lot of luster because of the players are gone so quickly and so often. When I got here, you had guys that had been here for anywhere from 5 to 10, 11 years. And they do it every year. And they were playing for playoffs. And they were trying to get to Super Bowls all the time. So I can understand why it was the way it was. Now, hell, they don't really know. And it's not even pushed like that. And then it was one-sided for so damn long to where I think the other side was like, oh, hell with that. We're not worried about it.
Yeah, man, it's still a big rivalry. I think for older fans, it is.
For older fans, it's still there. They despise anything blue and silver. They despise the Cowboys. They want to do whatever they can to harm them. But these young folks don't think that way.
I remember as a kid,
See what fantasy football did for it? You cheered for half of them bastards.
As a kid, I remember really hating the Cowboys. I remember really hating Michael Irvin. And I remember when I was in 6th grade, so this is the year after the Super Bowl. This is 92, I think. My teacher, I think her name was Miss Gerard, if I remember, we had to do like a writing assignment every week. And every week I just wrote about the Redskins, which was maybe a precursor to where my life would go someday.
Yeah.
But
at least you got something that you like doing.
Right. And to the point where she finally made me stop. She's like, you got to write about something else. But I remember writing this paper when the Cowboys were coming to town. And if you recall, Darryl Green, the way I remember it, and I was a kid, so maybe I don't have it exactly, Darryl Green was playing with a broken arm. I want to say it was like his.
That must be before me then.
No, this was 92.
I don't remember having a broken arm and playing.
Maybe it was just an injured arm, and I thought it was broken. But Michael Irvin talked all this S leading up to the game. Yeah, dude. Darryl Green famously played with a broken arm after suffering a fractured forearm in a 92 game against the Falcons. So he heard it in September, and he played, I think, the rest of the season with it. And Michael Irvin.
Think that happened today?
I mean, Herbert's out there playing with a broken hand. There's guys toughing it out there. There's guys toughing it out.
Some of them are.
And I wrote this long paper about how much I hated the Cowboys, how much I hated Michael Irvin. Why would he talk S to Darryl Green, Super Bowl champion, playing with a broken arm? So the hatred of the Cowboys was very real for me, especially as a child. And then I remember when Gibbs was here and really had Gibbs 2.0 I'm talking about, and had that thing, that 05 team, prior to last year, the best teams were Gibbs in 05 and then that 99 team with Norv, right? I remember Cooley went for 3 touchdowns, I think in the first half. And it was Christmas time, and it was late in the year against Dallas. And going into that game, I think it was a real fight to either win the division or a wild card spot or whatever. Yeah, dude, I got this here. So it's December 18th, 2005. Cooley had an 8-yard touchdown catch to score first from Brunell, then a 2-yard touchdown catch from Brunell. So they're up 14-0. Then Mike Sellers has a 3-yard touchdown catch from Brunell, 21-0. Then Cooley caught a 30-yarder, 28-0 at halftime. Just a thorough ass-kicking.
Yeah.
Third quarter, Liddell Betts punches one in from the 1, 35-0 against Dallas. And at that point, this is 2005, so I was probably 23 or so, 24. And I remember I was sitting with my boy Trip Pierce. His mom back then had tickets. Rest in peace, Karen. We were hammered and having the absolute time of our lives just watching the Cowboys get pummeled. It was a 4:15 start, so, it's cold, it's dark. And I had Cooley in fantasy, who had 3 touchdowns. That may have been the most fun I ever had watching the Redskins kick the tar out of the Cowboys. Yeah. But it doesn't necessarily feel like that now, 20 years later, and I think it's because the Eagles have become the dominant team in the division.
Yeah, and I think but the thing of it is, like I said, that was a big rivalry for the fan base, more or less. But anybody in the East was a rivalry for the people in the locker room. And I think the Eagles became even more because they, after the body bag game, and then how their fans are, and then they started winning.
Yeah.
They
were always obnoxious, but now you're good at obnoxious.
Yeah, then you start winning, and I think it changes. And I think it's okay for things to change. Like you look at it where when Auburn was very good, right, Brian, I'm sorry, when they were very good, you could see how that thing lasted. But when Alabama started beating them all the time, nobody really cared. And then they're so close in proximity, so you can understand you got bragging rights with your friends and your family. When it comes to Dallas, when they are good, they run out like it's dark, like a cockroach does. When they're bad, they run and hide.
Right.
They don't say a damn word.
Right.
So but back then it was people were arguing and fighting and whatever, no matter what the records were.
Totally.
They were going at it. Like now, it's things have changed.
Doc Walker's going to join us at 11. I want to have a quick conversation about Sam Hartman next. It's B. Mitchell Finley. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to everybody in the YouTube chat. I didn't realize I was in the background. I was just WB should have texted me, dog.
In the background.
You know how like when you go into the YouTube chat, you like hit enter and then you have to hit like enter again. I was in the first phase of enter.
I never knew about all that. I just go into it and I'm there.
Everyone should look at B. Mitch's hat. If you're watching on Monumental or on YouTube, Neil, put your head down a little so people can see your hat's got
Been
wings.
in space.
B is wearing an astronaut hat now.
So this hat is kind of like what you call 'em? Like what's the Elf on the Shelf?
Yeah.
And the other thing that you put in a different spot. What's the little thing they do when people travel with it?
The flat people.
What do you call
flat? Like you make like a flat picture of a
his
person.
hat has been to space.
Beam is wearing an astronaut hat.
Yeah.
Shout out to the astronauts.
Yeah.
I need to get to Chow. The way you talk about it, I need to get there someday.
That food is outstanding.
Well, Bishop likes it too,
Ask
right?
Bishop about it. Bishop was telling me about it for like 2 years, and I kept saying.
I also believe you. I don't need to ask Bishop.
When he was telling me about it, I was thinking CHOW. And I was like, I've been to a lot of those restaurants. He said, no, man.
You're like squirrel stew.
But when I found out all the stuff they did during COVID, man, I had to go check it out.
Shout out to Chow and the astronaut that B. Mitch got his hat. Let's have a quick conversation around Sam Hartman because I think a lot of the posting you see, a lot of the commentary surrounding Sam Hartman, frankly, I think it's just engagement farming. Washington has told you repeatedly what they think of Hartman, and if you want to say that signing Jeff Driscoll and keeping Sam on the practice squad is an affront to Sam Hartman, I would say this. One, he's been cut twice from a 90-man roster down to a 53. He's been on practice squads now his entire NFL career, which means a team could claim him at any time.
Yeah.
He's been available, right? And I think a player can have value on a practice squad roster that goes 70 deep now that isn't just his ability to play this Sunday.
Yeah.
And I think, like, people are
just because you're on a practice squad don't mean you're one injury away from playing. A lot of guys, they use it for development. And they may see a possibility of 2-3 years down the road, not 2 or 3 games down the road.
It's also a guy that had shoulder surgery.
Yes.
Like, not playing Hartman is not a surprise to me, and I don't think it'd be a surprise to anybody.
Anybody that pays attention.
Right.
And like, this is the problem, and this is the problem I have with people that cover the team, and they're here all the time. Don't make a story. That is not a story that he's not playing. I'm being honest with you. It's not a story. But to try to make it into one means you don't pay a damn attention and you don't know what you're doing.
or you're just trying to generate controversy, clicks,
that's what I
whatever.
said, making a story. If you cover this team and you're trying to make that make a big deal out of that, you are an idiot. Point blank.
Like, look at how the team has handled it. He wasn't elevated last week. They only had 2 quarterback stress. They just brought in Driscoll. Like, they're telling you they don't think he can play for them right now. And if you want to argue, then why have the roster spot? I think
it's not a roster spot.
Why have the practice squad spot, right? Get somebody in that could play. A lot of these practice squad guys are part of a long-term development, and I think with Hartman, he has a lot of value to the quarterback room. There's things he can do with that practice squad spot that still bring value to the team, or at least that's how the team sees it.
NASCAR, I told you I had the opportunity to go through some of the trucks and stuff like that when I was working with, I do a lot of stuff with AAA. Some people have 2 cars and all these engines. There are certain teams may have a 3rd car. But you know what? They're not anticipating that 3rd car ever getting out there. Ever.
Right.
But they carry it along. You know why? Because they got a little bit more money than the other squads. If it's about $200,000, I think it is, and it may sound crazy to somebody, but $200,000 on the NFL realm is nothing. They pay about $200,000 to keep them around. And if they develop into something later on, that's an investment worth doing. It's not like they're paying them $2 million to hang around. You get what I'm saying?
Right. And if you feel a need to have like this in-depth what is going on here discussion, I think you're coming from a dishonest place where it's like you're trying to just dunk on a guy that is probably working his arm strength back after the shoulder surgery.
And that's it.
Like, dude,
but that's
you know what Colt McCoy said years. Remember Colt got wrecked in that title game, Bama, Texas, right? Years later, he said his arm was still working back from that shoulder injury.
Okay.
Like the wrong kind of injury to a quarterback's throwing shoulder is a big deal.
But this is the difference, Jay. Practice squad can be used in multiple ways. You have a guy who can be trying to build his strength back and learn stuff. A guy may be a little injured, but he can work through it. You get what I'm saying? You don't want to put that guy don't need to go on practice on IR. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's the cheaper route to keep somebody around to see if they develop into what you think they can develop into. And that's the thing I think people have to understand. There have been many people drafted, many people have been signed to a team because the team thought they would develop into something. They may and they may not. And sometimes certain positions get a little bit longer time to develop than others. And then all of a sudden you find out the person is gone. The team has not, they don't have that luster anymore because they don't see the development. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I know they don't see that person as a person that can step on the football field right now and help them.
Right. Doc Walker joins us next.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Congratulations to punter Tress Way of the Washington Commanders. He's been named as the starting punter for the NFC team in the Pro Bowl. This will be his third invitation. Pro Bowl alternates include wide receiver Jalen Lane and linebacker Nick Bellore. The NBA is looking into new ways to prevent teams from tanking. One of their options is no longer allowing a team to draft in the top 4 2 years in a row. Another option, locking lottery positions after March 1st. Tonight, Wizards and Hornets at 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. Capitals and Rangers 6:45 on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
No place to go. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Swap in.
Corn for popping. All righty, folks.
Low.
Christmas
Let it
time.
snow, let it
2
snow.
days till the big man
Let
starts
it
sliding
snow.
down some chimneys. Helping us make sense of life and the pursuit of good football is our dear friend, Mr. Rick Doc Walker, joining us now via the Rude Guest Hotline. What's up, Doc? How are you?
Rick?
Gentlemen, hello, Brian.
How you doing,
And all ears. It's all good, man. This time of the year, it overshadows no matter what happens on or off the field. And it's good to acknowledge that. And I'd like to join you guys with giving love to Tress Way. It reminded me of 1981. The first Pro Bowler with Joe Gibbs was Mike Nelms. So special teams is always the tip of the spear. And so that's a good sign that we're headed in the right direction.
Well said there. I imagine he's a guy you know. I imagine you're pretty happy for Tress to make his third Pro Bowl at 35 years
Love it.
old is pretty cool.
Well,
Hey, when
winning teams have great specialists.
Yep. When I said Tress is normal,
Yeah.
You've been around a lot of kickers and punters.
Yeah.
Am I being am I wrong for saying he's probably the most normal person you ever see?
Yeah, I smile with it because, Mosley, to me, is the no. I mean, Mo, but again, real championship teams, it's in the blueprint. You have unusual individuals who dominate on teams, teams that take it serious. So, we talk about quarterback, and we talk left tackle, we talk cornerback, and edge rusher. Those are my top 4. But then the fifth one is an all-star special teams player. He might be covering the kick. He may be like Reggie Branch busting up wedges. Might be like Otis Wansley, who's the best I ever played with. But you got to have them. And if you don't have them, you usually don't win.
Absolutely. Unfortunately for this team, I mean, truly, I think if you had to break down of the 3 phases, the coverage unit, both on punts and kickoffs, and the return units have been by far the best groups they've got.
Yeah. Yes.
By far.
Yes.
And, unfortunately, they haven't played complementary football, so even the good field position that created on both sides of that stuff hasn't really helped. Doc, where are you on the quarterback saga here?
Well, I'm not as much involved in it in terms of a saga. I don't like the fact that we're making excuses for any of them not to be prepared. If you have a guy on your team, that's your decision you made. They ought to be able to play. It's pro ball. But I realize the position itself is suffering. If you only have 12 guys you'd fight for. But that's their job. If the third team guy comes in and can't play, you chose him. You kept him. You're training him. So it's an indictment upon your staff. Anybody that's not prepared, that's on you. This didn't sneak up on you. You've had all the options in the world to get it done. Either you don't select the right people or you don't have the ability to help people get better once they get on your team.
Doc, we were talking earlier about this rivalry, Cowboys against Washington. And I know when I got here, nobody had to tell me anything because I can feel it. From the guys that were in the locker room to guys like you that were outside the locker room. Hell, when you walk to 7-Eleven, people were letting you know. How is this rivalry now when it comes to what you see? Because I know it's in you, but what do you see? You see anybody really caring about it like they used to?
Not to the level, but then again, it depends on the fan base because we're fractured. We have people that enjoy the game but don't care who wins or loses. That's new for me. That's just generational. In 20 years, everybody may be that way because they have an investment in it and they get different rewards from it. The moment that it's not winner take all, I'm out. Mm-hmm. But that means that I'm out. It doesn't mean the system's going to change because the popularity of the league is at sky high. It's rocketed.
Yeah.
But they've added a lot of different components to it that, not my cup of tea. But it's not going to change back to the old way. It never does. But I guarantee you the team that wins it all will be sound on teams. They'll be able to run the ball, and they'll have big playabilities. I don't think that's ever, ever going to change. You can make up all the excuses you want to, but I don't think you're going to be able to trick your way to a Lombardi trophy.
What do you think of the Christmas Day game? Did you ever play on Christmas?
No, don't think so. I don't remember. I remember even the Thanksgiving, but it gets blurred because when you're covering it, you're there, and it kind of blends into you as you age. You can't remember what you did because you know you were there, but it doesn't mean you were playing. You could have been there like J.P. Finley working.
That's true. Doc, one of the biggest question marks, I would say, or things you'd like to see go differently. I know the way you watch the game, and I know you played the position at a really high level, and I know that there's a lot more to playing tight end than just targets and receptions.
Yeah.
What have you thought of Sennett this year and kind of the opportunities he's gotten?
I can only judge him from practice because he didn't get in the game. They don't put him in the games. But he's not alone. They got a witness protection program over there on their own. And I'm not around it enough to know it. B. Mitch would have to let us in on that. But they make you think they don't practice well. But when I've seen them, they've all looked the same. So I have no idea. I don't know why they don't believe in complementary football. And I don't know why they don't play their young. But I understand what you're saying. Don't have an answer for you.
Yeah, like this is what I can tell you. Like I know what I've heard people say about Sennett, and I've always felt like this. Nobody has to let me play.
Right.
Nobody has to just put me in. If I'm going to get in, I'm going to force my way in.
Yeah.
And that's the way I've seen football since I was in Little League. Now, I grew up with J.B. Banks back in Plaquemine when I was playing for the Plaquemine Saints. From that moment I started playing football, nobody ever gave anybody anything. You had to earn it. And a lot of times when I hear people, I've been in this town a long time now, and I hear people praising those before they even get on the field because they like them.
Yeah.
So I'm like, if I've always felt like this, if a guy's not playing, he ain't forcing himself on the field. That's just how I see it. I don't think they're not playing guys because they don't want to play them. They want to play you. But if you're not forcing your way on the field, then that's on you. No matter who it is. And like sometimes some guys can do it in a year, in half a year. Some guys take 2, 3, 4 years to get it done.
Yeah.
And if a team is willing to wait around that, because normally they don't wait that long. But when you get drafted, they'll wait a little bit on you.
Well, the higher you picked, the more leeway you have. I get that. but I haven't seen anything he does that's demonstrably bad. He's gotten a lot more aggressive at the line of scrimmage. All their guys give you effort. So the scary part is that if the effort is there, then his scheme, his technique, his attitudes, all the other things you can put into it. But why are we dissecting this? That's what they have a staff for. All we're supposed to do is comment on the results. It either happened or it didn't happen. The higher you pick, the more scrutiny. But half this town is begging for us to lose so they can get higher picks. And I'm going, okay, and you think that's automatically guarantees you different results? I don't.
That's that new age mindset.
How much does that
dog.
drive you crazy, Doc, when folks are just talking about the draft pick?
No, it doesn't drive me crazy. I get it, and I'm not saying they're wrong. I can only go by my experiences. And Brian, we lived in the same house for a minute. If the guy in charge doesn't go home when we had problems, he slept there. We know how he worked us because everybody hated it, but understood that's the only way out. So that's all I know. I don't understand why the most successful person in the organization is not being mimicked. We're supposed to be a copycat society, right? Don't think so. We do what we're comfortable doing, not what needs to be done. You're either in or you're out. And obviously, that's old school. I love it when people say it's old school. No, it's winning. You don't like to win. You don't know how to win. You talk a good game, but your results are evident. So what are you going to do about it? That's all I'm saying. What are you going to do about it?
Talking with our friend Rick Doc Walker here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Doc a follow at Rick Doc Walker. What will your Christmas be like? Do you have Netflix? You going to lock in and watch this thing?
If I'm not there, because doing post game, I got to be in position. I don't. You guys are off once the game ends. See,
No, we're
Full
not.
loading.
Who you talking
starts.
to? No.
I got a live-
don't know who you talking to.
I got a live television show at 6:30 on Christmas.
He might be talking about everybody else. I know he's not talking about either one of us. Because this
Well, then
dude
you
right
know
here.
that. Why'd you ask the question? You know damn well. You working all day. You doing something all day and half the night. I'm not mad they're not in prime time. I hate them in prime time. Because it means you get home at 4 a.m., 3 a.m. Yeah. I'll do it if it's worth it. But if you're going to stick up the joint, put you on at 1. That's what you deserve.
The Netflix thing is going to be interesting. Do we know, is it broadcast locally? Or one of the local stations airing it also?
I don't have a clue.
I don't know. I know they do the NBA. They do a fine job. I'm impressed. It's been fun. It's been fun. When I saw Phillip Rivers, I just started thinking, you know how we joke with B. Mitch. We put B. Mitch in any category. Notice how we always say, oh, he could do it. He could do it. Don't think that when I saw Phillip Rivers out there, that the first thought came.
But you know what, though, Doc? I watched him last night, and I was thoroughly impressed. And I think any young person watching football, what I saw last night is a guy that not only knew what they were trying to do, he knew every damn thing San Francisco was trying to do to him. And I'll be real, he got a little. San Francisco adjusted some things. He hadn't been playing football a long time this year.
5 years.
So as that game went on, he got a little slower.
Yeah.
And his offensive line, they couldn't dissect what they were doing. But early in that game, he was telling them what the defense was in, who to watch, where to line up. This man called out whoever was the offensive coordinator this week. That money should go to Phillip Rivers because he dissected everything. And if you are a guy playing football and you only know what you're trying to do and not know what the other people on the other side are trying to do to you, and hell, don't know what you have been giving off to them, you shouldn't be in the league, man. They got to figure out a way to be as in-depth and as thorough as he was.
You saw what I saw. How in the hell can multimillionaires allow that man to be coaching high school?
I don't get
when
it.
you in last place. And that's why I say, but we all know, because that's what happens when you don't really have to win. It's not life or death. It's really not life or death for any of us. It's fun. You chase it any kind of way you want to, but you're pulling for the home team. And because we've won before and we know what it looks like, what it tastes like, we'd like it again. There's nothing wrong with that. But, hey, man, they built the game up in a way. I remember when it was $500 a week in training camp. It's $500 a minute now. So you can't hate. You got to adjust with the times. But I don't have to enjoy it, and I don't.
It's an interesting season, man. Last night, you know how like just pictures and stuff pop up on your phone all the time? Last night I had a year ago yesterday, so 366 days ago, was the comeback win over the Eagles at home. And the video popped up on my phone. It is remarkable, and injuries are a huge factor of it, but just how much everything has gone sideways this year.
Yeah. But what it shows you, nothing is guaranteed. You got to always be working as hard as you were the previous year and adjusting things as you need to try to stay a little bit above or ahead of somebody else.
Well, dude, you know what else I was thinking about? And I'm curious where you guys land on this. Like, eventually, usually a week or two after the season, Josh Harris, Adam Peters, and Dan Quinn are going to have a press conference.
Yeah.
That's what normally happens. For a long time, the owner wasn't involved in these. Now we have normal ownership. I expect Harris to be there. And I really respect DQ and AP. But whether it's me or somebody else, somebody has to ask the owner the question, how do you remain confident in these two to fix this? Because last year, we were all popping champagne. Everything was cool.
Yeah.
This year, it went sideways. So ownership, what is your confidence level in these dudes turning this thing around? And
that's a fair question.
Right.
It's a fair question. And listen, I've been around this stuff a long time. I try my best to not just be involved with just a football player. I want to know every level. And I believe that it's going to be some aspect of what they saw last year because they saw how quickly it did it. And then they're going to understand the moves that were made this year, that you got to change that up a little bit. I've said over and over, Doc, where I felt that they got just like the fans were. They wanted to go because they were close last year. And you tried to go for it, and it was a mistake. It wasn't as smooth as you thought it was going to be. You didn't get the right people coming around, but you still knew you were building for something. But I had no problem with them going chase for it. Now that it's messed up, you better get back to that rebuilding.
And we got off the hook. Suppose you didn't have someone as competent as Mariota. Do you know how ugly this could have been?
Yeah.
I mean, you're lucky, even though a lot of people don't realize how fortunate they are to have him, they don't study the league. Most of the league is pathetic. This dude, you can win with him. At least you can win with him. But you keep running around the bushes. Until you get on the same page with how you win games, nothing will change. They don't believe in complementary football. So if you don't have Myles Garrett types on your defense, then you're fighting yourself. You don't believe in ball control. You're not going to run the ball until you feel like you have to, not because you want to or need to. Then who's the personality of your team? Who shapes that? And if I zip your lips and you can't talk, now what?
Doc, going into this offseason, what do you think is their biggest need? Pass rush?
Well, there's the four positions: quarterback, left tackle, edge, and corner. What do you lack? Yeah. What have you got? You can say you got 2 of the 4, 3 of whatever you say. I'll take you if you think 50-50. You have to get somebody that can attack and influence the opposition's quarterback.
Yeah.
You put too much pressure on your corners. So either you got to do, and I believe the quickest remedy is pressure as opposed to getting the talent. What if the talent gets a hamstring? Now you stuck back to it. Is somebody going to admit that you've missed? Everybody misses. But this many? Is that just okay? Or would a coach been able to get more out of the people that you have that are in remission right now? Somebody's got to ask the question, okay, what do we do now? You picked him. He doesn't appear to be able to play, but maybe he can. So is it his level is low or your staff's inability to connect with him? It's got to be one or the other.
Interesting times for the Burgundy and Gold. Doc, if I don't see you, man, have a very Merry Christmas and hope we get to catch up soon.
No. You guys are off. I'll be in mopping the floors. And
no, we're not off, Doc. We're working every day.
I'm working Friday. Are you going to be in on Friday?
Is it a work day? Yeah. Hey, have you ever been to work and the custodian has not been in to clean the place up?
I haven't seen you sweep nothing, Doc.
What are you talking about? That office, you got to be kidding me.
Nothing. No.
I personally clean yours first.
Nah, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, the custodian is always there. You guys enjoy your holiday.
All right, man.
See you, Doc.
Take care.
All right.
Appreciate you. The one and only.
That boy is crazy. That's what he is.
Doc Walker. Let's ask a simple question. Can the Commanders actually win on Christmas? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. 'Tis the season to be boosting on FanDuel because this year you're getting 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each waiting in the app for you to unwrap. Every day brings a new way to play, so keep checking in to see what drops next. It all leads to a Christmas Day special where you can get something extra special. 7 days of gifts, one big finale. Your holiday football just got a whole lot brighter. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to get in the holiday spirit. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Gorilla Fireworks. Tress Way is back in the Pro Bowl for the NFC. He'll be the starting punter for the conference. Pro Bowl alternates for the Commanders include wide receiver Jalen Lane and linebacker Nick Bellore. 3 bowl games today include Toledo against Louisville, Western Kentucky versus Southern Miss, and UNLV against Ohio. Capitals and Rangers tonight, 6:45 on The Fan. Wizards and Hornets, 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. The NBA is looking into new ways to prevent teams from tanking, including locking lottery positions after March 1st. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open, Gorilla Fireworks in Charlestown. Gorilla Fireworks has mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, fountains, and more. Everything is buy one, get one free with buy one, get 2 free specials. This New Year's Eve, light up the night with Gorilla Fireworks. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
You know what Christmas song I heard? You know Sean Kingston, reggae dude?
Yeah.
He has a version of Little Drummer Boy that was awesome. Landy, see if you can track that down. It was really good. We haven't checked in with the Aquarium boys. Jeff is back. Jeff, how are you, pal?
I'm good, JP. How you?
I'm good, man. What are you doing for Christmas, Jeffrey?
Better not be on my porch. I'm going to shoot you.
You working the game?
I sent him a video this morning.
No, I'm not working this week, but I'll be there.
Of course you'll be there. Are you still frying up turkeys and everything?
No.
Because you have to go to the game?
Yeah.
So you're going to do it Friday or Saturday or anything? Or
no. I'm doing a brisket.
Smoking it?
Yeah.
Traeger?
How else you going to do it?
I don't know. I've never made a brisket. I don't know that any of the stuff that requires long cooking is not something I've ever done. I'm a speed man.
Yeah, you just cook steak. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
And heat up beans in the can.
Yeah, it's a family recipe. Simple question, Brian. Las Vegas does not think Washington has much of a chance this weekend. No, this Thursday. Commanders are now 7-point underdogs. Of the wagers, 73% of people betting the money line are taking Dallas at minus 325. 61% of the bets at minus 7 are on Dallas, including 72% of the money, which is interesting. And that number keeps going up, and people keep betting it. Now, some of that is Dallas being Dallas kind of gets like a different betting scope because it's just more fans, and they'll throw a little cash on it. But, I mean, the Cowboys are 6-8-1 on the season. The Cowboys do have some really good wins. They beat much better teams than Washington has. Offensively, Dallas is performing at a really high level. Dak is playing well. Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are probably, I think, fair to say that's the best wide receiver duo in the NFL this year.
Hell yeah, they've been awesome. But the thing of it is, listen, man, a game like this where nobody think the other team has a chance, they have proven they can run the football. They have to find a way to be dedicated to the running the ball. And if they can turn this game into a sloppy, nasty game where they can run and begin to keep that offense on the field, you know, depending on how things go early, that's a chance. But you have to establish a run. You're not going to get into a passing the ball contest against them because you're going to lose that one. But if you make it dirty, and you got to try some things on defense and offensively, this should be a game where we can say, okay, they can't do this. Let's make, after the game is over, Make that be a fact. Too many times we go into the game where guys don't have a good run defense and we don't run the ball against them. Other teams go and play the same team and destroy them, and we got a better running game in there.
Defensively, Dallas comes into this thing 31st in the NFL in points allowed, 30th in yards allowed, dead last in pass yards allowed per game, dead last in passing touchdowns allowed per game. The run defense is marginally better, 20th in yards allowed. The Cowboys defensively are giving up 4.5 yards per carry. You'd love if Marcus could play because clearly you could beat them through the air.
Yeah.
I don't know that Marcus is going to play. I saw his hand yesterday. That joint is swollen.
He probably won't.
It doesn't seem like he's going to.
But I think it's going to be some level, a combination of
Driscoll and Johnson. I do too.
Yeah.
The NFL is a crazy league. Upsets happen. You never know what's going to happen. This does not look like an advantageous matchup for Washington. Just because Dallas can score. Like, last week going into the Philly game, and especially before Marcus went down, Washington was they had a lead at halftime, right? They had a good game plan against Philly. But going into that game, my thought was it's kind of up to Philly. If Philly plays at even their B- B level, Philly should win that game.
Yeah.
They were the more talented roster, deeper, better. Philly probably played at about that level. And in the second half, once Mariota went down, it was cooked.
Yeah.
This week, I kind of think is about the Dallas offense because I'm with you. I think if Washington sticks with the run.
Is Dallas offense still as into it as they were before they were out of the playoffs? That's another
fair
part
question.
of the thing, too. Because against the Chargers, they were playing to be in the playoffs.
Now they're officially cooked. Well, I think they might have been cooked already because Washington had lost to Philly.
Well,
maybe they still had an outside shot at a wild card or something.
So I just think that we have heard and we see when certain people can't play. You know what I'm saying? At a certain level, when they don't have that certain thing pushing them, they shut down.
So Dallas won 3 in a row, right? To climb kind of into a conversation, especially one thing to beat the Raiders, but then they beat the Eagles and they beat the Chiefs. Then they go to Detroit on a Thursday night for a must-win. They lose that. They give up 44 in that game. Sunday Night Football against the Vikings 2 weeks ago, season on the line. They can't stop Minnesota. They give up 34 in that game. Last week against the Chargers, they gave up 34 again. Defensively, I mean, they are just a shell, and I believe a bunch of guys for the Cowboys defense are not playing.
Mm-hmm.
I think
they've been doing that already this year.
I believe Quinnen Williams isn't playing. He's a huge part of kind of what they do. I got the injury report from yesterday. Now they're all walkthroughs, so these are simulated injury reports. But Guyton, their tackle, was a DNP. The linebacker Overshown is in the concussion protocol. A bunch of linemen have issues. The kid Flournoy, that's looked pretty good for them. I think he's a rookie wideout, maybe a second-year wideout.
Number 19?
Yeah, he's on the injury report. Kevontae Turpin, a guy that's killed Washington in the past, on the injury report. Quinnen Williams is here with a neck. He was limited in a walkthrough. Javonte Williams, their running back, limited in the walkthrough. They're beat up, and I think it's a fair question how much. Sadly for Washington, they've been eliminated for a little while now, and we've seen, really outside of the Vikings game, which was abhorrent, but Washington, despite the season being lost, has still played hard, I would say.
Yeah.
It's a fair question. Do we know how much Dallas will show up? Because I think, much like Philly last week, if Dallas shows up and plays their A game, I don't think Washington can keep up offensively. Dallas's offense is such, they might be able to score every time they touch the ball. They have home run hitters. They can run the ball. Like offensively,
So you have to limit that.
right. So you try to limit possessions, but
We need a master class in play calling for Washington. Because, listen, Dallas doesn't stop the pass, and they're not good against the run. We have to do something against them. We can't go into this game and play into their hands of what they're trying to do. Find a way to dictate to them. And what we have not done. Every time we face a team this year that we say can't run, we didn't run, and we didn't throw the ball down the field. We got to find a way. And if we do that, then you keep your offense on the sideline a little bit more. And maybe they get to a point where they're like, hey, let's pull this thing back. You never know. But my whole thing, if you come out to play, you're trying to win a game. I don't want to hear no excuses after the game. You're trying to win the game.
absolutely. And as for the draft position, like the players on the field are trying to win the game. Full stop, period. The draft position, I do think now is when you can start to pay attention to this. I think with 4 weeks left when people were freaking out, it made no sense. Look at what like New Orleans is doing. They've gotten hot. They're playing well. They're trying to build something with that rookie quarterback. You never know with a month left of football. Now we're at 2 weeks. Washington's going to be probably heavy underdogs in both these games. I think it's possible week 18 against the Eagles, we're seeing Tanner McKee and not Jalen Hurts, but we'll get there. We got time to figure that out. Right, this is two odd things I learned. One I just learned. The Washington organization has never played on Christmas Day.
Cool.
So, first time for everything. They're playing this year on Christmas. And Washington is the only NFL team with just 4 wins. The Giants and the Raiders are there with 2 each. I won't be shocked if the Giants somehow pick one off in these last 2. The Raiders ain't winning anything. That joint is broken. Cleveland, Jets, Titans, Cardinals all have 3. I could see one of them picking something up, and then Washington will move ahead of that team because their strength of schedule is so significant. Right now, the Commanders would have the 7th overall pick. Could that get a little higher? Yeah, they have to lose both of theirs, but I think some group of Browns, Jets, Titans, Cardinals could win another one, get to 4, and then Washington bounces up. These are the little things to kind of watch.
I don't care about where they pick. You still got to pick the right people.
Ain't that the truth?
So I don't care if they get 7 to 9. If you can't find somebody in the top 15, that's a problem on you. Point blank.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We got to talk about this DK Metcalf thing. This is a weird one. Nobody go anywhere. Sam Cosmi at noon. Mitch and Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. Who's singing here, Landy? SWV?
Beyonce.
Beyonce. Heard of her. Shout out to SWV, though. They were good.
Mm-hmm.
We've all seen...
Those reindeer had a very shiny nose.
We've all seen the
And
DK
if
Metcalf
you
thing by
ever
now,
know-
right?
Yep, I have.
The NFL came out, suspended 2 games for kind of swinging, but not really swinging. You know what I'm saying? Like,
He didn't swing. He kind of grabbed and pushed. He didn't.
they said that the technical term the NFL went with was initiating a physical confrontation with a fan.
Yeah, he probably initiated it after he heard something. But I think the whole thing about it is I don't want to hear what that guy said that he didn't say, because for him to go over there like that, the guy said more than just his damn name.
Right.
You know.
Now, apparently these two have history. I don't know how a fan has history with a player.
Because he complained about that same guy before when he was with Seattle.
Right.
And if I complained about that guy when I was with Seattle, and that guy is back again, you think that guy all of a sudden was very nice that day?
So Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, reported that the guy called Metcalf, I quote, something we both know you don't call a black man. The guy whose name is Kennedy, what's my name? Ryan Kennedy is the guy, issued a statement through an attorney. At no point before, during, or after the incident did Mr. Kennedy use racial slurs or hate speech of any kind.
Mm-hmm. But now it's his word against DK's word.
Yeah, right.
And that lawyer ain't going to say nothing but what the guy told him.
Sure.
And he's getting paid by him, so he'll probably, if he know he said it, he'll still say he didn't say it.
So we don't know what the hell was said, right? To me, this guy's a loser. But I don't know that DK needs to really interact. Like, I've worked Ford Field enough.
It's
like,
easy.
you don't have to go back. Like,
You don't have to,
It's not
Jay,
that
but
close.
It's easy to say what you shouldn't do, because that what DK did, I did that several times in Philadelphia when I went to play them, because they had guys acting as ignorant as that. And the whole thing about it is, yes, I understand. This is what I mean. Players are held at a higher standard than everybody involved with the league. You're always got to be told what you shouldn't do. So shouldn't the league be protecting the players as much? If a guy comes into that game and says all kind of stuff, whatever, then he should never go to another NFL game again. But no, the player is the one that's going to get scrutinized, and the referees can call stupid calls all the time, cost people money, get them fired. They don't get scrutinized. So I understand. Maybe he should not have, but maybe somebody else shouldn't be in my place of employment pushing me to that level.
I think that's fair. Here's where I land with it. Steelers are 9-6. Ravens are 7-8. So they're now 2 games clear, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But DK is suspended now for 2 games, right as the Pittsburgh passing
He can
offense.
he can appeal that.
So Pittsburgh has at Cleveland and then Baltimore at home to finish the season. I'm not even sure that 2 games is wrong. I'd be fine if it was 1 game. What I do take real issue with is this notion that based on Metcalf's contract, and this is probably written in there because he's had previous fines and stuff where he's had unsportsman and roughing stuff. Like, DK runs hot, undoubtedly. But they're saying that based on this incident, if the Steelers choose to, they could void the rest of his guarantees on the contract, which is $45 million. I don't think that incident validates that sort of money.
If his agent allowed that clause to be put in that contract, knowing he runs hot, that agent should not be negotiating no more damn contracts. And I don't care who he is. If he put that in with a guy that's hot under the collar, then he's crazy as hell. But in the bigger scheme of things, he did go and interact with the guy. He didn't do anything that was harmful that could have hurt that dude.
Thank God he missed the punch or whatever that was.
It wasn't even a punch.
Whatever it was.
He kind of grabbed and just pushed off. He didn't punch. I know, and I understand, and that's what I hate so much about the way people word stuff and put stuff. He didn't punch him at all. He didn't throw a punch. He did a shove. All that stuff. So now we have to contemplate, did he punch him? He didn't punch him. If in the NFL,
he kind of grabbed him and pulled him down.
When you're on a football field, if you throw a punch, if you swing at somebody, that's $25,000 on up. If you push them, they're not finding you $25,000. So he kind of grabbed and pushed somebody who has agitated him before, and you automatically go to 2 games?
Here's where I'm at. 2 games, okay. If it goes down to 1 game, I'm okay with that. You can't do what he did. But you can't void his guarantees because of that. That's where I'm at. Like, you can't take $45 million away from a dude because of that.
Listen, bro.
I also don't think Pittsburgh will.
If
Pittsburgh has the choice, I don't think they will.
If the league is making all this money off of the players, I feel the league got to protect the players more than they do.
Can I make one more stance on this video, on this incident? The guy wearing a blue wig is an adult. You, sir, are a loser. Like, drop the wig. Like, I think we need to have a more reasonable conversation about what a dork this guy is. That's a paramount matter to me. Like, Lions fans, control your idiot, dopey friend. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders punter Tress Way has been named the starting punter for the NFC Pro Bowl. Alternates include wide receiver Jalen Lane and linebacker Nick Bellore. 6 Ravens, Broncos, 49ers, and Seahawks were selected. The Eagles, Cowboys, Lions, and Chargers each got 5 players in. Josh Allen, Drake May, and Justin Herbert are the AFC quarterbacks. Sam Darnold, Dak Prescott, and Matthew Stafford are the NFC QBs. Capitals against the Rangers, 6:45 tonight on The Fan. Wizards and Hornets, 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. The NBA is looking into new ways to prevent teams from tanking. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. High noon in the District of Columbia. Trying to figure some stuff out here. The Commanders, because it's a short week, their schedule is a little bit crazy. And they moved practice around. Practice was supposed to start at 11. It's my understanding the coaches added another block of meetings in the mornings. So then practice got moved to noon. So they're at practice now. And even though Cosme's on IR, like, he's still involved with the team. So I don't think Sam's going to be able to join us now today. I'm saying this as much for Landfill as I am for the world. I think Sam's going to join us tomorrow at noon. So that's how we're going to handle that. Cliff Kingsbury spoke a little earlier and had one really interesting, going back in time a year is obviously perhaps foolish, but this time last year there was real concern if Cliff was going to leave for a head coaching job.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine there's as much concern about that. I still think it's a possibility. Ben Standig.
A lot of colleges out there, too.
Yeah. Ben Standig asked Cliff about possible head coaching opportunities. Cliff's response was, we'll see how that plays out. But for today, I'm just trying to get one of these quarterbacks ready on a short week.
Mm-hmm.
How hard, and I know at times this season we haven't been thrilled with Cliff. I thought, honestly, against the Eagles, the commitment to the run, especially when they had the Bill touchdown at the goal line where they ran 6 straight times from the 11 and 4 straight from the 4, was good to see, frankly. How hard, let's start on this Cliff conversation. Let's start here. How hard is the job right now for Cliff to try to get a quarterback ready in 2 or 3 days?
Shouldn't be that hard because you have a guy who's been here since the beginning of the training camp, and another guy was in your system throughout last year, right? All of training camp. So all you got to do is call your stuff. And what do? They find out the quarterback, what plays the quarterback likes the most. And that's what they're going to focus on. So it's not as difficult as you think. You know, all this stuff, once you install, like, let's be right. Phillip Rivers was out of football for 5 years. Phillip Rivers came back after 5 years of being out of football and hooked up with Steichen and, boom, went out there and knows this offense inside and out. That's how most quarterbacks understand these offenses. And if you are the coach that you are to be, you need to know what this quarterback, what he does well, what he doesn't do well, and how you can attack. I can tell you one thing, as an offensive coordinator, the quickest way to help a quarterback out, be able to run a damn football. And this team is in the top 5 running the football. So that's a help right there.
For sure. Running the ball would help a lot. I think Johnson has been here all year, and Driscoll was here all last year. It one of those two are the plan. There should be a level of familiarity. I mean, Johnson's been here.
It should
you know
be
what I mean?
It should be a great level of familiarity. And then also, in Cliff's defense, it's not all on Cliff to get somebody ready. It's on that damn quarterback to get himself ready. Because if you are going out on that football field and you don't know what you're supposed to be doing or whatever, you're putting yourself in harm's way. This is not the game to go on the field and don't know what the hell you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Whether you're mentally or physically unfit to be out there, you damn sure don't want to do that in football. Two sports, football or hockey. Baseball, basketball, you might get away with it. Football and hockey, you end up getting carted off the field on ice.
Sure. For sure. For Cliff, with the head coaching opportunities, the one I look at kind of interestingly right now, Tampa. Tampa's in the middle of an absolute collapse. I don't know what to make of this, but I don't know that everybody knows the Cliff Baker Mayfield relationship. When Baker first started at Texas Tech, Cliff was the coach.
Yeah.
And they started 5-0 and were just putting up crazy numbers. Then there's a lot of variations of this story out there. Baker got injured, couldn't play anymore, but then it was also very apparent Baker was transferring to Oklahoma. And this was not transfer portal days. This was a different era of transferring.
Yeah.
And I think Cliff and Baker's relationship soured, which I could kind of wrap my brain around depending on which side is accurate.
Both of them got the same type of attitude. So,
well, by all accounts, those two are tight now, and they're cool now.
I'll be honest with you. Even if he didn't get along with them, if I want to hire this coach to come in, I believe he's a guy. I don't give a damn what Baker says.
Especially the way Baker's playing right now.
Let's be real. Baker is not Tom Brady. Baker is not Josh Allen. Pat Mahomes. If I'm about to hire a new coach to come in, I'm going to hire that coach. And I'll let you know, hey, I know y'all dealt with that situation, but in the grown-up world, you look past that. Let's go play some ball.
Looking at jobs that will become available, I mean, in the NFC, the Giants is available. It's not going to become available. It is. I wonder how intriguing that would be for Cliff. I've heard the Giants really like Lou Anarumo as a possible candidate there. The Cardinals, Rappaport came out with kind of a weird report that, like, the Cardinals might just look for a new quarterback, but not a coaching change. I don't know what they're going to do. They still have to pay Kyler a lot of money. We all firmly believe this job ain't opening up. The Saints aren't opening up. For one, they're having a pretty impressive close to the season here. So I think there's real excitement about Kellen Moore and Tyler Shough together. Atlanta, all of a sudden, playing decent football. Those guys seem to be responding to Raheem Morris down the stretch here. You think Ra gets another year down there?
This is his third year, going into his third year, right?
Is it his? This is his third season?
I think he's going into his third year. I think that last year was his second year, right?
I'm pulling it up. Let's find out for sure. This is Raheem Morris's third season in Atlanta. No, so he got the interim tag when they fired Dan Quinn back in 2020 and coached 11 games. But as far as being the head coach, this is the end of his second season.
That's what I mean. He's going into his third year.
They were 8-9 last year. They're 6-9 this year.
Going into his third year next year. So
yes.
because he was gone and then he came back.
Right.
So so he's going into his third year. I'm thinking he gets another chance.
They were 4-9, and they've won their last two. They're 3-2 in their last 5. They've got Kirk playing decent football right now. They're moving the ball pretty well. You wonder.
What they need to do is get their whole situation get their stuff situated outside of Raheem. When you have a quarterback making $50 million as your backup, and you went with another guy, and I'm sure that wasn't Raheem's decision completely. You got to figure that out before you want me to go coach your team.
Dude, Kirk still has $10 million guaranteed next year.
$10 million is not enough to worry about in the NFL. They could let him fly with $10 million. But 50, like it was this year, you gotta figure that out.
It would have been if they tried to release Kirk this year, it would have been a $75 million dead money hit. Next year, it's still a lot. It's $35 million, but you get 22 back. Do you think Atlanta makes a move on Morris? Do you think that job opens up?
I said I think he'd be okay moving forward. So
Okay.
no.
I kind of do too. Dallas isn't making a move. The only other
They
teams
seem to like him in Dallas, but we know Jerry. Jerry changes his mind in a heartbeat, dog.
The only other team that I find really interesting in the NFC is Tampa. Todd Bowles been good, done nothing but win the division, make the playoffs. But they lost Dave Canales to the Panthers. Then they lost Liam Cohen to the Jaguars.
Mm-hmm.
And now it looks like they're fading. Maybe they come back and win the division.
They are.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know kind of what what Tampa does there. And I just wonder, couldn't you see, there's just a part of me that feels like I can see Cliff and Baker on the beach in Tampa.
It's possible. But if I'm hiring, I don't want them on the beach.
Right.
I want them to make sure they can figure out this offense and be damn good with it.
Baker does not have guaranteed money next year and a $40 million cap hit. Kind of interesting. My guess is they would just try to rework that deal.
He had signed, $25 million a year, something like that?
Yeah, the first year he was there, it was like 7. Like, he was straight up.
But after that, he signed a 2-year, $25 million per type deal or whatever it was.
Yeah, he signed a 3-year, $100 million contract. The last year was junk. It was $50 million guaranteed, so it was basically 2 at 25.
2 at 25, yeah.
Baker this season, they started red hot, but it has not been red hot of late. They've lost 3 in a row. He's thrown a pick in all of those 3 losses.
Injury?
The yardage total. Yeah, I mean, people question how healthy he is, but that kind of happens every year. Like, there's a little bit of Jackson Dart in Baker Mayfield's game. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's like, but
just the physicality.
Yeah.
Flipping it to the AFC, possible destinations for, like, who is the hottest candidate right now? Typically, the hottest candidate would be the OC on some team that's unexpected, right? But, like, the Patriots.
It'd be on the OC on a team that has been doing a lot.
Right. But Josh McDaniels at this point is not going to get another head coaching job, right?
Nah, he ain't going nowhere.
Right. So he's staying in New England.
Josh needs to just stay in New England because every time he's in New England as the OC, he does magnificent.
Yeah. Just chill out.
He needs to just chill there. And then what he needs to do is talk to Kraft about being the highest paid OC in the damn league if he continues on this track.
Like, if you just look around at where the hot coordinator names would be, it's not the Niners because they've lost everybody. It's not the Rams. Honestly, the Rams D coordinator I could see being a young guy. I think it's Mike Shula. It's one of the Shulas. That defense is pretty exciting to watch.
Mike used to be offensive coordinator.
It's his son.
Oh, Mike.
Maybe the
Mike
kid.
Jr.?
Maybe it's Chris.
I know Mike was an offensive guy.
I think it's Chris Shula is the son. Yeah, and he's young and good looking, and everybody's desperate to get some of that McVay juice. He is the grandson of Don Shula.
I wouldn't care if he's ugly if he's good.
Sure. But, like, this isn't in a year where there's, like, this Ben Johnson candidate where everybody's desperate
It
to get.
isn't, but
even like Kellen Moore last year.
But you know how it is, dude. Just like quarterbacks, when they need coaches, somebody becomes hot. Quarterbacks and coaches, the same way. They get overpaid and overhyped.
Sure. I wonder if Kubiak, that's running the offense for the Seahawks, he was running the offense for the Saints. Like, I wonder if that's a name that gets hot. I mean, that's Seahawks
Is
offense.
that the old Kubiak or that's the son
It's
too?
the son. I think
because damn, all these names it just starting to get. My dad was there. I guess hey, I need to go find somebody.
This is Clint Kubiak.
Okay.
Spelled with a K.
All right.
Klint. You go to the AFC though. I think you see a lot. So in the NFC, New York for sure. That might be it of the for sure's. Because Arizona, Atlanta, Tampa, I think are questions.
Yeah, Arizona. It's the whole year they seem to have blamed that on the quarterback.
Well, and Cliff ain't going back to Arizona, so you can cross that one off.
You never know, dog.
Yeah, that's true.
You never know.
Now the AFC, I don't see how the Raiders can keep Pete Carroll.
Just 1 year.
Yes, but it's bad.
Yeah, but it's 1 year. I can see 1 year he can get another chance.
Can the Browns keep Stefanski?
Probably no, they shouldn't. As soon as he gave the wrong damn wristband to Shadua, I want him fired.
Was that a real story?
It's a story that's still going around.
I know. I'm not questioning if it exists.
I don't think it was just AI.
That's crazy.
So I think he's.
Why does a wrong wristband even exist? Why do you have an incorrect wristband? Like
sabotage.
That would be extreme.
Hey, I wouldn't care if it's extreme. JP, this stuff happens in this league that you'd be amazed about.
I know, man, but that just seems nuts.
Look, just don't be amazed by stuff that happens when you got human beings involved. Just take that word for it.
Tennessee's already open. I actually applaud Jets ownership, and that's not a sentence I say very often, but I actually applaud the Jets ownership for already coming out and saying, we like Aaron Glenn, we're building something, he's sticking
Former
around.
player, did a lot for him. I can see them having that, like, we'll give you another chance.
Yeah, well, it's 1 year, right?
Yeah.
If Pete Carroll gets that chance, give Aaron Glenn.
Yeah. But look, let's be honest with you, as a head coach, you give me 5 years and you let me go after the first year, I'm cool with that.
Right, because the money. But
I mean, let's be real. Pete Carroll's at the age now where if he goes right now, how much do you think they're paying him a year?
10.
Okay, and I'm gonna go home for the next 4 or 5. If you want to be that stupid, go for it.
The Bengals.
They probably should do something because they have too much up there to constantly not get to the point where they're supposed to be. But Joe's gonna have to start staying healthy too.
What does the B-Mitch voodoo gut prediction model run Burrow's odds of playing somewhere not in Cincinnati next year?
I don't think I think he's gonna be in Cincinnati.
I do too, especially because they got Chase.
If
and
I'm
Higgins,
Cincinnati and I have Chase and Higgins, I'm not letting Joe go anywhere. And if I'm Joe, I don't want to leave. So what I'm doing is going to get all my boys. We're going to get rid of this coach. He gets another coach in here.
I don't think it was an accident. Last week, the Bengals played at Miami.
Mm-hmm.
And a story emerged, I think, Friday of Bengals-Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
So Bengals-Dolphins Sunday. Story emerged Friday that Miami offered Cincinnati 4 first-round picks to move up to 1 the year they drafted Burrow. I don't think it was an accident that Miami put it out there with Burrow coming to town, how much they love him, how much they want him.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think –
And if I'm Burrow, I'm not leaving those receivers I have.
Fair, but I also think the appeal of Miami versus – Cincinnati's a nice city. I've enjoyed it. But it ain't Miami.
As John Thompson would always say, when you're making $67 million, everywhere is nice.
That's true.
All you got to do is just hop on a little private jet and go where you want to go.
You think the Bengals job opens up?
Possibility.
If you're Cliff Kingsbury, you sprint.
Yeah. I mean, like the thing about Cliff, if any offensive coordinator, if you're going to make a move and go somewhere, you want to make sure your quarterback is legit. And he has one there.
I don't think Tomlin's in trouble anymore, do you?
He should have never been in trouble.
Do you think Harbaugh's in trouble?
Yeah.
Do you?
I think the seat's hot. I think the seat's hot.
And Lamar, what's Lamar's status?
He got hurt in that game, last game they played.
I'm saying going forward.
Oh, I don't know. He just got hurt.
They said it was a back injury?
Something with his back happened. So
Back injuries are trouble.
Got a back. You need a bacchiotomy.
Doctor said I need a bacchiotomy. That'd be wild if Harbaugh goes. Outside of that,
John's been there a long time, man.
dude, I think he's been there 20 years.
He's been there a while, bro.
Okay, not quite 20. He got the top job in 08. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We're trying to figure out Cliff Kingsbury's future, our future. When we return, Mitch Tischler will join the show.
This update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for Life. Quick work week for the Washington Commanders getting ready for the Dallas Cowboys on Christmas Day. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury on trying to get the offense in a groove all season.
I just think it's been a different style than we all anticipated playing. And so just to consistently get into a groove hasn't been there. But I like the effort. I mean, we've had times where we moved the football and done some positive things. Guys are playing hard. We just haven't consistently played in a rhythm that we would have liked to.
Commanders punter Tress Way has been named the starting punter for the NFC Pro Bowl. Alternates include wide receiver Jalen Lane and linebacker Nick Bellore from the Commanders. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life. Lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
You can say there's no such thing as Santa.
He likes this one.
But as for me, Grandpa, we believe was drinking too much eggnog.
Have you had any eggnog this holiday season?
Nah, I just drink the bourbon without it.
I have not had any either. You know what I'm getting, though? Shout out to our boy Nate over at Hank's Oyster Bar. We're getting a bunch of seafood for tomorrow night. Oysters and shrimp and some crab cakes. And Nate was like, Nate is more of like the booze side of the building. Like he makes all the crazy drinks and everything. And he's like, I'm going to give you a bottle of Coquito to enjoy.
Yeah.
And I said,
drinks that.
I said, what the hell is Coquito? It's Dominican eggnog.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
I will be having some Coquito on
They
Christmas
trying to
Eve.
keep that.
I bet. Does he make it?
I don't know if he makes it or not, but he has it around.
So you and I both might be having some Coquito.
Yeah.
Cheers. How do you say cheers in Spanish? I should know that.
Salud.
Salud. Joining us now, you can see him on Monumental, is the big man, Mr. Mitch Tischler, Beltway Football Podcast. Hello, Mitchell. How do you do?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you boys?
We are
We're good,
fantabulous.
I'm a big fan of Coquito, let me tell you.
I am a big fan of the sweatshirt you have. And I know that you know people, but B and I know the same people, and we would like 2 of those sweatshirts.
The sweatshirt's fantastic. Shout out Caps. They have the crab cakes and hockey sweatshirts. I actually have found out from an inside source, it's available at the team store at MedStar, and it's available at the team store at the arena. But it's a special edition shirt.
Well, here's what I'd like to make clear, because Mitch is pretending. You did not purchase that at the team store.
No, this was a Hanukkah gift. It's the best Hanukkah gift I've gotten in a while. I love it.
He's acting like he didn't hear you.
Yeah. So Brian and I would also like Hanukkah gifts.
I picked up what you were putting down.
Of the dope.
Yeah. I'm Sammy Davis Jr. Give me my Hanukkah gift.
All right. Mitchell, you heard us talking about Cliff. What do you think the chances are Cliff is here calling plays next year?
I think it's a solid 50-50. If Cliff's agent is good, which, obviously I think he will be, there's a lot of advanced metrics that point to this, that him keeping this Commanders offense reasonable all season are there. So I think he's going to have an opportunity to take a spot. Now the question is for Cliff, does he want to take, a Browns or a Titans job or Giants or whatever that really doesn't look that good? Or does he want to stay another year in Washington with a healthy Jaden Daniels, hope that they return to the type of offense they were last year? Then he'll have his pick of the litter in 2 seasons. So I think there'll be some questions. I think ultimately it'll come down to what Cliff wants to do, because I'm sure, as you guys have talked about, Cliff doesn't have any more of that money from the Cardinals head coaching job coming to him.
Yeah.
So he's only making the offensive coordinator money that he's making here in Washington.
Which is probably still 3 or 4 mil.
Still a lot of money.
3 or 4 mil ain't 10 mil.
Right. I think 50-50 sounds pretty right, honestly, because last year it was really easy to understand why he didn't want to go. The offense,
especially after where they were last year. I think making it to the NFC Championship game makes people want to stay settled.
I agree. Kind of talking about coaching opportunities all around the league, and I think if the Bengals job opens up, Cliff should run to that. But, Joe Brady was with Burrow and Chase back at LSU. I think there's a real chance Brady leaves Buffalo to take that Bengals job should that open up. Cliff, for me, it also has to be the right job. That's why I think Tampa's pretty interesting.
Yeah, Tampa's very interesting. Baker early in the season was an MVP candidate. I mean, you saw Bucks fans chanting MVP at him through the first 8-10 weeks of the season.
That's a little favoritism.
No, he was among
early
the leaders.
in the year, so was Daniel Jones.
Yeah, he was among the leaders in the NFL in passing stats, and then
it's a marathon.
He had the shoulder injury, and things have kind of gone downhill since then. That defense has gotten real bad in Tampa. So I mean, there's a lot of ways to explain it away, but Bowles is a pretty good coach. I don't know that you really necessarily want to move on from him.
Yeah, I don't know what will happen there. Specific to Thursday's game, who you got playing quarterback to start and to finish?
I think Josh Johnson starts and finishes depending on injury. I mean, I think the only way that he comes out is injury. Bringing in Jeff Driscoll is interesting with all the Sam Hartman discussion. I asked Cliff Kingsbury at the podium, why would you bring in somebody from the outside when you have somebody who's been here for 2 years? And quite frankly, I think, and Cliff said basically they didn't want to start Sam on a short week. It wasn't fair to him. I think big picture, you look at the beginning of the season, for this team to keep Josh Johnson as your third quarterback kind of tells you what this team thought of Sam Hartman, because if he was really a developmental quarterback, they would have kept him. I mean, look at what the Vikings ended up with Max Brosmer up there and how bad that thing went, right? Yeah. That was a joke. And so I think you look at Sam Hartman, and they told you before the season by keeping Josh Johnson, a journeyman guy, that's who they wanted.
But I think when you look at Driscoll also, Driscoll's athletic, man. So it's when he was there last year, you could see him move around and things like that. He can move, he can throw the ball, and I just think he gives you a better chance if he had to go in.
I mean, in a bubble,
I totally agree with that.
In a bubble, if you're going Hartman versus Driscoll, let's just say preseason a team needed to pick a player to start.
Yeah,
I don't think it's particularly close. I think Jeff Driscoll's winning that 99 times out of 100. So, maybe it's an indictment on Sam Hartman and the development that he's had here, but we also saw he didn't quite have a strong enough arm for an NFL field.
Then he had surgery.
And then the shoulder surgery.
Right. So
you're talking about Baker has a shoulder injury. So it's like if you can't throw it, certain passes you can't throw, you're not going to be a quarterback in this league.
You got to be able to throw the ball outside the hash marks, outside the numbers. And I don't know that Hartman has enough zip on the ball to get it out there in a tight window.
Yeah, I totally agree. Talking with our friend Mitch Tischler here. You can give him a follow at Mitch_Tischler.
Don't forget that underscore.
Yeah, I love it. Love a good underscore. You had something interesting earlier where you kind of looked at all the incentives that are still on the table for a lot of these players. What is reachable for some of these guys? What do you think will actually get attained?
Von Miller is really the only guy that has any kind of player incentive left. Zach Ertz was super close, and it makes it that much more of a shame that he got injured both for catches and yards for himself. Terry had attainable numbers for his. He wasn't able to get there, obviously, with the injuries. But it's going to come down to Von Miller needs 2 more sacks for $1 million. And
yeah, I'm getting 8.
Who was the
2 more sacks for $1 million?
You saw the guy last night.
Right. That's what I was going to say. After he got the catch,
he got 500 G's, baby.
So Von already has 500 in the can for getting 7 sacks. 9 was the next level up. He gets $1 million. Woo!
Well, and Von is very much chasing history now, trying to get into the top 10 all time in the NFL in sacks. Maybe even there's such a the NFL's total sack numbers are really interesting because
Dak, you don't need no money. I got $10,000 I could donate to your charity.
Well, it's also that's interesting. But like nobody, maybe like Garrett down the road, but like Von Miller is not going to catch Bruce Smith, Reggie White. Like the top 2 at 200 and 198 is so far away. But Von's at 136.5, and if he can get 5 more sacks, he gets into the top 5 all time.
Oh, wow.
Like, there's a big cluster. Strahan, Jason Taylor, Terrell Suggs, DeMarcus Ware, Richard Dent, John Randall are all within 5 sacks. of where Vaughn is right now. Vaughn is 12th. He with just 3. What's he need? 2 sacks to get the mill?
2 sacks for $1 million, 4 sacks for 1.5, and 5 sacks for $2 million.
But also, if he gets 2 more sacks this season, that gets him into the top 10, tied with DeMarcus Ware all time. So, for Vaughn, this stuff matters.
Well, and we've heard Vaughn talk about on his podcast that he wants to come back to Washington next year and run this thing back. Situational pass rusher, hopefully more situational than he was forced into playing this year. I'm bringing him back.
Reggie White played in more of a solid 3-4, and he has how many sacks? 198.
Yeah.
Also only 16
in a league where they were running the ball more than they were throwing it, with 16 games. How many sacks would he have if he was playing a day?
Bruce Smith too.
Yeah, but Bruce played in a division where they threw the ball all the time.
Right.
Buffalo, they were throwing the ball, but Reggie was in the NFC East, and then he left and went to the NFC North, and they ran the ball a lot, and that man had 198 sacks. Damn. I mean, you look at people like Vaughn. Vaughn is amazing. 60 sacks behind.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, he's a
Think about
no-doubter,
that.
first ballot Hall of Famer, right?
Yes. Man, and listen, bro, I watched Reggie do the club and grown men, 300 plus, go airborne.
That's power.
That's special, man. Him and Jumpy together, bro, their little moves getting to the quarterback, the strength they had was ridiculous.
I'm kind of surprised LT's numbers. This is weird. So ESPN.com has LT all time at 132.5. This must just be regular season. Because Pro Football Reference has LT's number at 142. No, that's regular season too. That's an odd discrepancy to be 10 off like that.
Well, just let you know, that 4,999 probably over 5,000.
You need a stat
They be
correction.
screwing people, man.
You need a stat correction.
But look, the thing about LT, he'll probably have 3 sacks in the game, and then he will disrupt your whole running game.
And knock out your quarterback.
Yeah, it's bad dude, bro.
I guess Frankie Luvu is at 3 sacks on the season. If he gets to 6, he gets $325K. So maybe he's another guy that you can look at in terms of player incentives potentially getting there. But there's not a lot. I mean, when you look at this,
he and Von Miller sacked the quarterback together. He ends up with 1 because he got a half and a half, and Von ended up with 1.
Well, dude,
he got a half and a half.
Apparently,
and they both missed their thing.
I heard something in Cleveland that Myles Garrett's getting kind of pissed if other dudes get sacks.
Well, did you see the one this weekend with him?
Yeah, but you heard what they said. They act like Buffalo was trying not to throw the ball because they didn't want him to set the record against them.
That's crazy.
Well, there was the one against Buffalo where Josh Allen kind of went down on his own, and there were 2 players close to him, and they ended up initially giving the sack to the other guy, and then they went back and stacked. And it was real close as to whether they give
Where is he
Garrett
at
that
now?
full one.
Just a half behind, or
I think
one?
he's
1
2. I thought.
Oh, is it 2?
Maybe it's just 1
Yeah.
full. Here's a little one from Mitch's tweet. Debo. I mean, he's going to be a free agent. He does, however, get $25K per game game bonus. Let's say he nicks something up. You want the $25K in hand or be healthy going to free agency? Say he nicks something up week 18.
Me, I got to just go to the first. I got to be in the next.
You
game.
probably just got to be active.
Bro, I'm going to get the extra $25K.
Yeah.
Well, you also have Marcus Mariota play 60% of
Is that
snaps.
25 or 250?
$25,000 per game, so he can get it 17 times.
Week 18 will be interesting if Mariota's hand, or maybe even this week if Mariota's able to get back out there. But if he gets 60% of the snaps and a win, he gets $200K per game.
He's already gotten the win.
No, in the 60% of the snaps in an individual game.
Oh, okay.
If he plays 60% of the snaps and wins
so
the
he
game,
got that $200,000 for the Giants game, I know
right?
that.
And he'll get it for everyone after that. He actually got more than that because 70% of snaps plus a win, he gets.
Nah, that's playoffs, dude.
Is that playoffs?
And we got to run. Landfill's going to kill me.
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mitch Tischler, for joining us. We're
He
debating
should.
the worst Christmas songs when we return. Landfill has played all good Christmas music today, and really it hasn't played much bad Christmas music of late.
So he's going to play the bad ones now?
Well, USA Today put together a list of the worst Christmas songs.
Let's see what they had.
The Paul McCartney joint is up there.
Which one is that?
Simply having a wonderful Christmas time. I hate that song.
It's a little slow. It's a little slow.
I think, according to USA Today, and I don't know a lot of these, maybe you will, the 10th worst Christmas song ever is In Sync. I never knew the meaning of Christmas. Are you familiar with that?
Not. Laffer, you got these things pulled up? Can you play a little bit of it?
I know there is a Christmas song that Landfill likes from one of the
NSYNC?
From one of the boy bands. What's the one? Is it?
Well, Landfill NSYNC guy?
Is it NSYNC or Backstreet Boys? There's a Christmas song you like.
Yeah, NSYNC actually has the best Christmas song ever. Here it is.
All right. This one's not terrible. This isn't the one they're referencing, right?
No.
This one wasn't bad. I like that one.
I'm fine with
I've
that.
heard that one before. But I don't know. I never knew the meaning of Christmas.
Me either. I don't think I've ever heard this. Apparently, Neil Diamond has a song called Cherry Cherry Christmas.
Just because he tried to make it like that, it should be bad anyway.
I don't think I've heard that.
Have you ever heard cherries involved with Christmas?
Not that
So what the hell? What was Neil doing? He from back in the day when everybody was doing drugs, right?
Is this it?
Yes.
This is Cherry Cherry Christmas.
Yeah, that's enough of that one, Landfill. Let's go to the Killers.
I wish you a Merry Berry Cherry Cherry Christmas.
What the hell was he thinking about? Was he drinking like Shirley Temples or something? He thought he wanted the cherries or whatever. I don't know.
So I like the Killers, the band, but apparently they made a song called
Don't Shoot Me Santa.
Don't Shoot Me Santa.
That's just messing up the whole Christmas spirit right now.
I love this song. I'd say it's one of the best Christmas songs.
All right, play it a little bit. Jeez.
Landfill,
what?
You're weird, dog. You're weird as hell.
It's great.
Landfill, you're weird as hell. There's nothing good about that song. It's Christmas.
What?
He talking about shooting and what the hell?
The first line in this USA Today article, if ever a Christmas song, I kind of like
we
I
can
kind of
change
like
that.
the bridge right
This
here.
is
though.
horrible. All right. Let's go to the Pussycat Dolls.
Yeah, Landville, you got Pussycat Dolls Santa Baby? I don't know if I've ever heard their version of this. I got to be honest, I'm not particularly familiar with the Pussycat Dolls' work.
Me neither.
Here we go. This is Pussycat Dolls?
Apparently.
It's the same rhythm as the other one.
Sounds like all the other ones.
Yeah, it seems fine. It seems like
I don't know why they put that one on there. That's not bad.
This one and that Killers one, they're both great.
Nah, that one was okay. That Killer one was crazy. Now, who is this? Lou Monte, the Dominic the Donkey?
What is Lou Monte Dominic the Donkey? This is not a real song.
You can tell how little attention you guys pay because we literally played it yesterday.
Play it now.
I don't pay attention to the songs like that. I don't know them. I just turn them off.
Let's hear it. This is terrible. This is the worst song ever. This is the worst Christmas song
They
ever.
should line.
Top 5 Christmas song.
Whoever made this song, they should line them up and put them on the firing squad.
Apparently, this is like a Philly Jersey thing because White Brian
You
and
like this,
Joey
White Brian?
are aggressively into it.
Well, White Brian and Joey should be lined up and shot.
You like that song, White Brian?
That song, that's horrible.
Top
dog.
5 Christmas song.
Top 5 Christmas song in your house.
Every time I think White Brian can't get weirder, he gets weirder.
He's a weirdo.
Let me hear the chorus. That is terrible. There's donkey noises.
All right.
NKOTB, Landfill?
How about
What?
New Kids on
Number
the Block?
5 on the terrible Christmas song list, New Kids on the Block. Funky, Funky Xmas.
Christmas, dog. That would mean Christmas.
Okay.
All right, this is terrible.
This New Kids on the Block.
Yeah.
See, they trying to be what they not.
They're white dudes from Boston.
They trying to act like they're in New York. In the Bronx.
I kind of don't hate it.
I like
kinda
the
the
beat.
cowbell.
I like the beat, but this is not New Kids on the Block.
It is New Kids on the Block.
I'm saying that's not their vibe.
All right. Jessica and Ashley Simpson.
Well, one of them can't really sing.
Ashley Simpson, Pieces of Me, is an all-time banger, and the Go-Go cover is even better. I don't know what Jessica and Ashley Simpson have for us on Little
The
Drummer
Little Drummer Boy.
Let's hear it.
We don't have that one, but I do have this. I have the next one.
All right. Number 3. This is New Song, The
Who is New
Christmas
Song?
Shoes. Next. This is terrible. This is terrible. Now, B's going to disagree with this one. Isn't this the song you like, Elmo and Patsy? You
Yes,
like
this is a
Grandma
great
Got
song.
Run
No.
Over?
I like this song.
Yeah, this is your jam, dude.
But I don't think Elmo and Patsy were the people that sung the one I like a lot.
Who's the original Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer?
This is cool, man. Grandma got ran over, man.
I think these dudes are the
She
original,
was
B.
drinking too much eggnog.
B, this is the original.
Well, I like the song.
You're an Elmo and Patsy guy. Who knew?
All right.
All right, according to USA Today, the number 1 worst Christmas song ever, Alvin and the Chipmunks singing the Chipmunk song.
This one's great too. This is a
Yeah,
terrible
that's my
list.
song.
Jeff, you like auto-tune.
I like
I
this
don't mind
movie.
this song. This is not the worst song. Jeff just getting blitzed, stoned.
Christmas time is here.
Yeah.
The bad songs, the Paul McCartney song is terrible.
We got Chipmunks and the auto-tune. That sucks.
The Paul McCartney Christmas song is terrible. The Mariah Carey Christmas song is terrible. There are songs out there that are terrible. This one's not one of them.
What?
The Killer song was very odd.
Killer song was weird.
That was dark.
Hey, y'all better watch Brian. I'm telling you. Something wrong with Brian.
Dominic the Donkey. Speaking of weird, Barstool Nate joins us next.
This update brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Gorilla Fireworks. Patriots running back Travion Henderson is in concussion protocol ahead of Week 17's game against the Jets. Commanders getting ready for the Cowboys and find out that punter Tress Way has been named the starting punter for the NFC Pro Bowl. Alternates include wide receiver Jalen Lane and linebacker Nick Bellore. Pro Bowl game snubs, Jordan Love and Cameron Hayward. San Francisco defeated Indy 48-27, so the Niners, Buffalo, Jacksonville, and Chargers all clinched playoff spots. Capitals to the ice tonight against the Rangers, 6:45 on the Fan. Wizards against the Hornets at 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open, Gorilla Fireworks in Charlestown. Gorilla Fireworks has mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, fountains, and more. Everything is buy one, get one free, and buy one, get two free specials. This New Year's Eve, light up the night with Gorilla Fireworks. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Time to talk to our friend, Mr. Barstool Nate. I think he's in New York. Joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. Nate Diggity Dog, what's up, man? How you were in the Bahamas, right?
I wouldn't mind this music being the permanent music, if we're being completely honest. That was fire.
That was good. That was Luda, right, Landy? I think that was Luda's Christmas song. How was the Bahamas?
Bahamas was beautiful. Poker didn't go well as tradition, but
you need to
Bahamas
stop playing,
great.
Nate.
No.
I mean, every time you play, it don't go well for you. Have you not gotten the hint yet? You're not that good.
Look, yes, I have. But what do they say? You get knocked down 9 times, you get up 10 times, whatever that phrase is. Look, sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. It's been trending, doesn't go well for the last couple of years, but it'll turn around.
It'll turn around.
You're going to turn around, you're going to be broke.
I mean, but dude, what was that, 3-4 years ago? You were in first place in the big WSOP after like day 2 or something, right? Weren't you like the chip count leader at one point?
Yeah, a few years ago, I was the chip leader of the main event on day 3. 2 years ago, I cashed the main event, finished 7/17. I've done okay. It's just it hasn't gone well recently. But when it does go well, B. Mitch, I will. I hope. What do they say? I hope the apology is as loud as the criticism. So I'll be waiting.
Well, if you lose 100 times and it goes well one time, I'm not going to congratulate you because you're going to be down still.
Well, okay, fair
I'm
point.
just saying.
All it takes is one
man.
big score. All it takes is one big score.
All
right, dude. Good luck.
Nate is the
if we want to compare
he's the
to
new
football,
Floyd Mayweather. He gonna tell him
you can be a
do
bad
well.
GM. You hit on one pick, and you have a job for the next 15 years. So all I need is to hit on my one pick.
All right. What are you doing for the holidays, Nate Dogg?
I'll be down there soon. I'll be down there in a couple of days, going to the usual spots. I'll be at the Wizards game on the 26th. I have to go see my Wiz when I'm in town.
I find that incredibly hard to believe.
I don't believe that at all.
Gosh, the haters are out on Christmas. I don't know what's happening. I thought we were going to have a holly jolly, fun little call talking about Sam Hartman, and now I'm
you
being
really?
called-
I mean, what do you want to? What is it you want to talk about with Sam Hartman?
Well, he's not. I'm glad you asked. People who think that he is on the practice squad because they're developing him into an NFL quarterback, their brain is on Mars. He is not on this team to be an NFL quarterback. He's on this team for the vibes. He's on this team because he's Jaden's best friend. He could be, a model for Abercrombie for all I care, but he's nice to Jaden and they get along, so they keep him on the practice squad. So anybody who thinks that he should be playing on Thursday is delusional. He's as far from being an NFL quarterback as I am, and I love the guy. I think he's a great guy. He seems extremely nice, extremely just like cool to be around. But he's not here to be developed. He's here just to hang out.
I think part of what you're saying is probably right, and I agree with you. The people that are making this big stink about Hartman are kind of somewhere between naive and just like straight up
Don't pay attention.
engagement farming, like just trying to generate clicks, or you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
if you watched the preseason, there's a reason they kept Josh Johnson, who's 39 and been on the more teams in the NFL than anyone.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay to just approach this.
Is that like
honestly?
is that the new media today where let's just make up stuff instead of like just being honest about it? If people are honest about it, they understand what's going on. But like I'm listening to people, and it annoys the hell out of me when I constantly hear people, "Oh, well, why are you not doing this?" Well, you know the answer to it. Don't make it into a story.
And
it's not a story.
The thing is, no matter who is the practice squad quarterback, if you are resorting to starting your practice squad quarterback, you've already lost the season anyway. Like, not much good is going to happen regardless of who is, on your practice squad. So you keep the guy who's a good locker room presence, who's a good glue guy, who gets along great with our potential franchise quarterback, and that's who you keep on the practice squad. There's no reason to act like he's anything other than exactly that.
Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Nate at Barstool Nate. Check out all his work, Barstool Sports.
And I got to say this, JP, real quick, I got to say this. This is what sucks about being 4-11 and the season being over. We're talking about practice squad quarterbacks and Jeff Driscoll and Josh Johnson. Like, this isn't what we were supposed to be talking about on December 23rd. We were supposed to be making plans to fly to the Super Bowl. It just sucks that this whole season is such a waste that this is what it boils down to is Josh Johnson, Jeff Driscoll, or Sam Hartman, who should start? The answer is I should start. Like, that would be better for everybody if I was just getting sacked 15 times, my head was rolling off the field, because that would at least be way more interesting than talking about Jeff Driscoll or Sam Hartman.
Got a point there.
Dude, totally agree with you. So let me ask, are we at the point of the season? I'm going back to this because I do not believe you.
What's that?
If you're coming to town for the holidays, you're really going to go see the Wiz Friday night instead of going to the Commanders game on Thursday.
That's correct, yeah.
Are you actually going to see the Wiz Friday night?
No.
I love the Wizards, and when I'm in town, I try to see them every time I can, and I will be at the Wizards game at Capital One Arena on Friday. I don't know what's so hard to believe.
Go live and send us.
Yeah, you got to send me a photo,
we'll
dude.
talk to you.
Send me a photo from there.
I will go live with my feet on the wood. That's a promise.
All right. So you got courtside. So that's why you're going.
So you're going with someone that hooked him up.
Who's getting you courtside for Wiz Raptors?
You guys are just hitting on me right now.
He's going with Chris Russell.
Hey, I don't want to see either of you at the Wizards parade in 2028. When this whole thing pays off and the Wizards are at the top of the league and we're celebrating.
I'm a Wiz fan. I pay attention to the Wizards. When's the last time you went to a Wizards game? You always go to Caps games.
2 years ago.
Why aren't you coming down tonight for Rangers Caps?
Brother, I got stuff in New York.
He told you he loved the Wizards.
Yeah, and that too. I've been to plenty of Caps games this season. I've yet to see my beloved Wizards yet, so I'm cashing in on Friday for my Wiz.
I hope you have a blast. Maybe I'll join you.
You're not invited. No, you're a hater.
You don't think I can get a ticket to the Wiz game?
Not as good as mine.
Probably.
Show him, JP. JP could play if he wanted. He had the best 3-point average when he was in high school.
That's true. Facts.
Speaking
of your,
he shot one and he made it.
Nice.
And he never shot another one.
There's nobody that was better than me. That's all I'm saying. We're not talking minimum number of attempts. I'm just saying. I statistically, nobody was better than me than my 3-point shooting percentage.
But
are you telling us you went 1 for 1? Is that what it was?
1 for 1, but you have to have 20 to be eligible. So he wasn't eligible.
Wait, JP, were you like the manager that they put in on senior night and everybody?
This was JV. I could play JV. I did not make varsity.
That's all right.
I had the highest JV 3-point. You didn't even play hoops. You can't give me grief about only playing JV. There's no chance you played basketball.
sounds like you took one more shot than I did.
No, I took plenty of shots, just won 3. How you feeling about the Caps? Another little skid here.
Yeah, this team's
lost
really
2 in a
up
row.
and
I think
down.
they've lost 4 of their last 5.
Yeah, it's 5 out of 6, I believe. It's tough sledding. Ovi's had a very bad December after a really good November, and 6 points in 10 games for Ovi. The team is kind of going as he's going, which isn't really what you want when he's 40 years old. But I think that just speaks to how good and dialed in he is or can be. Ryan Leonard was really, really carrying this team, and then he was knocked out on December 5th, and now it looks like he might play tonight, if not tonight, in the next couple of games. So it'd be good to have him back. He was such a spark plug. He was really, really coming on strong. But yeah, the Caps need some secondary scoring. They can't, we've been saying this, can't really rely on Ovi for everything, and we saw it last year with Protas and McMichael really, really coming up. And this year, Chychrun is, he's scoring at an absurd pace for a defenseman. I still think this Caps team is great. I still think Logan Thompson's the best goalie in the league. Sometimes, you go on skids. We're still 19-12, second in the Metro. You'd prefer not to lose back-to-back to Detroit. Maybe it turns around tonight at home against the Rangers. The Rangers are god-awful once again. It makes me very happy to see. So, yeah, and Tom Wilson owns the New York Rangers. So I really like the Caps tonight. I like the over. I like the Caps in every single way.
What happened? The Rangers were good. I mean, wasn't it only 2 years ago where they were like the 1 seed and boat raced the Caps in the first round of the playoffs?
Of professional sports, Jay.
Especially hockey.
Yeah.
But did the Rangers lose some players or what?
No, they're just pathetic. The Rangers are just always going to be the Rangers. They're just frauds. The worst franchise in professional sports history. It's just who they are.
Okay, that was pretty thorough. Circling back to the Burgundy and Gold.
Yeah.
It was Mitch Tischler actually earlier asked Cliff about the quarterback situation. He said it wouldn't be fair to Sam to throw him out there on a short week. I think there's some validity to that. I also think, to your earlier point, like, they just don't think Sam is probably ready to play NFL games yet. But what's more interesting maybe with Cliff, and as we go down the stretch here, this time last year he was one of the hottest possible coaching candidates. He wanted to stick around. He was still getting paid by the Cardinals head coaching money. What do you think happens with Cliff this offseason?
Yeah, it's a good question. Let me answer the first part. I find it annoying. That's the word I'm gonna use. That it went Jaden, Mariota, Johnson. We should not have a guy who's 39 years old taking a snap. You got to look around the league and just find someone who you think you can develop into at least a backup role at quarterback, like a Quinn Ewers down in Miami. Now they're giving him snaps. And then you look at a guy like a Mason Rudolph, who, he's just been a backup forever, and they can depend on him. I don't want to have to depend on a 39-year-old to lead the team, and it's nothing
but
against
to your earlier
people.
point, dude. By the time
if
you get to your
him,
third quarterback,
you're not doing much anyway.
Yeah, it's just that's what
Mariota's been a good backup.
We just saw a 40-year-old. We saw a 44-year-old perform very, very respectfully last night.
That's crazy, by the way, how good he looked last night. That was wild. He's just one of a kind, huh? But as far as Cliff goes, he'll definitely get interviews. We know that. If he does not get a head coaching job, I'm happy to have him back once again, with a healthy Jaden and, hopefully, knock on wood, a healthy Terry and, a free agent class coming in, a new draft class coming in. I'm happy to have the consistency. Am I the biggest Cliff guy right now? Not at the moment. I'm not. I think he's been very inconsistent in his play calling. But, it's a tough job. I understand. It's been a really tough job, especially this season with all the injuries. And, just the rotation at quarterback. So, yeah, I'm willing to give Cliff another year for sure if he gets passed over for a head coaching job. And, I don't really know how else to look at it that way. I'm not trying to give him, like, the biggest bag in the world, and match all sorts of offers to keep him if it ever boiled down to that. But I think he's good enough at the job that he's worth another year.
If Cliff's back, I think that's okay. I thought after the Minnesota game where he said I didn't have a good game, there's a lot I want back was accurate. I don't put a lot of there's real questions, right? Like I understand and support running back by committee. I don't understand how they determine who that is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, and at what times, and but in general, if Cliff's back, I'm cool with it. I wonder what job would be available, like he would want. I think Tampa's one I'm pretty interested in. What ends up happening down there. I do think they're going to bring in a new D coordinator because I don't think Quinn wants to be calling the defenses snap after snap. I don't know how that works. The other interesting part is NFL assistant coaching contracts, a lot of them are only 2 years. Some of them are 3. But, like, I think we could see some coaching staff turnover this offseason anyway. And I think for Quinn and Peters, like, they got to kind of look at everything this offseason. Because to go from last year to this year, you got to re-examine what the hell you're doing.
Yeah, Dan Quinn needs to find his brain from last season and bring it into next season and delete his brain from this season. I think he has done such a bad head coaching job this season, and I thought I liked Dan Quinn. He is just – I don't know what words I can say on the radio. He has played without his – you know what – all season long. Everything that worked last year, he has not done this year. He's quit on the team and the game several times in very head-scratching situations. I don't like his answers in the press conferences about his rationale for quitting and punting and kicking field goals when he should be going for touchdowns. I just think he's just not been the coach that we saw last year whatsoever. And I get why players like him. He's a very likable players coach. But it's kind of falling flat with me right now. The rah-rah cheerleader, all the gimmicks and all the catchphrases, they only work when you're good. And right now we're terrible, and he's still trying to talk to us like we're children. Like, we'll get him next. When he said, when he was mad about the Eagles going for 2 after he punted from midfield down 11, it's just like, you already quit on the team. What do you care what the Eagles do? You already quit, dude. You punted twice from midfield. I don't care if the Eagles score 100 now. You've already given up on the game. And then he talks in the press conference, we'll see them again in 2 weeks. Well, you just saw them 10 minutes ago and you didn't do anything. So he's kind of just losing me with all this nonsense. But I like him based on last season. I just need his coaching style from last season to carry into next season, and we just forget everything about this season.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if he quit. No, Nate. I think that's a little harsh.
The first punt I took issue with, I actually asked him about that this week, about the punts in the second half. And the first punt I took issue with. The second one, and I think he was pretty honest. He's like, yeah, that probably would have gone different if Marcus was still in the game. I think when you get to the third stringer and he's inserted in the middle of the game, your offensive options are pretty limited. But the first one I think was a legitimate one. Nate Dogg, enjoy the Wizards game, man. Happy holidays, brother. We got to run.
All right. Well, happy holidays to you guys. I'll see you at the Wiz game on Friday. I can't wait.
All right, bud. Go Wizards. See you, man.
Go Wiz. See you guys.
All right. When we come back, we got to talk Powerball. That's a lot of cash, B. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's me, Mr. JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn on the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
That's right. The Rude systems are the best in the business. They're whisper quiet. They're dependable. Whatever it is you're looking for, get a Rude system because your house will have the perfect balance of comfort and performance, efficient operations, even in extreme conditions. Plus, you could save a bunch of cash. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders and Cowboys on Christmas Day. Offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury with a new quarterback. It's tough in a short week.
And I think that's the biggest deal, is making sure that whoever is playing has a game plan they feel very confident in, have booked reps on it at some point in the season or in training camp, and can go out there and execute at a high level on a short week.
Commanders punter Tress Way has been named the starting punter for the NFC Pro Bowl team. Pro Bowl alternates include wide receiver Jalen Lane and linebacker Nick Bellore. Capitals and Rangers 6:45 tonight on The Fan. Wizards and Hornets 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. The NBA is looking into new ways to prevent teams from tanking, including locking lottery positions up after March 1st. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Is this Kermit?
Sound like Kermit.
Is that Kermit singing? Who's that? Gonzo?
Gonzo, the little nose.
Yeah.
That's Patrick Mahomes.
All right, let's see who's next. I don't know this dude. Is that the... I don't know that guy.
The name sounds vaguely familiar, but...
We'll go one more. Where's Miss Piggy? Bang.
There she go.
There's Miss Piggy.
That's your favorite. You got a crush on Miss Piggy?
No.
You know you like pigs.
I do like pigs. I like Major Tutty. I'm pro pig. But I don't have a crush on Miss Piggy. I don't.
You look like a guy that would like Miss Piggy.
That'd be kind of weird.
Which one of the guys in the studio you think liked Miss Piggy when they were growing up?
Jeff.
Yeah.
Jeff, you got a thing for Miss Piggy?
No, I was look, man. Growing up, I was advanced for my age. I had a crush on Ashanti, and Mary J. Blige and all of them.
Mary J. moved the needle, man.
No cartoons turned me on, brother, or no puppets.
You never watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit, then? Jessica Rabbit was a 10.
I did watch that, but it was a cart. I'm into real women, man. I never know cartoons.
I'm trying to think my first crush. I thought
Lena Horne.
Lena Horne.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
I thought Aunt Becky was hot on Full House.
Yeah, Aunt Becky was hot.
I
think she's in jail. She might be in jail now.
Hey, when I was a kid watching Friday, Miss Parker.
Oh yeah. Is she the one that had her daughter going to school on the fake scholarship? Yeah.
Layville, who was your first crush?
Miss Piggy.
Oh boy.
Christmas week with a 4-11 team, baby.
I tell you. You didn't ask White Brian.
White Brian, who was your first crush?
Honestly, probably Aunt Becky too.
Whoa. Stealing my girl. Mr. Steal Your Girl. All right.
Oh, boy.
Tomorrow night, Powerball, $1.7 billion.
Yep. Like I told you, I got 45 numbers last night, and I didn't have a Powerball on none of them.
So you spent $90 on Powerballs last night.
Yeah.
You know what's stupid? When you buy a bunch and you just get one ticket with all the numbers, I'd rather get 90 tickets.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
I like to scroll through them.
I'm gonna do it like that from now
on. $1.7 billion did not hit Monday night. The next one tomorrow night, Christmas Eve. Now, a player who wins the $1.7 billion can choose a lump sum payment or an annuity option.
Give me the lump sum.
So the annuity is one immediate payment received, followed by 29 annual payments that increase 5% each year.
And if something happened to you, what happened to the payments?
I have no idea. I can't imagine anybody is taking the annuity. Why on earth would you? Just take the money and invest it. You'll outpace the annuity.
Somebody will do it, Jay.
Would anybody? I'm lump sum. I assume you're lump sum.
Oh,
correct?
I'm lump sum.
Or Boys in the
That's,
Aquarium?
I think lump sum was 700 something million. I think with the 1.6 like it was last night, this will probably be about close to 8. I'll take the 8 and keep moving.
Bye. Yeah. Is anybody taking the annuity? Jeff, you tend to be nuts. Do you have some logic for the annuity that I'm unaware of?
No, because I can die tomorrow.
Yeah, dude. That's just banana land. Unfortunately, I don't think any of us are going to win it. Of the top,
stop being a hater, man.
Of course, being pessimistic like that.
Of the top 10 Powerball jackpots, do you know how many of them a winner has been on the East Coast?
Probably none.
The 10th highest was $758 million.
I take that too.
On August 23rd, 2017, and that was in Massachusetts.
You think I wouldn't have taken that?
I think you would, but for whatever reason, most of these wins are in California.
I think it's a setup, whole thing.
They got a lot of people out there.
The highest jackpot ever, over $2 billion, was 22 won in California. Second highest, $1.8 billion, 2 winners, Missouri and Texas. Third, $1.7 billion, October 11th, 2023, California. The fifth highest, $1.58 billion, January 13th, 2016, California, Florida, Tennessee. Like, the seventh highest, California, Michigan, Wisconsin. There's nothing in D.C., Maryland, or Virginia.
And it probably won't be.
Do you think we have fewer people buying Powerball tickets in our area?
No, people buying them over here, too. All right, just make a phone call out to California, have somebody go buy it for you. You think they'll call you and tell you if your ticket hits?
No.
Nah. You'll never hear from them again. Next time you see them, they'll be flying around on a jet.
If you win $1.7 billion, what is your tax bill? What is like 55% of $1.7 billion? Like 900 million?
1.7. It's going to be close to. Now, what you first got to do, you take a little time to get your thing, and you go put some things into place to make it where it's going to be a little less. It's going to hit you a little differently. First, you go before you accept your winning. Go buy a house in Florida, Texas. Don't say tax. You got to find a way before you get it done, bro.
I mean, I don't think you can outrun 1.7. You can try to. I think you would immediately try to establish Florida residency.
I'm not saying you're gonna outrun it, but you're gonna pay. You're gonna pay some taxes. But
what's the first thing you're doing? You win it.
First thing I'm doing, I'm gonna make sure I get everybody I know that's real close, pull them away from some stuff, and get away from most people.
Who makes that cut? Your 3 daughters, your 1 son, the spouses, the grandkids.
Yeah, we moving our own spot.
Gil?
Yeah, my man Gil gonna be taken care of. That's my dog.
What about me?
We ain't doing no more shows. I promise you that. That show gone, brother.
If I won that joint, that might be Palm Beach money. I might have to buy a dope spot in Palm Beach.
If I get something like that, Palm Beach.
The people in Palm Beach have way more money than that.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with Palm
Beach. The people in Palm Beach aren't even playing Powerball.
I'm going to go find me somewhere else where I'm going to be playing golf every day. I guarantee you that.
They got good golf down there, dog.
Yeah, but it's Palm Beach in Florida?
Yeah.
Too many old people down there, dog.
When's the last time you were down there?
It's a lot of old people down there, JP.
Nah, Palm Beach during COVID became like the new New York.
Still got a lot of
Palm Beach bumps. So where would you want to go?
I'm probably going to find me a place out of this damn country.
Where?
Portugal.
Portugal?
Hell yeah. Beautiful people and beautiful.
Have you ever been to Portugal?
No, I've been reading up. Been looking for a spot.
All right, B's going to Portugal. I'm going to Palm Beach. Landfill, you win Powerball. Where are you going?
I'm going to my couch and
Landfill, you win the Powerball, you're not going to stay on that damn couch.
Yeah, I'm going to stay on that couch, and at 10 o'clock every morning,
new coach.
I'm going to text B-Mitch a picture of the mimosa I'm sipping.
Jeff, where on earth is Jeff
Here
going?
we go. Right, well, watch this one. He going
Well,
hunting.
well, I probably buy a nice little house out in the country somewhere, a farm or something. But I wouldn't let everyone know I hit the Powerball. There will be signs though. I might come back with like dreadlocks or something. A new
Well, is it
hairline.
something- do you have to say that you won the Powerball? I think it's something that you have to say. and
Maybe
another
might
thing
be like
you
a
don't
state
have to.
thing. Yeah.
Because if I don't have to tell anybody, I ain't saying nothing to nobody.
What does White Brian do with immeasurable instant wealth?
He now
I'm
gets
going to
somebody
get a
else to walk
quarterback
his
for the
dog.
Giants.
I'm moving to southern Switzerland.
Why Southern?
It's basically Italy, but you still get all the laws of Switzerland.
Okay.
Oh, look at you, Brian.
Yeah, when I did Lake Como, it's basically like right on the border of Switzerland. It is beautiful. It is. I mean, that is a hell of a part of the world. I guess maybe I need to leave the country too. Why are we all? You guys are leaving the country for tax reasons?
Just to leave.
I might vacation, but I think I'm still going to live in the U.S.
I'm with you, JP.
I still want like cable and like grocery stores.
You can use internet.
They got cable and grocery stores in other places.
Yeah, but not as good. Like
JP, you got $1.something billion now. You don't need to worry about finding that stuff now.
yeah, but I like going to the store. Publix is
JP,
Palm Beach.
you
for me,
win
man.
$1.something billion. You ain't going to the store no damn more.
I like going to the grocery store too.
Stop.
See? J-Dogs.
I'm gonna just tell y'all sitting up here talking about what y'all will not stay the same people. There's no damn way.
I agree. I'm going to buy a $30 million house on the beach in Palm Beach. I'm going to be chilling.
And you ain't gonna be going to no damn grocery store.
The last thing I said that you disagreed with me, if I won Powerball, the first order of business, and honestly, that Powerball might be enough to get my own, but I will never fly commercial again. When you taste a little bit of that PJ life, it's all you yearn for.
Yeah, I would definitely pay my tickets first.
Jeff, you can just move and don't have to worry about them damn tickets.
What is the ticket total now, Jeff? Where are we at? Is it 3 figures or 4 figures?
Oh, it's definitely 4 figures.
Oh, my God.
It's
You
4
still
figures.
have tickets, dog?
Bro.
You haven't paid for those tickets yet?
Bro, look, word of advice. If you get a ticket, just pay for it there. If you got, just pay for it then and there.
Oh, stop. Did I tell him that before? I told him that before. He claimed all this stuff he was
Yeah,
going to do.
but I'm
and it
just
ain't work.
reiterating it so people that's not in my position could know. Look, pay for them tickets on time.
All right, words of advice from Jeff Walker. Pay your tickets.
Pay your
Nobody go
tickets,
anywhere.
dog.
Be Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This is season to be boosting on FanDuel because this year you're getting 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each one waiting in the app for you to unwrap. Every day brings you a new way to play, so keep checking in to see what drops next. And it all leads to Christmas Day special, where you can get something extra special. 7 days of gifts, one big finale. Your holiday football just got a whole lot brighter. Head to FanDuel.com/Brian to get in on the holiday spirit. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. Have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This song sucks.
This is a request for JP Finley.
Oh, God, I hate this song.
That's a song you hate?
It's just so bad. And it doesn't get out of your head. In the commercial break there, what people didn't hear was Landville.
Christmas time.
Landville asked me and B if we were ready to go.
Christmas time.
And then I heard Jeff yell in the background, ready to go
Ready to go
home. Landville, what time did Jeff get in this morning?
I mean, he was here on time.
Like, when was the last time Jeff was at work before today?
In the past, like 7-8 months, I've been here before all of you.
That's true, but you weren't here yesterday, and I don't think you were there Friday.
Oh,
and
I was here.
When? Yesterday?
I was here Friday.
You
I
definitely
wasn't
weren't
here
there
yesterday. Bro, I had to go
What
get
happened yesterday?
I had to go get evaluated for a concussion because a lady ran into the back of me. My car was fine because she hit my hitch, but I literally slammed, like, my face slammed so hard into that steering wheel, bro. I had to sit there for a second, just like, yo, am I good? And my mother freaked out, and I was like, I'll go in the morning. I'm all right.
How'd the concussion test go? Where'd you go? What did they ask you?
I just went to my
What's
doctor.
1 + 1?
They asked me if I remembered what happened. They did a CAT scan, and I'm just like, yo, I'm good. But I did get good news yesterday. Well, earlier today.
What's that?
No Lyme disease for your boy.
All right.
It took that long to get your Lyme disease results?
It's a week.
Jeff has a lot of things going on, though.
Nah, bro.
There's 5 of us.
I always get this unlucky spurt every year, and it was just this. The year before,
know
it was
about
the
the
tire stabbings. But
When
I'm
we
good.
first started working with you, we realized you have a lot of damn unlucky spurts.
But it's okay.
Yeah, dog.
I'm 6
Crazy
feet above.
stuff. Jeff, in the last week, I believe, 2 weeks, has now been tested for a concussion and Lyme's disease, if we're to believe all this stuff. Nobody go. I actually have to go to the dentist next week. I guess my dental insurance, I get 2 cleanings a year, but it has to be in the calendar year. So if I don't go before the end of this year, I lose the opportunity to go, I suppose. Outside of this upcoming dental visit, I'm not sure that I've been to the doctor. I went and got a physical. I usually go get a physical on my
shouldn't
birthday.
say what you're about to say, dog.
Yeah.
Say what?
You haven't been to the doctor in how long?
I went for a physical at my birthday.
Okay.
And he said everything's cool. So unless something happens, I probably won't go back till next year at my birthday.
All right. Okay.
Well, hell, next year I turn 45. Is that when the little how's your father check on the prostate?
That one?
I think. Isn't that at 45 years old?
Yeah. Most people, they tell you start at 45. Some people, you do it before.
Is that when you had to drink the stuff the night before and all that?
That's the one for your colonoscopy, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, I think next year is the first year I have to get that done.
Yeah. That's the one. That's for colon stuff. Yeah.
I'm not necessarily looking forward to that.
That's totally different than the prostate exam.
Is it?
Yeah.
I think I have to do, isn't that at 45?
Colon thing? Yeah. I think around 45, 50.
Jeff, have
I
you
did
got...
mine. I did one when I was in New York because it was just saying you may as well want to get it done. So I did 35, I did 45, 55.
When was the last time you went to the doc?
I was at a doc at the heart place and a dentist in the last 2 weeks.
Okay. What's remarkable is Brian and I are fairly busy people, and we are able to schedule our doctors and dental appointments outside of 10 to 2.
Yeah, 3:30. Yeah.
And Jeff can only get appointments during the radio program. Is that remarkable, Jeff?
I mean, if I hit my head, I'm not going to wait till the end of the next day to go get my head checked. And I always
You didn't go that night, though.
No, because I went to the hospital, but it was 2 packed, so I left. And I said I'll go in the morning. Why are you questioning me about what I do for my health?
Health is wealth, Jeff. Let's make some bets.
Oh, boy. Holla. Gather around, gather around.
White Brian, how'd we do last night?
Me and Landfill won. Everyone else lost.
I took the Niners.
You took American.
I took the Niners.
No, you didn't. You changed that at the end of the thing.
I thought I parlayed it.
No,
Did American
no,
not cover?
You say you were going to do it, then you took American and something else. Because you could, and I remember when you were saying it, and you completely left it at the end.
Did AU not cover? They lost 95-51. What was the line? Hopefully 45.
It wasn't that.
26.
How did B do? B was plus 59 last night. Did
And
either of
still
his get
lost.
home?
Coppin State miraculously covered.
Shout out to Coppin State. All right, what do we like tonight?
Wiz +7.
Wiz +7. I kind of like that Caps over tonight, but I actually like something tonight. UNLV in the UNLV Bowl. I don't know what bowl it is, but they're playing Ohio. I'm taking the Rebels. Landfill also texted me, it's important to remember that Jeff Walker once left early to return a rental car. So just wanted to point that out. What do you like, B? We're running out of time.
I don't know, man. I haven't even looked at nothing today, so what you picking?
UNLV.
I'm going against JP.
You taking Ohio?
Whatever, I'm going against you.
Thanks for listening. Great and Danny next.
Big news in the NWSL today as they implement a high impact player rule, HIP, which would allow teams in 2026 to spend up to $1 million outside of their salary cap on star players, such as the Spirit's Trinity Rodman. The NBA is looking into new ways to prevent teams from tanking, including limiting pick protections, no longer allowing a team to draft in the top 4 for 2 years in a row, and locking lottery positions after March 1st. Patriots running back Trevion Henderson is in concussion protocol ahead of Week 17 game against the Jets. Commanders punter Tress Way has been named the starting punter of the NFC Pro Bowl team. This is his 3rd selection. Also alternates wide receiver Jalen Lane and linebacker Nick Bellore. The NFC quarterbacks include Sam Darnold, Dak Prescott, and Matthew Stafford. Capitals and Rangers tonight, 6:45 on the Fan. Wizards and Hornets, 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan. Danny's holiday vacation continues. Steve Zabin is in for Danny today.
Hey,
and for your boy, I need to text Danny about this. It's been a few years. We've done 2 over the course of our show from 2014 to now.
Just 2?
2 songs ever.
Okay.
I think it's time to mix it up a little bit. I think we might go to a new well in 2026.
Yeah.
But the original song was Under Pressure by Queen.
That's a good one. That's a banger.
Happens to be my favorite song ever. Danny liked the idea, so we went with it. And then we stuck with the Queen theme for song number 2.
What's the title of the song?
This one is Break Free, I believe.
Okay.
I want to break free. Yep.
I want to break.
Now,
and was it your call or Danny's call?
So I have chosen both of those songs. Danny has signed off on both. I
Has
like
Danny
Queen
in a
lot.
humrumphy whatever just let you run with it?
Sometimes it depends. I mean, there are certainly times where he decides like, oh, I like this a lot. But generally speaking, I would say I'll come up with an idea. He'll say he likes it or he doesn't, and then we'll come up with another idea.
Okay.
So, yeah. So for the 3rd song, I think we got to stick with Queen now and make it 3 for 3 possibly. But we'll see.
Or stick with one. I don't know.
All time?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pick one.
I like new paint on the walls. You know, I like to freshen things up just a little bit.
Okay. That's good.
We got the crew in tow, Darius, Ryan, and Toby behind the scenes today. Ryan's back from his vacay. I'll ask him about that in a second. But I wanted to play a little game to get things started here.
Oh, I love games. Let's go.
I am holding in my hand a receipt.
Receipt. It's a short one, so it's not from CVS.
That's correct.
It'll be as long as your arm.
This receipt is from the Springfield Town Center Regal Cinema. I took my kids today, Zabe, to see a film. Had to get them out of the house. They're going crazy. The wife needed a little time to get some things done around the home.
Can I guess the film?
You may.
SpongeBob, The Search for SquarePants.
Not a bad guess, but no, that is on the hit list.
I'll be there tomorrow at noon with my daughter, who's super geeked up to see it. She was pestering me today. Can we buy tickets? Can we buy tickets?
Right. You're like, don't worry. I think
You're
we're going to get in.
Yeah, right. Right. She doesn't quite understand the concept of nobody goes to theaters anymore. So.
Well, I'm going to explain why nobody goes to theaters in 1 second.
Okay.
The game we're going to play is how much money did I spend taking my kids to the movies today?
Matinee?
This was not only a matinee. This is the cheapest type of matinee you can buy tickets for, We saw a 9:10 a.m. movie.
So the pre-noon launch matinee, there's different levels of matinee spending?
I believe so.
Okay.
I took 2 children. I
Yep.
have 4. Only
Yep.
2 of them are movie age.
Okay.
So it was 1 adult ticket and 2 kids tickets. I will tell you what we got at concessions just to make things a little bit easier. We'll go closest to the pin.
Hold on. I want to guess the concessions as well as the ticket price.
Yes, please do.
The ticket price was $13.95 per child, $15.95 for you, the adult.
Okay. Tally it all up. I've got the
Oh,
grand
whoa,
total
whoa,
here.
whoa! Math? There's math involved.
Well, no. I can
If
do
you're
that
gonna make
for
me
you.
do math, I'm pulling out my iPhone. I'm gonna cheat, teacher.
All right, good
I'm just
enough.
trying to hit it close to the pin here.
Yes.
All right, so $13.95 times 2 equals $27.90 plus $15.95 equals we're at $43.85.
Where's your
Next?
tickets? All right, what did we get at concessions?
I got to guess.
Yes.
How many kids?
2 kids and me.
So there's one big bucket of popcorn shared between the 3 of you.
Okay.
That was probably $6.95. Then you had a large soda for you, 2 drinks for the kids. Those are averaging out to about $4 a piece. There's $12 more. Somebody got either Milk Duds, Raisinets, or Snow Caps. I don't know which one. So that's another $6 on top of that.
Okay, so I will now tell you everything we purchased, and you'll make your guess. You're pretty on point with the guesses here.
All right.
Medium Pepsi Zero. It's a Pepsi, not a Coke.
Oh.
That's disappointing, and Regal needs to do better.
Mhm.
But a medium Pepsi Zero, a medium popcorn, not a large. We didn't go bucket. We went medium popcorn. Save a little cash there. I got the trays to pour the popcorn in for the kids. I got 1 small lemonade for the 2 of them. Got a water cup to pour in for the daughter whenever she needed more. So we did 1 small drink, 1 medium drink, 1 popcorn, then the 3 tickets. And my kid, as you said, right as we're about to pay, throws the Sour Punch rainbows
Oh, yes.
right there on the counter. So we're looking at the candy, the medium popcorn and medium drink, the small drink, and 3 tickets. How much money did I spend taking my kids to the 9:10 a.m. Zootopia 2 today?
$95.38 with tax, tags, and title.
All right.
Survey says
We're looking for 85.67.
Oh!
85.67.
Bum, bum, ba-dum. I went over the
Too high.
showcase showdown. Dang it.
Now, here's something Danny and I have talked about on the show a lot. I am Team Movie Theater. I love the theater. I take my kids to every kid's movie that's out. We were there today. We're going to see David, which is the David Goliath story.
Yes. By the
Couple
way,
of days,
killing it at the box office.
as well it should. We're
As
going to
well
be
it
there in
should.
a few days. We're going to see SpongeBob. We also saw trailers of 3 new things that we want to see. Cat in the Hat and Toy Story 5. All we do is go to movies. It's the dad activity to get him out of the house. Movie theater guy.
That's
My God,
wonderful. Thank God you're supporting it. Sounds like you're about to now tack on a complaint about the prices.
What are we doing here?
What would be a fair price for that whole endeavor?
For 3 of us to go and do what we did today
At 9 a.m.
I would say a reasonable price would be $50 to $60.
Okay. So it's overcooked by at least 30%.
Don't you think? I mean, they are competing now, trying to get me to not stay home and watch an app. I'm trying to save you. Now I happen to enjoy the experience. I get something out of it too.
Yeah.
This is not altruistic necessarily, but I'm helping you help me here.
Help me
I could
help you, Jerry.
We could have sat in the basement,
Or Rod.
popped some popcorn, and downloaded the movie for $18. Or some of these movies that we go see, honestly, are already streamed on our services. And we go for the experience or what have you. I like movie theaters. I want them to continue to flourish. What are we doing here, Harry? That is way too expensive, man.
They're dying. And that's the saddest part about it. The exhibitors are dying, all of them. Nobody is going out to the theater. And Hollywood is dying. Look at the lack of Christmas movies this year or holiday movies, starting with Thanksgiving, when normally there would be all kinds of adult-themed fare, dramas, actions, comedies, you name it. Hollywood put out 30% fewer movies this year than ever before. Unbelievable drop. They're just not even putting them out. So Hollywood is dying because these things I'm holding in my hand, these phones, are the embodiment of evil. Because people now consume their movies and TV with this, Grant, in their hand. So they can pop and check Facebook. So they can text their sister. And it is a distraction that keeps people from locking onto the movie. I just saw a clip on this device on one of these evil social media platforms of a producer saying, if you notice the dialogue in all of today's movies is very simplistic and very obvious, like, hey, there's a man walking outside. Why is it that way? It has to be because it's competing with this.
You're missing things.
So it's dumbed down not only the quality of the movies that come out, but Hollywood is putting out fewer of them, and nobody's going to the theaters at all. So I give you a standing ovation for supporting live cinema with your kids. And while I do appreciate the fact it's overpriced, thank God you're able to pay it, because now they're chasing their tails. They're in a death spiral. They can't discount to get more people in. I mean, they could, but they're already on the verge of losing money as it is.
Yeah.
So they're going to try to gouge you and me with my daughter when we come in, because there's 12 people at most in a theater.
They're getting smarter in that they're trying to enhance the experience in other ways. So, as an example, first time I've ever seen this today, we're walking into the theater and there's a kid sitting there at the table, and my kids got to spin a wheel to win a prize. Now, the prizes were posters from 3 years ago. But regardless, I've never seen that before. It's something, and my kids were jumping up and down, excited to do it. You now walk through a maze in the line to go to the concessions of toys that correlate to these films.
So they're trying to sell merch.
Absolutely.
In addition.
And they need to, and they should, right? And so it's all expensive, but we went and saw Zootopia 2. The star of the movie is this blue snake. You can't just get a bag of popcorn anymore. You got to get the $30 cup with the snake on the top and the bucket that's actually a wrapped snake.
Get that?
We have for many movies. We did not today. We were beelining in and out.
Did any of your kids ask for it?
Oh, absolutely.
And did you put your big Grant Paulson foot down?
Nobody's worse at doing it than me, but here's what I said today. We're walking in, and my son goes, can we each get one toy? Because now they know when we go to the movie, we're in the line. They see all the toys, and most of the time, we're getting a toy, which is ridiculous. And I come home, and not only do I know that I shouldn't have done it, then my wife's mad that I did it, and everybody would.
And now the toys clutter up the house.
And now I've got to look at that in my basement, in my man cave, right? But having said that, today I said, no, bud, Santa's coming in 2 days. You're going to get a lot of stuff. We don't need anything else.
Okay, that's a good dodge
and so this week was an easy way to not do it. But yeah, it's I worry in 10 years, are we going to have theaters as we know them? And the answer is probably no.
Probably
and that's heartbreaking as someone who loves going to the movies. Outside of going to games and watching games at home, my number 2 passion as far as entertainment or just unplugging and having my own respite and just a way to get away from things is to sit in a movie theater.
Yes.
When everybody's asleep at my house still, once a month or so, if there's something I want to go see, I'll just go to the local theater for a 10 o'clock screening. I'll get home after midnight and wake up, the next morning early with the kids or whatever, and nobody will be worse for wear.
I agree. It's glorious, and yet the state of things has never been more depressing.
Yeah.
Because I, like you, appreciate the movies, and I wish they were putting out good, new, interesting movies with major stars that you can go, wow, what a good time that was. And unfortunately, we're not there. By the way, speaking of little toys that go with the movies, here is your Avatar popcorn bucket for the latest Avatar movie. Look at the size of that blue dragon monstrosity right there.
$27 probably.
Oh, absolutely. And then you got a dumb blue dragon popcorn bucket rattling around your basement for 15 years probably.
By the way, who is seeing these Avatar movies?
I don't know.
Every one of them stinks. Every one of them a billion people see.
I know.
And they keep making them. Who are these people? Nobody knows anyone who watches these.
They're so awful. I saw the first one and I said, okay, James Cameron, you used to make great movies. Now you've dedicated your life to these stupid blue people I care nothing about on a fictional world. I'm out. I saw your first one. I'm out. So Way of Water, no thanks. This one, Fire and Ash, no thanks. And there's 2 more still scheduled. He made True Lies, Terminator, Titanic, bunch of other ones. I mean, banger after banger, great movie, all kinds of genres. And then he's like, nope, I'm going to worry about these Blue Dragon people. Get out of here.
It's so bad.
So how was the movie?
Movie was good. Very good. We loved Zootopia 1. Kids were fired up for this one. We'd been waiting a while. It was excellent. As are most of these kids' movies that we go see are pretty good, right? They love it. I'm entertained enough. If I get a couple of popcorn kernels and some Cola Classic Zero out of the deal,
yeah,
in air conditioning, it's a win for me.
I saw it as well with my daughter, but people go, well, how was it? I go, well, the first 10 minutes were fine, and then the last 30 were okay. Because inevitably with those recliners,
yes,
old man Zabe is going down and going down hard.
I was teetering at one point today, right? And my son happened to whisper in my ear a question right then. If that doesn't happen, we're missing about 19 minutes of Zootopia 2.
I don't know why it's so popular. There's so many animated movies out there. I don't know why it resonated so much with my daughter, but she was super into it. Why do you think this particular animated movie has such a fan base?
It's a good question. I mean, kids just love the animals, right?
They
I
do.
think anything, you look at, I would say 90% of kids' movies, animated movies, it's toys or animals. I mean, it's
But why is it better
My son's
than
all in on snakes and foxes, and those are the main characters.
All right, but why is it better than, say, Pets.com?
I don't know that it is.
Why is it better than, what's the one, Sing and Sing 2?
They love that, too. I don't know that it is better.
See, I think
don't know that
Sing
it's
and
doing
Sing 2
better.
are better because they have better voice talents that agreed to do the project,
Right.
right? And it's got musical numbers, and I think more interesting characters.
I think Sing is as good a child's movie as there is. Like, I love that.
I would agree.
But yeah, we'd see them all. I mean, we just saw Wicked. My daughter had Wicked birthday parties the last couple of years and was counting down to that.
Yeah, I saw the second Wicked, or parts of it. I slept through part of that as well because I was there alone while my car was getting serviced. I really loved the first Wicked a lot because I took the family to see the Broadway production in New York. Incredible. The second movie didn't have the same oomph as the first because it doesn't have the banger songs. Doesn't have Popular, doesn't have Defying Gravity. The second version, which is really the back half of the whole Wicked story. They chopped it in two. They're like, well, why make a lot of money once? Let's make a lot of money twice.
Right.
So they did.
The album's not going to be quite as good, the soundtrack on that one. Speaking of movies, Clary, I wanted to ask you about your experience. You did something that I have been dying to do and have never done. I don't know if Zabe's done this yet, but you went out to Dallas. I've done that part many times. And you were hanging out with the in-laws and hanging out with the girlfriend's family. You went to a Cosm to watch sports on the gigantic IMAX screen as if you're sitting in the front row. They've got these in Dallas. I know there's one in L.A. There was rumored to be one coming to D.C. I don't know where we're at on that. But for people who have not seen or don't know about this, you got to look it up. It's COSM Cosm. But it's basically, imagine the biggest, best screen of all time to watch a sporting event, and then camera angles as if you're sitting in the crowd right behind your team's bench or in the end zone. What was it like?
I mean, it was incredible. I mean, the first thing, like within the first 15 minutes, I couldn't even focus on the game just because I was in awe of the technology. I mean, it was incredible. And it's going to completely change the way that I think you view sports. I know how
I got the under on that one, but go on.
I know, I hear you. But once you do it, it's just, again, imagine this. So you can pay like $11 for general admission seats, and it's like down below there's multiple different levels. And the second level, which is like, it's good seats, like you can see the entire screen from wherever you are in the complex, but the second level is like the VIP section. And that was just where you have a waiter who brings you drinks, food. You're still paying for the drinks and the food, but you paid $80 for that ticket. You're in a comfy chair. $80 for that ticket, but here's
how
the
much
thing.
food and drink come with it?
Well, it has none. But I know.
$80.
I know, but here's the thing, though. The view is as if you're sitting behind the bench, and that's just from the side view. And then you're also behind the end zone. It has 8 different views around the stadium. And so it sounds as if that they pay the NFL or the NFL pays them to put these cameras in there, whatever it may be, and it just gives you.
Bet you the NFL's
Can
not
you
paying
Yeah.
them.
can you control the view?
No, you cannot. But
So it's a wraparound screen. What, 270 degrees? Not a full 360.
no, not a full 360.
Okay, so it's a big curved screen, and it's chopped up into here's sideline, here's end zone.
They show one at a time. So
Yeah.
like a director,
So a
is-
director switches them around. Okay.
Exactly.
Think, you know what you should think of, Zay? Either the Udvar Hazy, that huge screen out in Chantilly,
Yeah.
or even I think it's more like the
They're
like
not-
a
are they-
planetarium or something where like the stars are all above you in like an enclosed room.
That's great.
It's
Yeah.
it's the biggest IMAX of all time, and he was sending me these pictures and videos. I can't wait to do this. The $80 price
Is the
point's a lot,
Cosm
but I
is
would
the
do it.
Cosm screen as big as the IMAX screen?
I think it's even bigger. I mean,
really?
Yeah.
I think, like, I was trying to tell Drab earlier, like, I feel as if it's probably like an 8-story building, and the screen probably takes up like 6 stories of it. I don't know if there's different sizes. Like, obviously in Dallas, like, you're gonna have much larger space for a cheaper
Texas.
price.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, it was huge. So it's like you have to like kind of look around the whole thing, but just the views of it, it just gives you a totally different perspective from watching from home.
Coolest thing I've ever done technology wise, and you pay out the wazoo, is you're kind of sticker shock of that price point, is the Sphere in Vegas. I saw U2. I'm not even a U2 guy, and it was one of the most breathtaking, incredible
That's what I've
experiences of
heard.
my life. My parents flew there. I don't think I convinced them to, but hopefully I had a small part of telling my dad he had to go experience this. To go see Wizard of Oz, the movie, at the Sphere. And it's like one of these 4D, 5D, however many Ds there are experiences where the wind is
And
happening.
they sprinkle in a little bit of debris.
Yeah, you're
on
in the tornado at one
yeah.
point, whatever. But that experience is something everybody needs to do. And it was expensive as hell, but I've never been a part of anything like it. There's nothing else like it.
$225 a ticket?
For the concert was way more, I think. We did okay.
$400?
So I should say
you don't remember how much you paid for U2.
I do not. I think it was 3 something, but we paid way less than a lot of people do.
Darius, what does he do? Does he like red pen light himself like Men in Black after very expensive experiences? So he'll never remember? Like, that was a lot of money.
That sounds about right, yeah.
What happened was it was Super Bowl week. We were out and about. We realized there was a
Oot the boot.
concert coming up.
And you're like, let's
Somebody
go.
said, I think I could get us tickets for cheaper than Face. And I'm
Okay.
like, let's do it. And
Well, it's good. It's good that you
$290,
went.
whatever.
It's good that you went because you never know when U2 is not going to be performing again.
True. And I couldn't have named 10 U2 songs. I'm not really a music guy.
Aren't they going to be due to be back there soon? As they kind of rotate through. I think they're going to come
Possible.
back again at some point.
I don't even know how that works. They basically have these residences like anything else,
Yeah.
where they're there for several months. They could be back on the schedule. But I bring this up to say, Clary, this is on the hit list for me from a tech standpoint to watch a big game there. I think it's a no-brainer in a lot of ways. What kind of food were they serving?
Yeah,
Is it like an Alamo Draft
Hold on.
House?
It is a brainer. Did you
In
not
what
hear
way?
$80?
But here's
You're
the deal.
just watching a game. At home, you pay $0.
So much better experience.
No, it's Zabe. Imagine it this way. So here, it's not really about like the home experience.
You want to
Like,
be in a communal setting with your bros, high-fiving.
But
Get it.
no-
You want to be out of the house, away from your lady. I get it. You want to have a different view on things. I understand the technology is spectacular, but what I keep coming back to is the best view is still full TV cameras framing and showing you the game like they do at home.
But it's a different experience. Do you
I know
ever
it's
have the
different.
inclination to go to a game still? It would be like going to the game in terms of the visual without having to actually be at the game.
And you're right, but then you have to ask the question, why do you go to games? Have you ever asked people who go to games, football games in the cold and the rain and everything else, why do you go? Their answers are usually nothing to do with how the product looks to them from where they're sitting. It's about their friends and their traditions.
Which he's got. He's still got all that.
In Dallas?
Well, if you have one in D.C. and you're watching the Commanders. But, yeah, he's sitting there at a table with his boys as if they're at the game in better chairs, eating better food, being served by a waiter or waitress, pounding beers.
I'm not trying to poo-poo the idea. I think it's fantastic technology. I think it's got a future, obviously, but it feels top golfy to me. That it feels like at some point the gimmick will cool off just a bit.
Oh, I agree with you completely. His original point that, like, people stop going to games or this will take over. I don't agree with that. Like, to me, this is I'll go once a year kind of thing.
Yeah.
Topgolf is the perfect way to say it. I just think the tech is amazing and it's a smash-ola. I can't wait to do it. Like, I have been looking forward to doing this at some point.
Ryan, do they overlay the broadcast feed with the announcers on top of your virtual views?
Yeah, they do that. They do.
Crucial. Do you get served all of the network replays and super slow-mos and the tight shots? And did he fumble? Did he not fumble?
So at the top of the dome, they show the actual TV broadcast as well, and it's all synced up. So you can
then pop your head up there and check that out. Okay, good. This draws us into what happened last night, which is ESPN showed a next-gen broadcast.
Yes.
Don't know if you watched any of that.
Checked it out.
I watched most of the game in the next-gen, and I was blown away at how much I love the wider angle shot at the snap, where they gave you 30 to 40 yards of field in view. On my left TV in my theater, which costs $0 now, after I've had it for a number of years, left TV had the normal feed with Troy and Joe and the crew, and I was like, oh, that's right. Every play, they crop in tight to about 20 yards max, 15, 20 yards of actual vision. And so every time a quarterback goes back to throw the ball on a normal broadcast, Grant, they're throwing the ball off your screen.
Correct.
Every time. And so there's this moment of, oh, is my receiver open? Is he covered? Is it the receiver who drops everything? Is my quarterback just throwing it to some empty slice of Montana like he normally does because he sucks? You know, it's that weird little, what's there? But when I'm watching the wide angle, you're already seeing the routes develop.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing George Kittle wear the Colts' asses out
So
by being open all day last night.
I watch every single Thursday night game via Next Gen Stats with that all 22.
You do?
Oh, absolutely.
And you do that online on your iPad?
Amazon Prime gives you 2 broadcasts.
Okay,
They
so
actually
that's
give
the
you
Amazon
3.
Prime. Okay.
They do a Spanish broadcast, but the 2 that I flip between are Al Michaels Putting Me to Sleep with Kirk Herbstreit, and then the other one is them still calling the game.
Who's them, by the way?
Kirk and Al.
Oh, it is.
Same
Okay.
broadcast.
That's unfortunate.
Here we go. Unfortunately, I can't hire a different broadcaster. That's not my job.
Well, last night the Next Gen had, I think,
It was
they had
Orlovsky.
Orlovsky and Luke Kuechly did the
Correct.
analysis. The play-by-play guy was terrible. I want to say he was one of their fantasy guys. I can't remember his name.
Field Yates.
Field Yates.
Yeah.
Nice guy, but not equipped to do
He's
crisp
just not a play-by-play guy. Having said that, though, what I really, really dig about the experience is the all-22. And they show you routes they draw on the field underneath of the receiver. So on every
Before
play,
or after?
during.
Oh, wow.
So every single play, you're seeing the route they ran as they're running it. It's tracing their path. And you're seeing, to your point, who is it? Are they open?
Yeah.
What's the concept?
Yeah.
That's how I watch every Thursday night game.
Do they give you the all-22 from behind the center or side view all-22?
Behind? They do both.
They do both, okay.
But I think what I'm thinking of is often behind, looking at it from like a Madden angle almost.
Got
playing
it,
a video
yeah.
game.
So Madden
to see
angle.
what the quarterback is seeing.
Are you not, like me, still outraged that it's 2025 and we don't get to choose our TV angles?
Oh, that day's coming. It's got to come.
No, it's
soon.
not. It was promised in 1999. There was an SI cover story about the future of sports TV, and they're like, you'll be able to pick your angles. You'll be able to choose your replays. 25 years later, still hasn't happened.
It won't be on TV, I don't think, but it'll be on a site or
Why not?
something like that.
Why not on TV?
Why not Sam Hartman under center for the Commanders?
Better question.
I want to get into that next on Grant and Danny. Zabe's in for Danny.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Cowboys on Christmas Day. Tress Way was named to the Pro Bowl. He'll be the starting NFC punter. It's the third time he's been selected to the Pro Bowl. Basketball tonight, the Wizards taking on the Hornets in Charlotte. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game over on the Team 980. Hockey, the Capitals in action tonight at Capital One Arena, taking on the Rangers. 7 o'clock puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D on the Fan, closing in on Christmas. Happy holidays to everybody. Darius, we got to go Christmas music from here on out. This is my last ride here before. I mean, Christmas Paulson's trying to get in the mood. With all due respect to 21 Questions and my guy 50 Cent.
You're going to disrespect Festivus today, too, by the way? It is officially Festivus.
Happy
the 23rd.
Festivus to everyone who celebrates.
To everyone, right. A Festivus for the rest of us.
Indeed.
If there's not at least one rejoin with a good 30-second clip from the Seinfeld classic, then we are not doing our jobs.
Add it to Darius's to-do list. I want to talk Sam Hartman, though, and the fact that it came up today in Cliff Kingsbury's press conference. The OC was asked about the fourth quarterback on the roster. Let's see. Let me do this math. Jaden Daniels 1, Marcus Mariota 2,
Ding.
Josh Johnson 3.
Ding.
So let's get to Sam Hartman 4.
Yeah, Sam's done a great job. I think just having a guy on a short week, particularly that's played in NFL games before, is comfortable with our system, was really why that we felt good about bringing him in. The way we've had the quarterback injuries, we wanted another body, a guy who's played, and that was really it. I don't think it'd be fair, to ask Sam to start on a short week, having not getting many reps where you're not going to get live reps going into a game. And I think that is what it came down to.
It wouldn't be fair to ask Sam Hartman to start on a short week.
Interesting.
So here's the big question, is why is Hartman, who has been in the building now for 2 years, who has been around since as an undrafted free agent, he was added by the team last year to be the study buddy of Jaden Daniels. They're very close, have a good relationship. You know who else he seems really tight with? They have a high five and like a handshake thing they always do, is Deebo Samuel and him. I see him on Deebo's social media occasionally, out at dinner or whatever.
He's a smart backup. He knows who to suck up to.
He knows
and
who
there's
to build rapport
nothing
with.
wrong with that. But we're at the point where you literally have to ask, so what is it exactly that you do around here?
Why is he on the team for multiple years if when your starting quarterback goes down and your backup's playing at the end of the year and then they go down, you're in a situation where you need 2 quarterbacks. A lot of orgs, Zabe, don't have 4.
I know.
So you've got to sign someone off the street who doesn't know your offense, who doesn't know anything about your team, to come in to possibly be a backup and be one play away from playing, which is what they did with Jeff Driscoll. Now, he was here in the preseason and for the majority of last year as a third quarterback. So while the offense has been tweaked and changed, and they've, every week there's installations. So the idea that last year to this year is the exact same is not correct. But he knows the offense well enough. He's worked with Cliff, and he's been around the block. He's a veteran. He'll be the backup now. And if something were to happen to Josh Johnson, the presumed starter this week, then Driscoll, not Hartman, will come in. But if this opportunity presents itself and you're competitive, you're a game away from the playoffs, you're the Lions or the Packers or something, maybe I could see saying, we're not sure if Sam's any good. We got this veteran who's played in the league before. Let's try that. This is not that.
I know.
This is 4-11. This is the 7th team out of 32 in the draft order. This is one of the worst teams in the league, playing out the string of a lost season. It's a gift-wrapped present under the tree to get to see what Sam Hartman would look like, and
they're pretty sure he'd
saying
look
no.
like a lump of coal.
Obviously.
And there's reasons why they don't want you or I or anyone to see that, per se. This is something I think we can all agree does not matter. The season is lost. There's an X next to your name. You're checkintankathon.com.
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter. It is the fourth quarterback. But what would concern me is how is the organization making decisions? is their decision-making tree operating in a logical way? That would concern me because now I'm like, well, how did you come to this conclusion? And then even if they've got good reasons for this weird thing, can you not communicate it in a way that's a bit more honest? I know their job is to lie to us, right, Grant, all the time.
They're good at it.
Well, and that's what every team does to a certain extent. Until Shanahan says, well, to be perfectly honest with you. Oh, now you're being honest. Thank you, Shanny. Then it's a little bit troubling to me. Just like, okay, you're not playing him for some reason. Either he totally sucks, like, wow, really bad, or there's something else going on that you're hiding. But more importantly, there's no mapped out end game for this minimal asset of QB4 to see what are we doing here.
Well, that's what's interesting here to me is if you were to say, what is the path to Sam Hartman ever getting on the field? You know, in September, October, you asked me this. I would say, well, obviously the plane has crashed into the mountain, and Jaden is not playing, and
Yeah.
Mariota's hurt, and now it's Josh Johnson or him, and you choose the kid over him because, you know, in December you got a couple games to play out the string, or maybe, just maybe, he's the backup to Johnson, and you're one of those very rare but occasional teams where 3 quarterbacks get hurt, and so the 4th guy ends up on the field, and it has literally happened. Multiple years of paying him whatever level of commitment there is, but they have chosen him over all the other options in terms of being their developmental project. Now, does it matter in the grand scheme of things? No. But what I would say to them is, if you don't think he can play, and the idea is it's a short week, not for him. It's the longest week ever. It's a 2-year-long week. He hasn't played in multiple years. It's the longest week that's ever happened. This is a 696-day week.
Yeah, but the install for this week, the special set of plays, Grant,
Of course.
that's a short week for him.
It is a short week for the rest of the team.
I know.
Absolutely. It's a shorter week for Jeff Driscoll, who's moving his
Of
family
course.
here, who's getting off the plane, who has no idea about the installs from last week or week 6 or week 3.
Punching in the address to Commander's Park on his GPS.
He's getting
got a lot
lost
going on.
because they've got a new building up on Loudoun County Parkway. He doesn't remember from last year.
Fairfax County Parkway, Loudoun County Park. Which one is which? They look the same.
Here's what I think they should do, and I'm only half kidding. Make Sam Hartman a quarterback's assistant next year. If the whole point is he's Jaden's boy, he's good in the room, Jaden gives him some task to execute during the week to help put together the plan or to help quiz him or whatever, you're going to elevate David Blau. You've already had to do that, right?
Yeah.
Tavita Pritchard left, quarterback's coach. Blau's now the QB's coach. Blau, the recent former player, was the assistant quarterback's coach. Then make Hartman the assistant quarterback's coach. If you really think he's that bad that you could never possibly play him in a situation where the game's completely irrelevant. And then go find another developmental piece that could play in this situation.
Do you think he's Milos, possibly? Like from Seinfeld, the tennis pro that was terrible. Finally got out there. It's like, oh, Milos. Like, is Sam Hartman a guy that just looks like a quarterback but is so bad?
I don't
And
even know
they're
if he looks like a quarterback.
And they're afraid of, I know.
He looks like a
Male
handsome model.
Absolutely. Mr. Abercrombie and Fitch. Get out to modeling.
He looks like he should be standing in front of a Hollister with his shirt off.
You know, in a neutral world, your idea of kick him up and let him be the quarterback, guru or quarterback coach is fine. But to me, I'm like, stop catering to Jaden Daniels. Try to win football games. So we need to have guys on the roster who can possibly play, and when it's their turn to play, they play. We don't care if it's a short week. We don't care if he looks god-awful. How do you think Quinn Ewers looked last week? God-awful. How do you think Max Brosmer looked in his 2 appearances now? Awful.
Happens.
It happens. Get in there, get a helmet, strap it on tight. You're in the league.
I want to hear a clip that we'll let everybody play, but this was something Logan Paulson said to me on Take Command. We're going to play this in just a couple of minutes when we return. When I said I wanted to see Hartman, he disagreed. And I want people to hear it. I want to get your reaction to why he thinks it would be a bad idea to play Sam Hartman. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of the Fan. 'Tis the season to be boosting on FanDuel because this year you're going to get 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each one waiting in the app for you to unwrap. Every day brings a new way to play. So keep checking in to see what drops next, all leading up to the Christmas Day special, making things extra fun. By the way, last night worked out for your boy with the Niners handling their business against the Colts. FanDuel took care of me. 7 days of gifts, one big finale. Your holiday football just got a whole lot brighter. Head to FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP to get in the holiday spirit. FanDuel.com, promo code GP. Got to be 21, present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Cliff Kingsbury says Sam Hartman's not going to play on Christmas Day because it wouldn't be fair to him to play on a short week. What do you make of that? We can open up the phones at 800-636-1067. Would you like to see the fourth-string quarterback get a shot here after he played the last couple of preseasons extensively? Although this past preseason did not go well. It was ugly. He was coming off of a shoulder procedure, and I wonder how much that hindered him. Yeah. But that's the last taste in your mouth is what you saw in the preseason, and it didn't look good. Yeah. So I do a podcast with Logan Paulson called Take Command. If you guys haven't checked it out, you should. It's a good deep dive, X's and O's, film breakdown. Logan's a really sharp guy. I brought up on the pod, Zabe, that I wanted to see Sam Hartman at some point in these final 2 weeks. And he actually disagreed. Sounds like he's more on the side of where Kingsbury comes down on this. This is what Logan had to say on Take Command.
This, to me, seems like borderline unfair to Sam Hartman, right? And again, like Traylon Burks, you want him to play more, great. Like if Jalen Lane was healthy, yeah, get him in there. Like those are different. That's a different dynamic. Even Brandon Coleman, like let him play more. Great opportunity for him. But they've been up every week. They've, again, larger expanded roles for those players makes a lot of sense to me, especially with 2 games left on the schedule. But this just seems like you're putting someone out there in a situation that they can't be successful. And I think that's why I would push back on the Sam Hartman thing specifically, as opposed to some of these other, like you want Ben Sinnott to have 10 targets. I support that. Yeah, have 10 targets, Ben Sinnott. Great. Again, because he's up, he's been at the NFL, speed, pace, he's in condition, all those things that would allow him to perform at a high level.
So he further explains why he thinks it would be unfair, which is another word that we heard the team use, that it wouldn't be fair to him. Fair is interesting, right?
When do football coaches ever use that word with anyone else at any position based on the inherent unfairness of the NFL game? Injuries, weather, situations. It's totally unfair. When is fair ever even a consideration?
Well, I would think they would
unfair.
They would want to put their players in a position where they can succeed.
Well, then you couch it as, if we put Sam in, he'll be a lesser option than this guy, and here's why. You need to sell me on why somebody outside the building here for 5 minutes is better than the guy you're holding on to like a whoopee for 2 years.
Which is, I think, what they're saying without coming out and saying Hartman's not ready. I agree with you. Here's what Logan went on to say.
I think they don't want to say he's not ready or he's going to be bad, because then it reflects badly on them. Like, well,
you've had 2 years to develop him.
What have you been doing? Why are you holding on to him? Yeah.
This is why Logan thinks it would be unfair.
You have 4 quarterbacks on the roster: Jane Daniels, Marcus Mariota, Josh Johnson, Sam Hartman. How much practice has Sam Hartman done this year, do you think, Grant? Like, you know how practice goes, right?
Oh, yeah. I would say next to zero.
Like he's probably thrown less passes. Like, I can't even imagine. Like, he doesn't. I'm sure he doesn't. He does very, very. He's probably played more scout team linebacker than he's actually played scout team quarterback at this point.
Right.
Like, because if Jaden's starting and I'm Marcus, it's like I'm taking every scout team rep. Get out of here, Josh Johnson. Get out of here, Sam Hartman. And if I'm Marcus Mariota and I'm starting, if I'm Josh Johnson, I'm taking every scout team rep because I'm getting myself back in throwing shape, right? So Sam Hartman, to me, I would assume, and I have no inside baseball on this, this is just on teams that I've played for. Like, so when I was in Atlanta, and it was Matt Ryan, Matt Schaub, and, oh gosh, I forgot his name. Good dude, but like young guy coming in. He did not practice at all. Like, he would just stand there with, like, behind the quarterback. He'd help with the signals, but he didn't practice because those 2 guys wanted to make sure they were ready to rock and roll and ready to go.
This idea of not fair to him means he would not play well. And is that not just indicative of what he's capable of then?
Yeah.
Or, now I will say, when Logan said all that about not practicing, not having a chance, he was not juxtaposing that with Jeff Driscoll, who was just brought in. They hadn't done that yet. He was talking about Josh Johnson, who's had more practice reps.
How much more Josh Johnson practice has he had?
Very limited. But
a week?
Well, I would say
1 week. When did Josh Johnson get in?
He's had a lot more practice this year because of all the weeks Jaden's been out and not practicing. So he's gotten the scout team reps every one of those weeks.
Oh, he has? Okay.
Absolutely. He's been there 3 all year. But I want to hit this with you guys next. We'll take calls on this as well. 800-636-1067. Should they be giving Hartman a shot Is that something you'd like to see, or do you understand why they wouldn't? And you're cool with Driscoll, who was signed this week, coming in here as the QB3, supplanting Hartman. And doesn't that say that there's probably no future here for that guy? You're listening to The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Cowboys in 2 days on Christmas. Tress Way was named to the Pro Bowl. It's the third time he's been selected to the Pro Bowl. Tonight, NBA action. The Wizards taking on the Hornets in Charlotte. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game over on the Team 980. Capitals in action at home against the Rangers tonight. 7 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. This December only, score 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. And through December 29th, get an additional 5% off Vitex windows. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D without Danny today. Zabe is in. You're locked into the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We're brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. Get a discount. That's KMLawyers.com. We're talking Sam Hartman and the fact that the Commanders have chosen, rather than elevating him to the active roster at the end of his second season on the practice squad, to be their backup quarterback to Josh Johnson. It looks like they're going to have Jeff Driscoll, who they signed off of another team's practice squad yesterday, be the backup and be one play away from playing this weekend. Mind you, Josh Johnson got hurt. He was able to play through it, but he did get hurt in the outing where they lost Mariota just this past weekend against Philadelphia. So it's very possible that we'll see Driscoll minutes into his time with Washington. And if that doesn't signify just how lost and damaged this thing is.
Yeah.
I mean, what would you have said, Zabe, if I came up to you at the start of the year? Danny and I are taking calls, I remember, on how giddy people were about the Christmas Day Cowboys 1 o'clock window.
Oh, yeah. This was a big date.
Now you can't get rid of your tickets fast enough. But if I was to have said Josh Johnson will start and a guy that's not in the building will be the backup quarterback that day, you wouldn't have even been able to hop to that lily pad.
No.
How do you even get there?
No, it makes no sense. It's really just sort of annoying that you can't get a straight answer out of the team as to explain why this is. But it does remind me of a great line that Larry Weissman, he used to cover the NFL for USA Today many moons ago, Grant said. He said, the team said he's a great backup as long as you don't have to play him. And I would sit there and I'd turn that phrase over in my head and try to make sense of it. And I'm like, yeah, he's a great backup just as long as you don't play him. In other words, he's great as an idea of a backup. He looks like a guy who could play. He might, in theory, be good, but if you play him and for any amount of time, he's going to suck.
The conclusion I come to is both what you're saying, which is if you're Sam Hartman, the best thing that can happen is you don't ever have to play.
Why isn't Sam Hartman pissed?
I'm sure he is.
How come we haven't heard from it? How come there hasn't been an Instagram post? How come he hasn't unfollowed the Commanders? It's just the modern day way of saying, I'm not happy about this. We found out Zach Wilson was pissed that Ewers got the start over him.
How did we find out?
It got out there. Someone said he's pissed. I would have to go look up how and why.
It
might have been a comment here or something there, or a live stream, whatever.
Pick. He
wants to play in the league. He's frustrated. You know who would have killed to get a start is Kurt Benkert, who was the number 3 behind Rodgers and Love in Green Bay, and jokingly brags about his 2 kneel downs as like his only NFL plays where he got
between
in.
hot Twitter takes and yelling at people.
Well, that's the thing. So now he's a Twitter analyst at quarterback, and he's not a bad guy, and he does a pretty good job, but there's a lot of them out there now. He would have killed.
Virginia Cavalier, by the way.
Yeah, he would have killed for a start. Why isn't Sam Hartman making a ruckus? Like, why am I even here?
I'm sure he is frustrated, and I would imagine I can't imagine as a competitor.
Are you sure he's frustrated?
Yeah, why wouldn't he be?
Because he may not care. He might have asked the team, "Hey, you really, I don't want to play this. Like, you got somebody else,
I don't
right?
think you have the career he had at Wake Forest and then have the run he had at Notre Dame if you're not a pretty elite competitor. But
I think, Grant,
I don't
you'd
want
be
him to take to Twitter and social
I think
media
you'd be
and a distraction.
surprised at the number of guys who end up at the NFL level that don't really love it. They love being an NFL player, and they like the salary. They don't necessarily love doing it. And I'm not claiming that he doesn't want to start. We just haven't heard anything. This would be a prime case to go, what am I, a potted plant? I've been here for 2 years. Give me the ball, coach.
And he'd be gone in days. I mean, you can't rock the boat if you're Sam Hartman.
You sure he'd be gone in days?
Yes, sir. No, sir. Where do you want me to sit?
Why would they get rid of him? They have him, yet they don't want to play him. He
Well-
apparently is a good luck charm, which didn't bring any good luck this year.
Not good luck enough.
I know.
No, I think why he's here is he's the opposite of what you're saying. He's not a pain in the ass. He's not going to be an agitator.
But what does he do? He's a backup who, when it's his turn to start, they go, oh, yeah, no. I mean, it's like
technically it's not his turn to start yet. It's his turn to be a backup. He's fourth in the order. Now, I happen to think he should leapfrog Josh Johnson, who's 50 years old, but he's fourth, so he should be the backup. And Driscoll's cutting him in line.
Okay, fine. So he's been behind Johnson all year?
He has. Josh Johnson's been their number 3. Hartman's been on the practice squad. They would have to elevate him and make him the 2 for this game.
All right.
This is what he actually said, by the way. You want to hear his comments?
Yes.
This was Hartman in the locker room.
Everything's this is an emotional game, but no, I mean, it's a part of the NFL, and, it's a familiar face you see walking in the building, so it wasn't too unfamiliar for me.
Similar to what JP said, obviously not the circumstances you want, but I'm sure you've dreamed of playing in an NFL regular season game your whole life. If you had that chance this week or next week, whether it's starting or coming off the bench, what would that mean to you to get in there?
It's about the team. I mean, I think we as a unit want to go out there and play well in the division, and so that's all it's about. And so, for me, if I can contribute in any way, that's great, but it's about us as a Washington Commanders, going out there and executing at a high level.
I appreciate handling it like a pro. I don't need him to be a diva wide receiver who's unfollowing them on Instagram.
I'm not asking for him to totally rock the boat.
Right.
But I wanted to hear a little bit of, I'll be honest, I'm really disappointed. I was hoping this would be a chance for me to show what I could do in this league, and I've been here for 2 years, and nothing against Josh, who's amazing, and we get along great in the quarterback room. Did great last week, but, I mean, this is the case where I'm looking at my own career thinking, if I can't start now, I'm not sure if I ever will get a start. But it's whatever's good for the team. I'll listen to the coaches. I'd like to hear a smidge of that.
I like that, actually. I think that's cool and a good point. And to what you're saying, here's what I do hope. I hope when they told him behind the scenes, it wasn't like a totally get it, shake hands and leave the office. I hope there was a little.
You can hope that.
Are you bleeping kidding me?
You're
signing a dude who's on someone else's practice squad when I've been busting my hump here for 2 years?
You want a door slam and a tire peel out of Commander's Park, right? That's what you want. And I think there's a decent chance there might have been that, but don't close out the possibility. It's the opposite, that he's just fine not playing.
Is there any other conclusion that you can come to other than the one that I did, which is you will never be a part of their plans to play here if now they're not going to use you? In other words, if you're him, it's time to call your agent. If you're serious about ever getting on the field and having a shot,
right,
and say, they don't think I'm good enough, they'd rather sign Jeff Driscoll. By the way, it's not like they're plucking a former quality starter off of the scrap heap somewhere.
Right.
They're signing a career backup who was a third stringer here last year. It's not like a Hall of Famer is coming out of retirement, Phil Rivers, or a year from now or something, they get Kirk Cousins to start a game or something, some guy who had 15 years and 10 really good years in the league. They're calling Jeff Driscoll. So if you're him, this tells you here's the comp I have. It would be like, in my mind, okay, I'm a radio guy, and I'm thinking if this guy gets sick, I get that opportunity. Okay, well, now there's someone between me and him, but if that second guy got sick, I would definitely get the opportunity. And now there's 4 people that are out, and they never call me, and they go to some other person out of market to come in here, and I go,
yeah,
I'm looking over my
What
left
the hell?
shoulder and my right shoulder.
Right.
I don't want to work here anymore
Well,
if you're
that's-
not looking out for my best interest.
And that's why Hartman right now is the dog that's not barking. And that's why I'm so intrigued. Why is the dog not barking? I wouldn't be mad if he got mad at all. He should get mad. I'm not sure he really wants it, but he's got no future here. So there is a very short bridge to be burned, a bridge that he is almost stepping off of anyway. Turn around and throw the dynamite and blow up what's left of it.
Let's go to CJ in Upper Marlboro on Grant and Danny. What do you make of them bringing Driscoll back and bypassing Hartman?
Hey, guys. For once, I agree with Zaven.
Welcome home, my friend. It's like the lunar eclipse. You agree with me?
Yes. If I was Sam Hartman, I would rock the boat. So in other words, and I'm going to go on the radio in front of all these people listening, I want to apply for that job. Because if he's not playing and he's like getting paid, you might as well pick me. So I can play. At least I get a check.
Can you
He's been on
imagine?
the squad.
Imagine
He's been
if
on the squad for
yeah.
2 years. He's been on the squad for 2 years and hadn't played yet.
Well, he also knows, CJ, the only chance I have to play, as he's training and doing whatever it is that he does, other than look handsome in their building, he's going, something has to happen to Jaden, then something has to happen to Marcus. And if those two things don't both happen, I'll never see the field. It's a 5% chance, and then it happens, and you still don't get your shot. You now know it's not happening here.
I know. Think about this, CJ. If you had an open bidding process for every street free agent QB out there, what would the price on this start be? It would get up there in a hurry. Guys would absolutely want to pay money to get in there and say, watch this. I want to have an NFL career. And yet Hartman's not getting the start. Makes no sense.
Let's go to Mark, who's in Rockville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mark?
Hey, Zabe, welcome home, man. I miss you.
Thank you, buddy. Good to be back.
Yeah. Put them all out there. It's the preseason, as far as I'm concerned. Clean out the practice squad. Put them all out there, and let's see how it looks for the next 2 weeks.
Can't hurt for a lot of reasons, but the number one priority in terms of their betterment long term from this point forward, other than developing a couple of the kids and getting them some ops to play well, is making sure you don't lose any draft positioning. Because the higher up the order they go, they went from 8 to 7 this weekend, you either get a better football player in theory, or what I want them to do is trade back. The value of your pick grows and you get more for a haul, presumably coming back down the board. So if you're going to start Hartman with practice squad players, that's true. Like, I don't need Hartman throwing to McLaurin and throwing to Debo. I said this when they shut Jaden Daniels down. You could shut them down and just get looks for Jalen Lane. You could get looks for Jacoby Jones on your practice squad. Why not? Why not use this as the ultimate evaluation, the litmus test to see how much guys have improved from the preseason to now, and go into the regular season next year with more data on the guys that otherwise you don't ever get to see.
Right. Losing is good here. So if Hartman really stinks, then you get confirmation of just how bad he smells, and you lose the game and protect your draft status. Even more compelling reason to start Hartman.
I you know what I want to look up?
I can tell you're troubled by this. I can tell this is not squaring in Grant Paulson's brain right now.
Well, it's fine. None of this matters, right?
I'm not saying you care. I'm saying you're still befuddled by it.
Befuddled's a good word.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Right.
For 2 years, you've groomed and developed this guy for this situation that is never going to present itself, and then it accidentally does,
Yeah.
and you still don't take advantage of it. What are we doing here?
I know.
Shane's in Switzerland on G&D. What's up, Shane?
Hey, what's up, Lieutenant Grant? Zabe, welcome back. The General, since you're filling in for the Commander, Merry Christmas to you and your family, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, one thing about this, I'd be pissed off. He's a competitor, right? And this also sees what kind of backbone he's got. I don't want a yes man. I want somebody that's going to compete. And what's to say we don't have a hidden gem on this team right now? And, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, give me the ball. I've been here for 2 years. You're getting the other guy, which if you're going to go by stats and all that, look what he did. Who had a better career in college? I would say Hartman. And plus, look, he is one of the best-looking quarterbacks in the league. Get him out there. Let's throw something out there, some kind of positive on on the Commanders. We got a good-looking quarterback. Let's see what he can do. Hell, give him the ball.
If good looks got you points.
No, we're up 21-0.
1-1.
Right in the first
fantasy.
quarter. Yeah.
I mean, the quarterback that everybody talked about for years being the best looking guy was Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, yeah.
I think Hartman pummels Garoppolo. Right? He's got
He's dreamy.
He's got the flow, the well-manicured beard all the time.
And yet Jimmy G had no game. He ended up dating the porn star, and everyone lost their minds.
That's right.
They're like, really? Like, can't get a normal civilian who's hotter than this skank?
Let's go to Jim.
Although Carson Beck is apparently dating Abdella Danger now.
Oh, really?
Do you know who she is?
I do not.
She is an adult film actress. Don't lie, Grant.
I'm not
Okay,
familiar
let's go
with
to the
her
phones.
work. Let's go to Jim in Spotsylvania. Hello, Jim. How are you?
I'm doing, guys. I'm doing great. Thank you. Great show.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Hey, quick take on this. Let's flip the coin the other way. There's only so many teams in the league. There's only so many backups. There's only so many positions practice squad. So let's say he does what Zabe's saying, makes noise. Where's he going?
To the waiver
Coach
wire.
high school football?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. But nobody's going to take him because there's 30 more coming out of college in a couple of weeks. And
This is my point.
But they're going.
But my point is, he gets a paycheck.
Okay.
He's still in the league.
Fair enough.
People will trade the right arms just to be him.
Fair enough. But don't you think he's leaving after this year?
No, I don't actually.
Jesus, God.
I don't think so.
God help us. Really?
No, absolutely not.
So we're going to keep the guy we don't want to play.
Exactly.
This would be like your wife with like a special like crab pot you never use, and you pull it out one day like, oh, this would be perfect. I'm going to make something. She's like, whoa, no. That's just for parties. What do you mean it's just for parties? I can't use it. No, it's like the right size and everything else. I need to use. No, you can't. Just put it back in the cupboard.
He's been here for 2 years. Why wouldn't he be here for a third? Absolutely.
Now we're
the part that you don't.
You want to
care
get
about,
nuts? Let's get nuts.
Here's the part you don't care about that I think that is important is it's not just that Jaden Daniels likes him, that he's the ultimate vibes guy, that he's everybody's buddy. He's just kind of part of the fabric now. And he has a role. It's like
he's Creed. You can't get rid of him.
Correct.
You don't know what he does. You can't get rid of him, but everyone's like, just leave him alone.
He is an intermediary, essentially, between the coaching staff and the quarterback.
That's also a horrible reason to keep him, in my humble opinion.
That's a different conversation.
This is a precious, well, not precious roster spot, practice squad, so it's not as precious.
It's not that precious.
It's not that precious.
But what I would do with it is have a quarterback that is getting reps that you think has some type of future.
Sure.
It's like continuing to date and spend money and go out to dinners with someone that you have no interest in being with in the long term.
Yeah.
What would be the equivalent here to playing football? If there's no added value, there's no relationship here.
I know. It makes no sense.
But yes, if you're asking me week 1, next football season, is he in the building? I say yes. I just think this means you should probably think about making him David Blau 2.0. Because
Yes.
if you're not willing to play him now, when are you? And maybe it's just this week. Maybe this is the other thing. Cliff kind of backed himself into a corner a little bit here, Zabe, I think. He said it's not fair to him on a short week. Well, next week's not a short week. Next week you have the mini bye. They have the weekend off for the holidays. So does he?
So Telegraph, next week is going to be Sam's week, and we're looking forward to seeing what he can do. We believe in him a lot, but this is not his week.
That would make sense. I'd be cool with that. Week 18, the Sam Hartman show. Shut Terry down.
Throw him to the Wolves in Philadelphia.
It's just a preseason game, basically. And remember, Dan's already challenged the Eagles and called them out. We see you in 2 weeks. Now it's the Sam Hartman-led Washington looking for payback.
I think you're going to catch the JV Eagles anyway.
Yes.
They'll be on mostly shut down because I think they're going to be locked in at that point.
This is the freshman team Commanders against the JV team Eagles or the middle school team Commanders, I think. Manny in Southeast, what's up?
This is a testament to the bad coach, the bad decision in coaching. Because you're trying to tell me he's been there 2 years, the same amount of years as JD5. He doesn't have an idea enough idea of the offense to be, next up. I mean, Driscoll was third. You say Driscoll was third
last year.
We literally went back to get Driscoll We traded Driscoll. We let Driscoll go because we felt like Sam, we were literally going back to get Driscoll. This is a testament to the coaching.
Well, it's also just an acknowledgement that they could have had somebody better in that role all year and didn't. And I think you have to wonder how many other roles are like that. Do you do that at defensive coordinator?
No, you shouldn't do it in any roles.
Good vibes, so we like the guys.
No,
so
that's
we'll
the
have
other
him be our DC. You
Listen.
should have the best on the planet at everything, and if you know
Hell
that you
yes.
don't, then
Hell
you should be
yes.
searching for that.
Right. I'm all about good vibes, but that's in normal, casual, everyday life, not a competitive endeavor like the NFL with limited resources, roster spots, and money. Come on now.
Saeed Upper Marlboro.
Vibes guy.
You're on G&D. What's up?
Hey, Grant. Quick question. If you were Sam and your energy and all of that, like, I wish I was getting a chance, don't you think that would have already went out the window a long time ago, given that Johnson was already ahead of him on the depth chart?
Well, they had a competition that he lost in training camp. Johnson was decidedly
right, but he
better.
lost. Right, he lost the competition to a guy who has like a 60 QBR for his career, who has thrown more interceptions than touchdowns. And the other day, we were told that his superpower, according to Cliff, his superpower was that he's smart. So if a guy with a QBR of 60 with more interceptions than touchdowns that the coach called smart is beating you, don't you think all that pride probably and competitive pride probably has already exhausted itself at some point, and there's nothing left there for him to be all angry about if he gets overlooked? I think he pretty much is reading the tea leaves at this point, don't you think?
Ding, ding, ding. See, I think Grant has a hard time getting his head around that. Guys who have quiet quit. Hartman's quiet quit.
You're saying that you think he's happy to be here and he hopes he doesn't play? I don't believe that.
It's called quiet quitting. You've now heard of that trend?
I've heard of the term. I don't think that the NFL.
You don't think it happens in the NFL?
I'm sure it does. I think it happens everywhere.
Remember how many years my guy, Mark Brunell, happily held a clipboard after he left here?
Oh, totally. But that's a different thing, Zabe, than saying
it's similar.
In a truth serum moment, would he have wanted to play a game or not? You're saying.
You mean Brunell?
Yes. Any of these guys. You're saying.
I think at Brunell's age, he's like, I don't need it. I've already been there, done that, got my money. I want a little bit more money. Want to hang out with the fellas. I want to be the vibes guy for a change.
But Sam Hartman, who's never played before, never gotten on the field in an NFL game.
I know.
I refuse to believe that he hopes he doesn't have to play.
I know you refuse to believe that. I'm imploring you to keep an open mind to it because I'm telling you, Grant, it exists in rare cases.
Why battle through the shoulder recovery, the surgery? I think this guy thinks.
Because he likes the lifestyle. He likes the friends. He likes the locker room. He likes being able to tell people, hey, babe, I'm an NFL quarterback.
You can like all that and still want to play.
But if you don't have to play, what if he is afraid of looking like crap and he has deep humiliation if he plays like crap?
Most players in the league don't think that way, or else they wouldn't have gotten it.
I agree. He's an exception. I'm trying to tell you, you're probably looking at a unicorn right now that you don't think exists. A guy that is happy to be on an NFL roster, doesn't really care to play, and is more than thrilled that it ain't going to be him getting his, pelvis busted out there on Christmas Day.
That would be a rare breed in the NFL.
I agree.
I think you guys are
you're
prescribing him an injury without looking at him.
Okay. You are a little too young to remember Westbrook, Michael Westbrook.
Sure. I remember him well.
How old were you when Westbrook was 99? How old were you?
I was 10. That was my favorite Redskins team ever.
Okay.
He went for 1,000. So did
with
Connell.
Albert Connell, the locker room thief for the Saints.
Brad
he goes
Johnson threw for 4,000.
Albert Connell goes to the Saints, and then they bust him in their locker room, picking the pockets of his teammates, cash and watches.
All-time story.
What a bag of he was. Anyway, so Westbrook was all into being in the NFL. He didn't care about football. And he would brag about how, well, if I'm not any good, how come I've got an $840,000 condo out in Sterling? When he thought that was a big brag. And he would have fancy cars. He liked the lifestyle. Who was the DB who went off the reservation and was giving away jerseys out of the trunk of his car at Dulles Town Center once? Trying to remember that.
Sue Cravens?
Yes. Sua Crazy. Sua Crazy was another unicorn. A guy that if you were to describe him and his career, you'd have a hard time doing it to a rational person, right? Because he clicked differently to the beat of however he thought he saw himself in the league. Hartman could be that guy as well. And I'm not saying this to be contemptuous of him or even to judge it. I'm just trying to identify what he is.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not saying
Possible.
it doesn't exist. It is possible. I would say it's very unlikely that Sam Hartman wouldn't want to play football. And if the evidence is he's not throwing a public fit, he shouldn't do that anyway. That's what jackass, unprofessional losers do. And for a guy that's the last guy on the roster, you don't have that luxury. If the part-timer who works weekend mornings here gives CK a bunch of crap, they're probably going to get run out quicker than the junkies are. He'll deal with a little more from them.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're Sam Hartman, you don't get to throw a public fit and make fun of the decision-making, or else not only do they cut you here, but no other team's going to want to deal with you. I don't do celebrity backup quarterbacks. I don't do pain-in-the-ass backup quarterbacks.
There's a lot of clicks between pain in the ass and just being vocal about I'd like to play.
If he said the thing you want him to say, which is just something
I gave you the statement
yeah,
there.
that would work. If he said, I wish I'd like to play.
How about just a simple, yeah, I'm disappointed, but, it's okay. It's part of the process being in the NFL, and I'm supporting the team.
That's kind of what I heard. That's what I heard from him.
Did you hear I'm disappointed?
Not those words,
Well,
no.
that's 2 words.
Yeah.
2 words would have been acceptable. I think the coaching staff would have liked it, respected it. I'm glad he's disappointed because he wants to play. He believes in himself.
G&D on the Fan.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Cowboys in 2 days on Christmas. Today, Tress Way was named to the Pro Bowl. He'll be the starting NFC punter. It's the third time he's been selected to the Pro Bowl. Injuries around the league. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy has a hairline fracture in his hand. He's out this week. Browns running back Quinshon Judkins was placed on injured reserve after he underwent surgery on his fractured fibula and dislocated ankle. NBA, Cam Whitmore of the Wizards was diagnosed with upper extremity deep vein thrombosis. He's going to be sidelined indefinitely. Wizards in action tonight against the Hornets in Charlotte. 7 o'clock tip-off on the Team 980. Caps in action as well, taking on the Rangers at home. 7 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thank you, John Carlson. Welcome back to G&D. No Danny today. Steve Zabin is in on this holiday Tuesday as we get ready for Hard Knocks tonight on HBO. The one thing I want to see on tonight's episode, and I really hope they do a good job covering it, I was disappointed last week because I thought we were going to get the Jaden Daniels injury in Minnesota, and then that really doesn't show up in the episode.
How do they not include that?
Well, the injury was there, but we didn't get any of the behind-the-scenes access I wanted, him talking on the sideline to coaches or trainers or anything. They just kind of skipped through it. I guess there's privacy that they didn't want to violate, but that was annoying. But what I want to see tonight is the melee between the Eagles and the Commanders. They're going to cover that game, chronicle it in detail, because you got two NFC East teams.
How do you know they're going to cover it? Because it's been in the teaser clips?
No. So
you're hoping they will.
Well,
just like you were hoping they would show you the Jaden Daniels injury stuff.
For sure. But the rhythms of the show are, they're going to show the game is what I was saying.
Got it.
Like they're going to cover that game in detail. It'll be probably 9-10 minutes of the 55 episode. So the biggest story of that game is the melee. You're not going to not show some of that on-field, mic'd up, punches thrown, and then some of the fallout. But the 2-point conversion decision by Sirianni, Quinn being annoyed after, their very brief handshake. I think we could get some fireworks there. And some
with the
drama.
great Liev Schreiber narrating.
He is, as always, on the
Head
call.
coach Dan Quinn was not amused by the 2-point conversion.
Very NFL films.
The players then took matters into their own hands with violent results.
You said you haven't gotten in yet on NFC East Hard Knocks.
No, I am woefully behind. So
you got some catching up.
Should have rallied to catch up.
That's all right. Tonight's a good jumping in point. It's not like the episodes build on one another.
I mean, it's all about the NFL. It's like Monday Night Football. I'm in. I'm consuming all that. And then I was popping between the two channels of the Next Gen and then the regular broadcast. Regular broadcast, by the way, did a great job of ducking out Troy and Joe to listen to Phillip Rivers cook at the line of scrimmage. And I think we haven't talked about this yet today, but holy cow, he was so way better than even you and I thought. And everyone would have thought. People are now saying this is an embarrassment to the rest of the young quarterbacks out there.
It is.
That this guy can come off the couch looking like Billy Kilmer resurrected with his big old Pooh Bear belly and flinging still not very sharp passes. The touchdown pass to forget who it was. The first one was wobbly, but somehow just missed everybody. They didn't blitz him until, I want to say, 6 minutes left in the third quarter. They finally brought one extra runner. And it was almost like they were terrified that if they brought just 5 guys, he would know exactly where that guy is coming from, and they would punish him. It was the darndest things. I'm like, he's a parade blimp. Blitz him. Blitz his ass. And they wouldn't do it.
It's amazing to see, first off, how he's played. He was 23 of 35 for 277 and a pair of tutties last night. Did throw the interception at the end of the game, a pick six. But
that was bad.
Bad, but they're down by a bunch. You're throwing every down. This is now, to me, like, not the same as throwing one earlier in the game when it was in the balance. He has zero arm strength. Zero.
Agreed.
I would say his arm strength is comparable to that of any mid-30s person in the crowd. I'm not talking about ability to throw the football.
That's a bit much.
Arm strength, I don't think it's a bit much.
You're
beyond-
saying a flag football player who's 32 out of the crowd, same arm velocity?
I think very similar, yes.
Wow.
I mean, he's a shot putter anyway, right?
Sure, he's been
But
a
you see it.
pusher his whole career.
Absolutely. And the ball wobbles anything beyond 12
right.
or 15 yards. But that's the end of kind of the knocking him. Here's my compliment. This is the point. He is a quarterback. He knows where he's going with the ball. He anticipates very well. He is accurate. He throws guys into space and open, and he can read defenses incredibly well. I saw a hilarious meme last night, Abe, of what was a book with like 9,000 words on a page.
Yes.
And then one of those like picture books with 2 words that I read to my 2-year-old side by side. And under the 9,000 words on the page picture, it said what Phil Rivers sees at the line. Then it's like what the Gen Z quarterbacks see at the line. I mean, he is on a different level. And I don't know that it should embarrass those guys, but I think it's a referendum on a lot of the other quarterbacks in this league that look so bad that I think it's cool because it speaks to everyone's looking for the rocket-armed quarterback who runs a 4.39 40, who is a dual threat, best athlete on the field, Josh Allen, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, whatever. And the fact is, this dude who is pulled out of the crowd after a bunch of weeks, as you said, looks like he's a fat version of Phillip Rivers. Looks like he's wearing a hoodie under his jersey. He still operates an NFL offense based on smarts, based on anticipation, based on accuracy. Those things really still matter.
Darius, check your phone. I texted you a link to the Twitter video that has him calling all this stuff out and the broadcast ducking out under it. See if you can hustle that up. I don't know if that's a 2-week order or if you can get it next break or on the fly, but just it's there. It's interesting to listen to because, I mean, he was seeing everything they were doing. And that's a good defensive unit that tried to come in as well prepared as possible, and they were kind of terrified of him. Luckily, the Colts defense was damn trash and couldn't stop a bad check with a court order, much less the Niners, so they went up and down the field at will.
Here's how it sounded last night.
And he was able to get the ball to Taylor for a first down.
Mike, 80 high, we didn't sub. Set 180. Mike, 80 high. Hey, Lincoln thump. Lincoln thump. 48. Hey, you got 20. Hey, right. We're good, 48. Del Dawson.
Like a traffic cop, putting guys in place, and he's got a man wide open. That's downs.
That is awesome.
It's incredible. It reminded me of the end of his career, Peyton Manning, when he had zippy arm strength.
Yep.
But it's all anticipatory. It's all knowing what the defense is doing and where your guys are going. And he, on that drive, especially that was the opening touchdown drive, is just going up to the line Madden style, rerouting everybody. You're running an out route. You're running a seam ball. You're running a go. You're coming back to me at 7 yards. And he's using their terms to do it. Absolutely amazing.
That was what I called Lego neck Peyton Manning after he had his neck fused and could barely turn his head around on a swivel. And you're right, he did it because he was just better than everyone else. He would cook the meal at the line of scrimmage, sort of like a Japanese steakhouse chef with the little volcano. He would come to the line of scrimmage, you look around like, all right, what am I making right now? Couldn't stop him. Good stuff.
If there's a debate as to what percentage of NFL quarterbacking is mental versus physical, I think Rivers has shined a light on that.
60-40.
In the last 2 weeks.
60-40 mental.
I think that's probably right.
And if your 60 is weak, if your 40 is elite, that'll spackle over a lot of stuff. Interesting about athletic quarterbacks. So Lamar Jackson, you talked about how he hadn't had a run over 20 yards all year.
Right.
Did you see the comments after the game about getting kneed in the back?
He was annoyed by it because he was giving himself up.
Yeah, he was a little bitch about it, which is unfortunate and not like the Lamar that I've kind of looked at from afar and said, I kind of like the way this guy operates. You watch that play, he was 1 millisecond from, quote, giving himself up. And the defender was just running in to stop him, and it was Lamar who went to the ground, which made his knee go into the side of his back. Like it was the least dirty hit I've ever seen.
Oh, it was ridiculous. Yeah, I
and yet
completely
Lamar
agree.
Jackson is whining like, "Oh, I was giving myself up."
Well, when you
I also
don't
hate
let these guys get hit ever,
Well,
when
that's
they
the
get
thing.
hit now, they can't deal with it.
If I was the czar of rules and if I couldn't get rid of replay, the first thing I'd get rid of is the sliding rule. That once you run, slide if you want, you're going to get hit.
Yeah, it's legal.
Yeah, and would more quarterbacks get hurt? Yes, but they would run a lot less.
I'd like to see that because I do think them staying in the pocket's best for business for the NFL anyway. But also, I think that it's impossible as a defender.
Yeah.
We'll get into the clip a little later in the show, but there is a Philadelphia media personality who is referencing Frankie Louvu's hit last year on Jalen Hurts as dirty.
Oh,
when Hurts got the concussion.
They get
And
it.
I think that's an outrage. No, it's not. It's a guy that's running and falling. He's going, you could see him going to the ground. It's a fast game, bud. It's really, really hard
Yeah,
to
the
do that correctly.
The Austin Booker hit on Love, some Packer fans like that was a dirty hit. And I'm looking at it frame by frame going, this happens in a split second.
Totally.
I mean, why do they wear helmets? Because their heads hit each other violently. That's why they wear them.
Violent, different than dirty. Violent,
Exactly right.
different. There was nothing nefarious about that.
Yeah.
Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. By the way, at 5 o'clock, we've got both Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, and Pro Bowler Tress Way today. That's at 5 on the Fan. Time for our double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. G&D welcoming you back. Zabe's in for Danny. Zabe, yesterday on the show, you were reprimanded just a bit, I would say, by the producers for not having the McDonald's app.
Yes.
Which you downloaded, and you told us you would be making the maiden voyage with the app on the way home.
Which I did.
How did the experience go?
It was McDonald's.
Okay.
But with an app.
Did you pull up and they asked for a number and you were easily able to find the number? Like, what was the actual machinations of the process?
I pulled up, I punch in, I start pressing buttons, tick, 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 this, swipe that. Okay, great. How do I navigate this? Order, do you want here? Turn on location services, earn points, QR code. I mean, it's a lot more than me going,
yeah, quarter pounder with cheese, please. Ketchup only, and large Diet Coke. Thank you. Okay.
Did you get anything
like
for free?
that routine? I got that down. That's easy peasy.
Did you get anything free?
This was cumbersome. No, I didn't get a damn thing for free.
I think you botched it.
I don't know where you go to get the free stuff in the app.
Toby, we need to show Zabe where you can get your large fry with your value meal, whatever else there is.
Yeah, so there's a whole section at the bottom where it says rewards and deals. There you go. And you want to find that. And by the way, $2.50 Big Mac tomorrow when the Wizards beat the Hornets tonight.
Okay,
Sure, by the
so
way.
under my rewards, it says I have 1,500 points. That might be starter points because I'm new to the app. Like, hey, fatty, welcome to McDonald's app. Here's some points for you. So I'm like, view rewards, view all, and it shows me a cheeseburger, and I click on it, and it's ghosted out, meaning I can't get it.
Well, so you have to get the correct amount of points, and you
I had
accrue
the
those over
points.
time. But generally, the best thing to check out is the deals.
So there's my
So leave
rewards,
the
and then
rewards.
there's
You
deals.
don't get rewards yet. You've been on the app for 6 minutes. You need to go to the deals and see what they're getting.
View all app exclusive deals. Free large fries with minimum purchase of $1.
That's what we're looking at. Get yourself a cola, drive away with
Bing!
some large fries.
Okay.
Now we're in business, Abe.
We're in business. But last night, as I'm there, futzing around, I could not figure out heads or tails, but I did finally go ahead, make my order, and then I pay for it in the app, and I drive up, and I tell the person, here's my code for my order. They see it on their system, and they say, drive right up.
There you go.
But again, I can, I don't want to brag to you guys, but I got some money. I can afford McDonald's without the free stuff. Pretty well off.
You're one of those lucky
Despite
bastards
being
with money.
technically unemployed, I'm pretty well off.
You're saying you don't want 30% off of any quarter pounder?
Here's how you know, by the way.
I'm saying that I'm damn near a boomer, and it took me a while to figure out the app, but now I'm in. Now that I'm in, I'm probably going to use it more.
Zabe got into radio when the getting was good, boys. They're a little different generationally here.
Well, I've been in it forever, too.
That's true. You got into radio when the getting still got. You know what I mean?
Yes, when radio ruled the land, people would listen to amplitude-modulated frequencies at long periods of time in commutes with their cars before Zoom meetings and virtual work.
It's time for my double play. I ate one of the best meals I've had in a restaurant in forever last night. It was so good. So I left here. I told you I had some shopping to get done. I went out and about with the people, with the Christmas music and the lights, and enjoyed myself at the Springfield Mall waddling around.
How is Springfield Mall? It's been forever since I've been there.
It's been on the come up, I would say. They do a pretty good job with it.
It's because it was on the down spiral when I would do shows at the Redskins store at Springfield Mall with Andy Poland back in the day. We're talking 06, 07, 08, something like that.
I was.
I'm glad it's still alive. I haven't been down there in a long time. So
That was my
Springfield
time
Mall's
at
still alive.
the George Mason University. Yeah, it's alive and well. It's in a good place. I went to Yard House after everything I got done. I texted my wife. I'm like, hey, her parents had just gotten into town. So you want to come meet me for a little nightcap? We never get to go out without kids. Come on over to Yard House, get you a little wine. I'll have myself a cocktail, and maybe, just maybe, we'll watch Phillip Rivers light up the San Francisco 49ers.
Wow.
And she said, I'm tired and I'm going to bed. That was her answer.
That's what a mother of 4 children under the age of 7
And I
says.
said, that's right. And I said, good for you.
Yeah.
Go to bed, no problem. So perfectly fine. I got to sit there at the bar. I got to watch some football. And I had jambalaya with rice at Yard House. And my God, it slapped. It was so good. The move was, so it was like jambalaya on the outside of this, like they take basically this big bowl, put the rice in it, slam it down so it looks like a bowl in the middle. You know what I'm talking about?
So it's a mound of rice,
right,
with the spicy Cajun shrimp, sausage, etc.
Yes.
on the exterior.
On the exterior.
And mix it in as you like.
In a puddle of whatever their brown juiciness was.
Okay.
And I'm just going to tell you, Zabe, the move after I pummeled all of the sausage and the shrimp and all the other stuff that was in there was to take my fork and just push the rice down into the juices, sopping it all up. I ate everything on that plate.
Sir, is this the jambalaya that you had last night
That
as I
looks
called up on the internet? Looks
quite
eerily
like it.
similar, right?
Yes. How does that look to you, that meal? I'm telling you, it was the best thing I've eaten in a restaurant in a long time.
I would be in. I don't care for all the scallions on top. I don't need the grass clippings there, but I can pick those off. I'm an expert picky eater, pick them off the meal. But yeah, when last year at the Super Bowl, you guys were there in New Orleans, right?
Yeah, we were there.
I would have hung out with you, but I was sick all week, so I was pretty much hunkered in. But I did have jambalaya 3 or 4 times during the week.
Clean you out a little bit?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, well, what I liked was that the heat of it, the spice of it, and then the temperature heat of it was good for my sinuses. And there was a little food court-like thing at the casino right across from a hotel that we were able to go to. I could walk across the street and get that jambalaya for lunch whenever I wanted to.
Either Mucinex or jambalaya. You could take one or the other. Jambalaya is a better way to do that, I would say, right?
It is. Mucinex, a little bit less filling, but jambalaya more delicious.
Slightly less tasty. We've got Tress Way, who's headed to the Pro Bowl on the show in an hour at 5 o'clock. Bill's going to stop by next hour as well to talk about the Commanders' run game and playing on Christmas Day. Next, our Beltway Blitz. That's Steve Zabin in for Danny Rouillet on G&D.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, 2 days away from Christmas, and the Commanders take on the Cowboys on Christmas. Tress Way was named to the Pro Bowl. He'll be the starting NFC punter. It's the third time in his career he's been selected to the Pro Bowl. Other injuries around the league. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy has a hairline fracture in his hand. He is out this week. Browns running back Quinshon Judkins underwent surgery on a fractured fibula and dislocated ankle. He was placed on injured reserve. NBA, Cam Whitmore of the Wizards was diagnosed with upper extremity deep vein thrombosis. He's going to be sidelined indefinitely. The Wizards in action against the Hornets tonight in Charlotte. 7 o'clock tip-off on the Team 980. Hockey tonight, the Capitals in action against the Rangers at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori & Murad, would like to help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. That paperwork stuff's important, but it's not fun, and they make it seamless. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. They'll take exceptional care of you. I've sent my parents to them. Be sure to let them know that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Beltway Blitz today and every day right here at 4 o'clock. We'll cover the Caps, the NFL, the Commanders. Remember, at 5 o'clock today, Tress Way, who's headed to the Pro Bowl, Commanders punter. Always love having him on the show. And Bill is back by popular demand. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, the team's starting running back early this season, who exploded, then got back on the good foot a couple weeks ago. I want to ask him about his usage this weekend as Chris Rodriguez got back to being the bell cow. That's coming up an hour from right now. But let's get to the Blitz and start off on the ice. John Walton, the voice of the Capitals, joins us to get things started. John, appreciate you hopping aboard. The Capitals have struggled here of late. Got one of a possible 4 points against the Red Wings. They've got a 7 o'clock puck drop at home tonight against the New York Rangers. What have you seen from them in this 5-game stretch where they just haven't played very well?
I think the game on Sunday was better than we've seen. I think that when you drill down on the first period, which was very good, a few bounces here or there against a goaltender that was struggling, and maybe that's a different result. We saw line changes that were, I think, used to good effect. I think we saw... by and large, I thought some pretty good scoring chances from the forwards, and Jacob Chikrin ended up with 15 shots on the weekend. So, I mean, they're doing a lot of the right things. I didn't like the game at home as much, but I thought Sunday was better. And I think the real question for this one tonight is who's able to go, because there's a little bit of an illness thing going around in the room. Tom Wilson didn't skate this morning. I think even though the line combinations were pretty good, that's something that we would see after the break, too. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to see when they come down the tunnel here. We'll find out during warm-up.
John, goaltending-wise this season, Logan Thompson's been great. When Charlie Lindgren was healthy, a little more up and down, but he's been very solid. I mean, for you, when those guys are going good, what's that look like as opposed to maybe when they're giving up a bunch of goals? And how corollary is it more the defense in front of them, or have they had a few games where they're just not at the same level?
I think that Logan has stolen them some games along the way, and I think it doesn't necessarily mean he had to do it for 60 minutes, but there's been a lot of games where he's been under siege, say, in the first period, if things didn't maybe start as quick as the Caps were hoping, and then it kind of got him into the groove a little bit, so to speak. And I think that's what makes him the MVP right now. First half of the season, without Logan Thompson, they would not be in the position that they are in. The offense has sputtered in October, was really good in November, early December, but since the California trip, they have been trying to find a way again a little bit, and I think through it all, he's been the guy that's gotten them standings points more often than not. And, when Charlie gets one, to your point, he ends up, for the most part, getting that one on Sunday too, and I thought he was fine. But Logan Thompson is going to go to the Olympics. That news is going to be coming here in days now. They're going to put the team together and make the announcement on New Year's Eve. So if he and Tom Wilson are not on it, that would be egregious, I believe. And for Logan, it's going to be real interesting to see how they deploy goalies, because they got Jordan Binnington, who was having a terrible year in St. Louis, but he was the guy that took them to 4 Nations and won gold. Does he get the first crack? Probably. But if he doesn't come through, there's going to be Logan sitting there, and I would imagine that if Binnington falters at all, I don't know that there's going to be a real long leash for that in the Olympic format, and we might see one of our own leading Team Canada and trying to come up with gold for the guys up north.
John, are we sure the Olympics are happening? I saw that rink they're building. They better step it up right now.
Well, Zabe, good to hear from you. Hey, and you know what? I think so. The last thing that I heard, what do I know? I just run around doing this thing. But it sounded as discouraging as it looked there for a while. I think they're going to be okay. I have not heard anything overly negative.
They don't have ice yet. Now,
yeah,
look,
well,
you can
that
get
is
ice
a major
in
component.
72
They might turn
hours.
it into roller hockey. Who knows?
A lot of stories on it. They'll probably get it done, but they're on an Italian schedule right now, so chop.
It's going to be scary. Listen, not having an ice test and going through and doing that, it's not a perfect science. Think about, like, right now, on New Year's Day, the Rangers are going to play in Florida at the Marlins Stadium there. And even it takes 2 or 3 weeks just on the temporary thing to put it together. It's not like it just happens in a day. So, yeah, hopefully they get that thing going.
Yeah, Bettman said, I'm not trying to pile on, but it's been disappointing. It's been so slow coming.
John, how about tonight's game with the Rangers? Give me some game notes and some particulars here before we let you go on Puck Drop coming up on the Capitals Radio Network.
Well, the Rangers are a team that they have good goaltending. So sometimes there are nights where it can be frustrating. One of the things we're going to talk about with Spencer coming up in the pregame is about the whole idea of, hey, listen, it's 60 minutes to the holidays. This team needs a win. You want to feel good about yourself going into it, but how do you do that? He said the top of his list is you've got to be able to not only, focus and lock down for 60 minutes, but don't get frustrated if it doesn't go your way in the first 20 minutes. Stay with the game plan. And I think under Spencer Carberry, we've seen a lot of that. This is not a dynamic offensive team, the Rangers. The Capitals haven't exactly been pouring it in the last half dozen, but this screams of a 2-1, 3-2 kind of game tonight. And as long as the Caps come up on the right side of it, Logan Thompson's going to get the start, and he's been terrific. So hopefully, maybe for the Rangers, instead of maybe it's 2 or 1 or maybe not even any, the way he's been going here down the stretch last little while. So hoping for something along those lines. Would like to see the health of the team be all right. We'll know here in a little bit about Tom Wilson. If he's able to go, and if he is, then I think they may be at full tilt tonight, and maybe they can put together a little holiday treat for the fans here at 7.5 tonight.
John, thank you, buddy. Have a great call. Looking forward to listening to it on the Fan.
All right. Happy holidays, fellas.
You too. Be well. There's John Walton, Caps Radio Network, Puck Drop just after 7. Let's talk football. Nate Davis, USA Today, to help us do just that. Nate, last night, 49ers hung 48 on the Colts, 41 against that Indianapolis defense, which faltered. I actually want to start with the losers, though. Phil Rivers, that blew me away. He does not look terrible. I'm stunned by how competent he looked, Nate.
Yeah, well, I joked when they brought him back that he's been a 44-year-old quarterback for the last 24 years, so this is nothing new to him. But you do give him credit. I know that he knows the offense from high school basically, and that he and Steichen have been in touch for years and they're old buddies. But it's one thing to go out there and do it in an NFL game, and certainly, a lot more available on the playbook last night than there was, in Seattle the week before. So it's a pretty amazing story. It's too bad that it's probably going to end this week, but it's been fun while it's lasted.
Do you have any ideas on the Hartman situation with the Commanders?
The Hartman, I do not have any ideas on that, Steve.
Oh, okay, good. You're covering the whole league. We're delving into the fourth-string quarterback and why he's been on the practice squad for 2 years. Great chance to get out there and show his stuff, and he has not being given the chance to start this week. Short week, they say. You know what? Let's not even deal with it. Let's move on, shall we?
I saw this about Driscoll back, Steve. I mean, I can't say that I care. From an Astros perspective, we don't care much about this game. I was at the Eagles game, and, I feel bad for this team, but no, I have not drilled down to the Sam Hartman situation.
Okay. More importantly, you've got some interesting races, divisional races. Who do you think is the most dangerous in the AFC?
I think it's a grab bag. This is the same Steve Zabin from the Mean Streets of McLean, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think of you often when I drive through those mean streets.
Yes, they're mean.
They're
Look
very
out.
mean.
I like Jacksonville in the moment, guys, but I mean, it's kind of a week by week thing. I mean, none of these teams really is blowing me away. I think it's going to be a situation of who gets hot here in the next month. I mean, I've got trust issues with Bo Nix. I think the Patriots are ahead of schedule, and you want to buy into them a little bit. Frankly, same thing for Jacksonville too. But I mean, Trevor Lawrence is playing MVP caliber the last 4 weeks. Can he sustain that? I don't know. I think we all kind of want like the narrative. This is finally the year for the Bills. There's no Ravens, there's no Chiefs in their way. But now Josh Allen's got hurt his foot the other day. Do they just maybe rest him now and not worry about the long shot of trying to get a bye? I mean, you can make a case for and against all these teams, but I mean, I think right now, this moment, 4:15 on Tuesday, Jacksonville probably to me is the best of the bunch. But I mean, it's put them in a bag and pull one out.
It would appear the Lions are cooked. I mean, Green Bay, that tie is going to work in their favor in some capacity here. They've got the Ravens and the Vikings left. They win one and they're in. You see any path for Detroit, or is it over?
I mean, the path is they win their last two, and the Packers win their last two. So I mean, that's the path.
Lose. Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, Lions win out, Packers lose out. Right. That's the path. That's what I'm trying to say here. So, but I mean, Detroit. I think certainly, and for those, we all live in the fantasy football world. I mean, we focus on that, and they're dangerous. And anybody that's seen them play, I mean, we know how explosive they can be. Saw them in Baltimore, the big game against the Cowboys on Thursday night. But I mean, the truth is like they've got nobody behind their defensive line. The secondary's gone. It's kind of the same story as last year. Is they can't stop anybody, and they're not able to stop the bleeding the way the 49ers have this year, who in a bit of a similar situation with their defense decimated. I mean, I think it's a pretty much a long shot the Lions make it in, and even if they do, I think they're probably one and done anyway.
John Harbaugh and the Ravens been scrambling since the rotation fiasco with Derrick Henry at the end of their game the other night against the Patriots. Can you explain how coaches get so locked in to these set routines of, well, it's the rotation, and they just don't play one of the great running backs of all time when a game is on the line, your season is on the line?
I can't explain it, Steve, and in particular, I can't explain it for this team. I mean, I thought that they had learned their lesson kind of when they forgot about running the ball against the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game a couple of years ago, and they realized the mistake they made. That was obviously a year before Derrick Henry got there, but I mean, they talked about him being a closer. I mean, I can't say, for whatever reason that they were spooked by, another fumble with him early in the game. But I mean, he played well after that. It does seem like there's vapor lock, and they just get in their own way sometimes. And I know Ravens fans have really kind of had it with this staff, at least the vocal ones we see on social media. But I mean, it's true. I mean, this team has done this before. Run the ball, and particularly in a situation where your starting quarterback is out. Why get cute? So I can't explain it. No.
Nate, great as always, buddy. Thank you for hopping on the Blitz.
Happy holidays, fellas. Thanks.
You too. Have a wonderful holiday. All right, let's localize the football banter. We sent Ryan to go pick up some pizza for us a little earlier today, and while he was coming back down Half Street, he saw Chris Russell.
Oh, my God, he's right in here next to me.
He was throwing a baseball against the wall.
Rooster.
We invited him into chat. Hey, Slasherini.
Hi, guys. I didn't get any pizza. How was the pizza? Was it good?
You gotta be quick off the ball.
Yeah.
Andy's pizza's delicious.
I mean, I saw Corporate Clary just shoveling. I mean, shoveling.
He was hungry.
They made short work of it for sure.
How are you, boys?
Good.
Doing very well. Are you going on Christmas Day?
Hell to the no.
What do you think the stadium's going to look like? What kind of turnout are we looking at?
I mean, real attendance, I would say 50-ish thousand, maybe. And that's only because the Cowboys are here. If there was like the New Orleans Saints who don't have any fans,
What is
outside of New Orleans, there would probably be about 15,000.
What's current listed capacity on the rusted, disconfigured old girl?
I don't know what the official is, but I think it's 63 and change, somewhere in that range, 64 maybe.
I was going to say upper sixes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's upper sixes. I think it's last year was like 64, but they may have done a little bit more carving out.
When they want
I'm
to
not sure.
announce 71, they'll announce 71.
Exactly.
Really? They just throw it out there.
listen,
like challenge us on it.
I
What are
gotta
you
be,
going to do?
I gotta be honest with you guys. If I didn't have to be on the radio the next day, and for some reason I didn't take Friday off, I would not watch this game. This game is not
Come
worthy
on.
of our time.
Hey.
This is not worthy of our time.
We only
Listen.
get 17.
It's okay. We get
Russell,
plenty of football.
Russell, we'll be dying for this game in May and June.
I'll be fine.
And July.
I'll figure out something else.
You're going to be thirsty then.
Or do you not love
we got to eat it
football?
while it's on our plate. for
I
God's
love
sakes.
football. It's just we get a lot of football.
Bet on it.
1 o'clock on Christmas Day, Cowboys, Commanders. No
Get
thanks.
some sweet teasers on
If you
FanDuel.
were Russell Peters, okay, would you, and in this case, you'd be the general manager, just to be clear, not the other Russell Peters. Would you start Sam Hartman or Josh Johnson?
I would start Josh Johnson.
Because
I know you guys are trying to figure this out. I heard some of it.
he gives you the
listen,
best chance to win.
I have not seen Sam Hartman practice or do anything since late August. What I saw during training camp and in the preseason was not only not good, but it was abysmal. It was
Tell me
abysmal.
what you saw. Inaccurate.
I saw
throws,
inaccurate. I saw no arm
confusion at
strength,
the line of
confusion. I
scrimmage.
saw
Okay.
everything that you don't want to see.
Every
now, I don't
negative
know
trait
if
you
he's
could get.
improved since then, but it's very alarming to me that I know Jeff Driscoll knows the offense, but you had to fly him in on a red line, red eye, whatever, out of Arizona, which is quarterback hell, get him over here, and he's going to presumably, if everything stays the way we're kind of expecting it, Josh Johnson at 39,000 years old is going to start, get injured, and then Jeff Driscoll is going to be on the field for the second half against the Cowboys on Netflix. By the
Why
way,
is Hartman
great
on the
investment,
team, then?
Netflix.
Why is Hartman on the team?
Because he's still learning, I guess, how to play. What I saw in August, he didn't even deserve to be on the practice squad, but at least he knew the system.
It's
and
not August
as
anymore.
I know, as you know, I'm a big fan of not shortchanging the quarterback situation. Like, I love Danny. I completely disagree with him when he says when you get to the third quarterback, you're screwed. You have no chance anyway. That's not true in the NFL anymore, and hasn't been
not at
true.
all.
Hasn't been true. Every team needs 3 good quarterbacks on the 53 and somebody on the practice squad that knows the actual offense because of how many of these guys get injured
Why
and
should
how quickly they
Driscoll
do.
be above Hartman on
Because
the
he
depth
knows
chart?
the offense and
Not
he's better
better than
and he's more
Hartman. Hartman's
experienced.
been here
Because
He's
longer.
more experienced.
Because Driscoll made it in the league where he could
Yes.
start some games.
He's more
Meaning
experienced.
his
He's
I don't care
overall-
about playing well. That's stupid and
Well,
irrelevant.
they do.
They shouldn't.
I agree with you. I don't want them to win. I don't care if they play well.
Well,
They
they're not
want
gonna have to worry about
Don't
winning.
forget, the NFC East tournament is still going on, presented by Hard Knocks, and I've been trying to figure out whether this is double elimination College World Series style, or whether they were eliminated by choking it up against the Eagles on
Check my
Saturday.
bracket
I'm not
on
sure.
this thing.
I think it's
Yeah.
double elimination.
Yeah, I think so.
Unbelievable.
I think
Dan
so.
Quinn divisional tournament.
I think so.
You ready for Christmas?
By the way, did you see the wide receiver they claimed yesterday?
No.
Failed his physical, so they,
wow.
they can't even add him to the roster.
We have like
Jamal Ray Agnew. I am not ready for Christmas. I have Christmas presents for Ty Guy and Natalie to still wrap, and I got actually when we went to a hockey game, which you were kind enough to invite me to, I picked up like an Ovechkin 895 stick and a team photo or something like that. So I still got to wrap that. I still got to get. I got to get you guys something, but listen.
Yeah, no, don't get me anything.
I
yet,
mean,
for sure.
yeah.
Can I'll tell you what I want for Christmas. Can I have your press pass for the game since you're not going?
Sure.
Just flip it to me.
Sure.
I'll be you.
Okay.
They won't mind.
I'll be more than happy to give
I'm
it to
going
you.
to get hammered in the parking lot
Attaboy.
on some grapefruit schnapps and some Busch Lights. Get some chicken wings from
You actually
Harris
wanted-
Teeter, some cold chicken wings. Tell my family, no church for me. Going to the Commanders game.
You actually want to go to that game?
No, I don't. I want to go there as a stunt, as a joke, to sit there out in the parking lot with all that disgusting stuff like, let's go. You know, there's going to be a lot of little cowboy Jimmies and Tommies that were given gifts by their parents to go to this game, and they're going to go with a heart full of disappointment and longing, which is good training to be a Cowboy fan.
Rini, thank you, bud.
Thank you, boys. Good to see you. Merry Christmas.
Always good to see you. Tress Way's on the show in 35 minutes. We got Bill early next hour as well, right here on The Fan.
Commanders getting set to take on the Cowboys on Christmas Day. Taking a look at today's practice report. 4 players did not practice for a second straight day. Nick Bellore dealing with a concussion. Marcus Mariota dealing with a right hand and quad injury. Deron Payne dealing with a back injury. And Laramie Tunsil did not practice for a second straight day with an oblique injury. Today, Tress Way was named to the Pro Bowl. He'll be the starting NFC punter. It's the 3rd time in his career he's been selected to the Pro Bowl. Injuries around the league. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy has a hairline fracture in his hand. He is out this week. Browns running back Quinshon Judkins was placed on injured reserve, underwent surgery on a fractured fibula and dislocated ankle. In the NBA, Wizards guard Cam Whitmore was diagnosed with an upper extremity deep vein thrombosis. He's going to be sidelined indefinitely. The Wizards in Charlotte tonight to take on the Hornets. 7 o'clock tip-off near the game on the Team 980. Hockey tonight, the Capitals in action at Capital One Arena taking on the Rangers. 7 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. Back live from our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard. Grant and Danny. Danny's holiday vacay continues. Steve Zabin's in and alongside today. You're listening to The Fan. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Listen wherever you are on the Odyssey app. Pause and rewind the show. And, of course, we're all over the DMV on 106.7. We're in Richmond on AM 910, FM 105.1. We're everywhere. So if you can't find us, it's on you. You got to figure that out going into 2026. Zabe, I wanted to talk Coach of the Year odds in the NFL, looking at the board right now.
I saw your votes, and
Yes.
I put a pin in it going, I got to talk to Grant about this.
So I put out my top 5. I want to get your response, but as is generally the case,
Your 5th guy is too low. Way too low.
That's definitely the complaint.
Sung Ting Wong. Bang,
Here's the
ding,
problem.
ow.
You got to move somebody down then.
I know you do. You know what? There's a lot of actually compelling cases for Coach of the Year, and it all depends on what you put as a priority for who does a great job.
Right.
I think the guy that does the best job was the guy you saw last night.
This is the best market, by the way, this year. In
Oh,
terms
yeah.
of, like, if you get a vote or it's the most competitive. I think there's at least 4, maybe 5, 6 guys that could actually, as you said, have a real case and win this thing.
What Shanny Jr. has done with the Niners is remarkable.
Incredible.
He's done such a great job this year, and he's become a really, really good coach overall because he can be a guy's guy when needed, but then lay down the hammer as well. He's got great, ruthless in-game tactics, so he knows how to navigate choppy waters and get the ship home to port. And then culturally, he has the team ready to play every week, no matter what.
He has had years like this one in San Francisco Kyle's had to deal with, where they have just
Wipeout injuries.
unbelievable injuries. And in the past, early in his career, it leads to a 4-12 or a 6-10.
Correct.
This year, they're 11-4 with all those injuries. But he's the guy, actually, that people take the biggest issue with on my list.
What did you rank him at?
So here's what we got.
I thought you had him down at 5.
I've got him 4.
Okay.
So number 1, I've got Mike Vrabel of the New England Patriots. We can go back through these in a minute. Number 2, Ben Johnson, Chicago Bears. I'm going to need a Ben Johnson alert. Number 3 is Mike McDonald of the Seattle Seahawks. 4th, I've got Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. And then my number 5 is Liam Cohen of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who have a legitimate chance still to be the number 1 seed in the AFC. So the arguments are pretty obvious, but I'll rapid fire this.
Here, I'll go Kyle 1, Cohen 2, Vrabel 3, Johnson 4, and then McDonald 9.
Okay. I'll come back to McDonald last. Why is Cohen over Vrabel?
Because he's new. So I give bonus
So is
points. Vrabel's done it, though, before at Tennessee. And I would say, even though Trevor Lawrence has had a resurrection, Vrabel has the faster horse in Drake May.
But nobody knew that when he took over.
I know. I like it. Vrabel's great.
Yeah.
I'd like all these guys, but if I have to rank them, I give Cohen a nod because he had less to work with, and they lost Travis Hunter, who was their guy that they were building around this year.
So I think Jacksonville's offense is way more talented than New England's. Liam Cohen's tremendous. I love Liam Cohen. It's one of my favorite offensive designers, but they have a worse record than New England. They're in a softer division, possibly, than New England, especially with the Phillip Rivers injury.
Oh, no, Miami and the Jets, bro.
It's pretty good, or pretty bad.
Pretty
Which
bad.
one would it be?
Right.
But the Bills are a juggernaut. There's
Yeah,
nobody
they're-
like that in the AFC
They're both
South.
good. It's eeny, meeny, miny, mo, whatever.
And
So,
you've got a $50 million quarterback who's a former 1-1 that you're working with.
I think
he's done a good job with
I think Johnson's been good. I think it's easy to get distracted by the shirtless hype, but the Bears have been a magic act all year, like the Commanders were last year.
Right.
They've pulled 5 games straight out of their ass, which they had no business winning.
Coaching.
And that's, it is kind of coaching, but there's a lot of coin flipping that goes on every week in the NFL. A lot of games that are just truly random outcomes. It doesn't mean I don't think he's a great hire for them. Doesn't mean that I don't think he's doing a good job, but I put that all into the formula, which is not even a formula, into my subjective lick my finger, stick it in the air and go, who's the coach of the year?
That's
why
number
he's down.
3 rushing offense in the NFL now, the architect Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson
Yards
alert.
per play.
Ben Johnson alert.
What?
And they're the number
What
9
is that?
overall.
What is that?
The Ben Johnson alert?
Yeah, I need to know the backstory on this.
Oh, there's how long you got? So this gets me in a little trouble. People get very upset. So I was obsessed with Ben Johnson. Some would say I still am.
For a long time when
3
he was
years.
with the Lions. Okay.
Yeah, for multiple years, I wanted him to be the head coach here. Washington had an opening. I wanted him to be the head coach here. They decided that wasn't for them
So
necessarily.
whenever his name would come up, you guys created a little sounder, which
yes,
is Ben
I would
Johnson.
talk about Ben Johnson every hour of every day.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
So whenever you say the name, it comes up.
Exactly right.
All right. So
People
you
got a little frustrated.
So you have biased admirers' eyes on Ben Johnson.
He's the best play designer and schemer in the league, and
No, he's really good, and he did something smart. He said, we are going to run. We're going to get heavier. We're going to go more 2 tight end sets. They drafted a tight end because he kind of knew deep down. He's like, Caleb's is going to be a project yet as a passer. So even though we got all these targets and all these guys, these weapons, we need to be able to run. And so with Swift and Monungai, great name that is, Kyle Monungai.
7th round pick.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot out of him. It's just a great run game. What he's done for Caleb Williams has been fantastic.
Will you sell me on McDonald up there in Seattle? Because he's always struck me as just kind of meh. I don't understand him. He's very he's good. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, sell me on what he does best.
Okay, so first off, he's, I think, one of the smartest defensive minds in the NFL. Seattle last year went from a bad defense to a top 10 defense in the second half of the season.
Okay.
He's a D coordinator who comes in as a first-time head coach, turns them around. This year, they're the number 2 defense in the NFL yards per play. They have the number 1 defense when just rushing 4 up front because of the games and stunts that he draws up and designs in the dirt.
Okay.
They're number 1 against the run. They're number 2 against the pass. They're top 6 in getting sacks. They're top 5 in first downs allowed. So he is the guy who's been the antidote to the Shanahan scheme.
Got it.
Like, people are studying his defense because that offense that has had the branches go all over the NFL, he's the one guy defensively so far. See, like Baltimore shoving it on the Dolphins, shoving it on San Francisco when he was there, who's been able to shut that offense down. From a head coaching standpoint, he was also interviewed, I'll remind you, by the Washington Commanders when they hired Dan Quinn. And he, too, was not the choice. Now, people will say he went to Seattle the day before. I think if he wanted to be the coach of the Commanders when they had the number 2 pick, he would have been the coach. If they wanted him to, rather, he would have been the coach. But last year he gets the job. He goes 10-7 in a tough division.
With Geno Smith.
With Geno Smith.
My friend Geno Smith.
They trade Geno. They go get Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
They go really heavily into defense. They don't even run the ball that well. And they're 12-3 in a division with the Rams, who have already clinched, and the Niners, who have already clinched.
Sold! You just sold me on your boy.
They might be the 1 seed.
Oh, Mike McDonald.
So in 2 years, by the way, he's 22-10. He's had more success than anybody else in that coaching class so far. So I'm a big Mike McDonald believer. I just think he's out in Seattle. He's a defensive guy, not an offensive guy, so he doesn't get the same love. But I'm going Vrabel 1, Johnson 2, McDonald 3, Shanahan 4, Liam Cohen 5.
For the Mike McDonald alerts, Darius, you could get maybe a little woo-woo from the Michael McDonald singer of What a Fool Believes fame.
There was a Mike McDonald alert for exactly one day.
Was there really?
Yes, because when Ben Johnson fell through and that whole thing went up in smoke, I don't know if you remember the specifics, but they're on an airplane going out to Detroit.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
He tells them thanks,
Turns
no
around.
thanks. I mean, it took a lot of money and some control. You're either going to pay him a bunch and let him have some personnel control, or you're not getting the most sought-after coaching candidate in years. Didn't work out. Fine. So then my immediate pivot was, because the Dan Quinn stuff was percolating, and I have nothing against Dan Quinn. He actually did a hell of a job last year.
It's just he was your third choice.
Not quite.
Fourth?
Maybe not fourth.
Wow. So McDonald?
Yes.
No, it was Ben Johnson
Ben
1,
Johnson was
McDonald
1.
2.
McDonald was only 2 after all of the offensive guys were exhausted.
Did you have your list ranked while this was still being?
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, we only did that every day for 4.5 hours. Again, this is why people are still mad at me. This is one of my frustrations is once they hired Quinn, you just kind of move on. They made their choice.
They're mad at you because they feel like your heart has not accepted your fifth choice.
Exactly, because of my obsession with Ben Johnson. Yeah. And I think really the truth, if you want the truth, it's because of how well he's doing.
Well,
so they're mad at him and they're mad at something else, and they'll take it out on me.
When people disagree with you about something and then you're right, they hate you even more. They hate you for being right.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Being a tall, handsome fella.
Yes. You're very Sam Hartman over there. But anyway, as soon as the Ben Johnson thing, like my dream of years and years of like, oh, my God, they could do this in one offseason. Let's do it. Went away. Then I panicked, and I'm like, it can't end this way with a retread defensive mind.
They could do this in one offseason?
Well, they had a chance.
Do what?
They have a new owner. To get the GM right and the quarterback right, all in one fell swoop.
All 3 levels, yeah.
So I'm like, here we go. Let's do this thing.
Actually, all 4 levels. Owner, GM, coach, quarterback.
Right. It's never happened in my life. They've never even tried. And in one offseason, let's hit a bunch of home runs and let's win for 17 years. Well,
they hit a lot of home runs last year.
They hit a hell of a lot of home runs.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just now you're like, was it real?
That's the big question.
That's the big question.
But that was my pivot, was for 24 hours. McDonald was the guy.
I think we can agree coaching certainly does matter in the NFL.
You're seeing it in Jacksonville, New England, and other spots.
And we can also agree that it's really hard to fully know exactly who's going to be good.
And by the way, to DQ's credit, you saw it here last year.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the majority of last year's success was a lot of what Peters did worked. And Jaden Daniels, whether it was you coaching, Dan Quinn coaching, or me coaching, waved a wand over that thing. But you have to give Quinn a lot of credit for, and I do, the culture building. You see why he's so popular and beloved. The players legitimately really, really enjoy playing for this guy because he is a legitimate leader of men, and he's a badass defensive mind.
Men.
As a defensive coordinator, he's had top 5 defenses his entire career as a DC. Yep. It hasn't happened as a head coach, but I do think he's a really, really, like, unlike Ron, if he's a defensive coordinator, I feel really good about him being a top-of-the-board type guy.
And he benefits from the low bar of all the terrible coaches that preceded him.
Helps.
Of which they were almost all terrible. Even the good ones like Shanahan, who had credentials, was undermined by little Danny Snyder from the very minute he set foot here. And he kind of never had a chance.
We got Tress Way coming up at 5 o'clock. Bill, Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt will be with us as well. It's about 17 minutes out on Grant and Danny. Steve Zabin's in today.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
Guys, it's Grant for my friends at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee. I'm the father of 4 presidents, Reagan, Truman, McKinley, and Lincoln. My family, those little guys, like going to many local historical landmarks celebrating Virginia's history. You've heard me talking about our recent visit to Mount Vernon, where they're doing some amazing lights events this time of year. Well, you can plan ahead right now for your family with several signature events happening in 2026. As 250 years is celebrated in America in July, we're celebrating 250 years all year in Virginia. honoring Indigenous Peoples Tribal Nation celebration in Jamestown, April 25th. From pen to paper, Thomas Jefferson and the drafting of the Declaration, May 2nd. Virginia's Independence Day, 250th anniversary of 5th Virginia Convention. That's on May 15th. Go to visit.va250.org to find out what cool things are happening in your neck of the woods. That's visit.va250.org. Visit.va250.org. America made in Virginia. Grant and Danny without Danny today. Steve Zabin is in. Thanks for making the show part of your afternoon. Christmas Eve tomorrow. We're 2 days out from the kids running down the steps and getting fired up. Zabe, are you a bigger fan of Christmas Eve or Christmas Day?
Yes.
I like that answer.
Yeah, both. Very much both. So many great old 8mm movies my dad took of us as kids in our pajamas, tumbling down the stairs on the mean streets of McLean, Virginia, 7903 Stirrup Cup Lane. And I have a decent amount of those videos with my daughters. But, you know, the daughters get older and then they're on their own. It's sort of sad this time of year because you're like, you don't have that same feeling on Christmas Eve. You're right in the meat of it. You've got the 4 little ones. It's awesome.
Oh, it's the best. It's great. I think we always had a big party on Christmas Eve growing up.
Who's we?
Family. So my parents would have family friends over, but they all had kids my age. So some of my best buddies.
Not relatives.
Right.
So the neighborhood would come over.
Yeah.
Or friends would come over. So that's cool. So non-family unit members, big party on Christmas Eve?
Yes, we would. So it would generally roll from like, I don't know, 4:35, like happy hour time frame to about
So big
8.
dinner, lots of desserts, cookies,
Finger
eggnog.
food. This is bagel bites and wings and all kinds of
Do you do that now with
hors d'oeuvres.
yours?
So we have not been doing that.
Okay.
I think as we get a little older, we'll do something like that for sure. Everyone kind of rolled out around 7 and 8 and went home to do whatever traditions they had. But I say this to say Christmas Eve's always kind of been my wheelhouse. With kids now, it's back to Christmas morning because that's the fun. But I think I'd like to get back to a place at some point where I'm an Eve over day guy. Because the day, you've got the excitement of ripping open the packages and the presents and all that. But as a grown-up, like other than my kids' joy, which is amazing, when that's over with, I think I'm going to be Eve over day. I like the idea of sitting down. It's quiet. The Christmas tree's on. I'm watching a Christmas movie. You're looking forward to seeing how excited they are tomorrow or whatever. And in my case, I'm putting meatballs in a crock pot, and we're going to have some people over maybe for a Christmas Eve party like we did at my house.
Day is tough because once the morning comes, you open everything up, then it's over. And so then you have that inevitable letdown of, oh, it's over. All the anticipation, all the decorating and the shopping and the looking forward to it, it's over. And so that's tough. But then if you have a second Christmas at a family member's house, where you then go there for dinner and you also open presents a second time, it's like a bonus Christmas.
Yeah, this year we're doing our family Christmas. So my siblings and parents and all their, kids and everything are coming to my house on the Saturday, the 27th. So that's the old double dip.
Oh, that's nice.
So, yeah, we got another one coming. But I remember that feeling of being a kid right after you would open your presents. And I would always, I don't know why, even at like 8, 9 years old, I would get a trash bag and I'd bring it over and I'd put all the wrapping paper in the trash bag as I went. And
you were a neatnik.
Yeah, and I would open, I hated all the paper laying all over the place. So then I would open up each present and play with it. I wanted to savor it. So like my brother, Sean, would tear through everything.
It like Tasmanian devil.
He is done opening everything, and he's on out of the room to go have breakfast or whatever. And I got half of my pile of presents, still to go. But yeah, I think for me, like the memories on Christmas morning are the best. But I do remember distinctly when you'd finish opening those gifts, Abe, you'd go. My thought was always, oh no, I got to wait 364 more days to do this again.
Yeah. My most prized photo shop I have, a listener did this. Once upon a time when I was probably 10 years old, maybe 11, I had a set of light blue Washington Capitals pajamas. Now, you got to remember, this is circa 1980-ish, when you couldn't readily get logoed team gear, especially of a hockey team.
You weren't rolling into Dick's
to
grab your Caps gear.
In fact, I don't even know where my mom would have gotten this from, but had the pajamas on, and there's a little skinny Stephen P. Zabin sitting in the family room with my glorious tuft of dirty brown hair, which I had back then, and I'm in my Capitals pajamas, and I've got a box. I'm opening some kind of box. And what a listener did after years and years of playoff disappointments with the Capitals, they photoshopped in lifetime of playoff disappointments into the box. And I was like dying, going, that's the funniest thing ever. That
Right.
me in my Capitals pajamas would open up such a gift. But then, behold, they won the cup. And then they photoshopped the cup in there, and I had a companion picture to that. I'll try to find it, but it's just kind of funny. You know, we had some logoed gear as kids growing up here in the late 70s when we were 8, 9, 10 years old, but it was hard to get. Like, you could get a Redskins plastic helmet and shoulder pad kit from Toys R Us, but the jerseys only came in one number, 89. At least that's what my brother and I had one year. And the helmets were very flimsy, and you better not try to play tackle football in them because they offered no protection.
Right.
But they were an actual helmet. They had the actual licensed original Redskin logo on the side. But where would you get that stuff back in the day? I don't know. There was one or two places. That was about it.
See, I'm glad I came along when I did then, because my Christmas list every year, the official Little Grant Harrison Paulson Christmas list, you ready?
Yes.
Every year I would write it as if I needed to, and I don't know why. It would say Redskin stuff.
Just figure it out, Mom and Dad.
Well, I
Stuff.
just put it in the envelope, sent it off to the North Pole, Redskin stuff. And I would go see Santa wherever he was, and I'd sit on his lap. What do you want, guy? And I would say Redskin stuff. That was the list from age 3 to age, I don't know, 14 or whatever it
And was there any sort of guidance on that? Like, was there any particular items
No.
that you really wanted?
Not necessarily. I mean, a jersey's great if you want to go that route, but no. I mean, I don't know why I remember this. Oh,
That's the photo there with my brother. He was opening a Crossman 760 BB gun, which he terrorized the squirrels in the backyard on the mean streets of McLean, Virginia with. That's me in my Capitals
I
pajama.
love the PJs kit
I
there.
don't have the Photoshop version of this. I got to find it.
That's strong.
The Christmas tree drenched in tinsel, which was the thing in the 70s.
the move
Tinsel's
back
gone
then.
completely out of vogue at that time. But yeah, that was it. So many great Christmas. And, you know, man, my mom, you might be listening. Mom, if you're out there listening, I'm sorry. I sent my mom hither and yon for all kinds of Christmas requests for specific toys that you couldn't order off the internet. I mean, it was 1978, 79. But I knew somehow through the Sears catalog or other ways, like, hey, they have this fake machine gun that makes like noises and has a little light that lights up, and I want it. And she's going to all these shops trying to find it and whatnot. But yeah, I love Christmas. I am definitely the Christmas kid. The toughest thing about getting old when your kids are out of the house and before they've been able to find their way and get married and deliver you grandchildren, if you're so lucky, is that there's this period where there's not really kids in your Christmas life. It sucks.
It is a game changer, though, when you have them again, I will say. It's like being a kid all over again.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Tress Way joins us next. We'll talk to Bill as well. Ja'Cory Cross-Gamert. It'll be a busy segment. Grant and Danny, Steve Zabin's in today. You're listening to The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. The Commanders getting set to take on the Cowboys on Christmas Day. Injury report today. 4 players did not practice for a second straight day. Nick Bellore with a concussion. Marcus Mariota dealing with a hand injury. Daron Payne didn't practice with a back issue. And Larry Tunsil didn't practice with an oblique injury. Today, Tress Way was named to the Pro Bowl. It's the 3rd time he's been selected to the Pro Bowl. He's set to join Grant and Danny coming up next. Other injuries around the league. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy has a hairline fracture in his hand. He's out this week. Browns running back Quinshon Judkins was placed on injured reserve after he underwent surgery on a fractured fibula and dislocated ankle. Basketball, Cam Whitmore sidelined indefinitely with an upper extremity deep vein thrombosis. Wizards and Hornets tonight in Charlotte, 7 o'clock tip-off on the Team 980. Caps in action as well, taking on the Rangers at Capital One Arena, 7 o'clock puck drop right here on the Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Without Danny, Steve Zabin's in today alongside. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. Zabe, you can't hear this one and not want to go home and watch Christmas Vacation.
All about it, but I won't watch it till tomorrow night. About 8 o'clock once I've wrapped all the presents.
Is that the ritual?
That's the ritual. The
I'm
finishing note
Yes.
of my pre-Christmas tradition.
The Christmas Eve wrapping in the basement by myself watching Christmas Vacation. I've been there a time or two. Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And a congratulations is in order for Tress Way, the Pro Bowl-bound punter of your Washington Commanders. For the 3rd time in his career, top 5 in net average and in punts inside the 20. Well-earned as always, Trestifer to represent the burgundy and gold at the Pro Bowl. We're fired up for you, man. Congrats.
Guys, honestly, more importantly, I love that the Christmas Vacation song was playing as I'm coming on, because that's clearly the one seed for me, and that's how I just know you care. So thank you so much for taking the time to do that little extra.
Have you watched it yet this holiday season, or is it like it is for me and Zabe, kind of the last stop before the big day?
No, I'm probably on, I would say, like loop number 12. Our family tradition was Thanksgiving night. You get done with Thanksgiving, you sit around, you play board games, and now we're saying goodbye to Thanksgiving, and we watch Christmas Vacation. So Thanksgiving night, I watched it for the first time, and I'm about every other day it's being fired up. So I love that thing.
Nice.
Pro Bowl bound, my friend. How did you get the word, and how did they break the news to you? What's it mean to you at this point of your career? I mean, look, you've made it 2 other times, but when you get there at this point, battling through some of the back pain and some of the things over the years you've had to go through, it's got to be sweeter.
Yeah, it was, man, honestly, it was so cool. AP, Adam Peters, came up to me after the team meeting. He says, like, hey, do you have a sec real quick? And I was just like, yeah, what's up? And he goes, there's just a couple things I kind of wanted to pick your brain on. Like we're kind of starting the whole early draft process stuff, and there's some of these metrics and things with specialists. I just kind of wanted to pick your brain on it. And he'll do that. Like he'll ask you a question. He'll see like what a guy's take is on different things. And so that was nothing, just totally off the wall. And so I was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And he's all right, follow me. It's all in the draft room. They're getting everything all set up kind of. And so I was like, all right, sweet. I'm not thinking anything of it. And I walk in, well, all of my wife's family is here for Christmas. And so the team got a hold of our whole family that is here visiting, and they brought them up this morning, and they just had the TVs and all the pictures up of like the Pro Bowl and the announcement, and they had Hard Knocks all in there, and Revo was in there, Ott was in there, Bellore came in, and then my whole family. So naturally, like the very hardened heart, like bad boy that I am known across the league as being, I just cried like a baby. So it was really, really cool. And DQ was in there. I don't know, man. I'm pretty biased, but how those guys handle everything, it's just no surprise that Bryce Terang, my brother-in-law for the Brewers, he was there, and he was just like, man, this is so cool that like they incorporate the families to make it such a special announcement, and just a different sport, you never know, and it's just a huge testament to who they are. And dude, I could go on and on about our punt team. I just have the best freaking coverage guys in the world. I can't wait to take them all out to dinner just to tell them thank you. I get to do these interviews. I get to go play in the Pro Bowl. I get to, add that to the accolades for my career. But I didn't block one person. I didn't make one tackle, and those freaking dogs will hunt. So I'm very biased towards those guys, and I really appreciate them.
That is good stuff. Now, did you see last night that Morstead went another game without being needed? Last punt came on November 30th.
I had no idea. That is wild.
We call that 2024 Tress Way.
I was going to say, you've lived that.
Yeah,
So
I was talking to Jaden. Jaden was so cool, came up and congratulated me, and I was just like, hey, bud, this is just something else, and I'm so thankful. But this kind of pales in comparison to how special last year was. And so while it has been fun to go out there and knock the cover off the ball, flip the field 10 teams deep, I looked at Jaden, I was like, buddy, I'm sure glad you're here because it's a lot more fun not punting and going further in the playoffs. And he just kind of laughed. And that's the truth. Like, man, the first couple Pro Bowls, and all of them are special. But, man, that run last year and what it means with the guys and getting to go that far and make a run at a Super Bowl, that's quite a special feeling.
how many punts do you have? Total different punts, like shots or pitches?
I would say that I have 4. And that's okay. I have my conventional left, my conventional right, fake left. I call it like a screamer right. And then I have just like my touch shots, my pooch shots. Now, I think that is still, that 4 may not sound like a lot, but I mean, trust me, that's a lot. We're really getting risky here.
You trying to hit spiral rockets on all of them?
No, only whenever I see the returner setting up for. So in the Seattle Seahawks game on Sunday Night Football, I hit one punt to the left, and then we punted from the left hash again. The returner thought I was going left, and so I fake left and kind of hit that screamer right, and it lands at like 45 or 50 yards and then just rolls and steals field position. Quick fun fact, Grant, I think you'll freaking love this story. The returner for the Seahawks is a rookie, and he was back there. And since I'm a lefty, a lot of guys will get back there and try and like read my punts, and they'll stand behind our punt returners and they'll watch and act like they're catching it. And I just went up, introduced myself. I said, "Hey man, you're having a great year," and he's good. I was like, "Hey, you're having a great year." I go, "Hey, heads up, that's illegal. Like you can't do that. They might throw a flag on you even before the game starts. You got to be prepared." And he goes, "Are you serious?" I go, "Dude, yeah, you got to watch out. You never know." And he ran off and went up the tunnel. And I just hope he told his coach. And his coach was like, "Get back out there. What are you talking about?"
That's incredible.
Fantastic.
Now, do you think he was going
young
off?
guys are getting good, man.
They are. Do you think he's
but
going
they better
off?
know the rules.
Or do you think he actually was scared by what you told him?
No, I think you know what?
He didn't want to risk
Let me
it.
have my moment. I think I think that's it. It's like, hey, are we better safe than sorry? I don't know if I can trust this guy, but you know what? He might be telling the truth, and that's that's kind of how I like to live on the field. You never know.
If a Pro Bowl punter, who's also an excellent magician, came up to me and gave me the Jedi mind trick about the rules, I would be safe than sorry. I'd run up the tunnel too.
That's
See,
outstanding.
there you go. Yeah.
The Pro Bowl, correct me if I'm wrong, it's at the site of the Super Bowl, San
Yes.
Francisco, the week of the game, yeah?
Yeah, I think they're starting to really try and just ramp up like that whole week and make it like a big build up, and so it sounds like it's going to be pretty cool. So I'm looking forward to going, man.
What do they do for punters at the Pro Bowl games? What little carnival games are they doing?
It's like a football version of beer pong, if you will, where they have all these like big trash cans set up, and you're trying to pooch bun them into these trash cans. And I think you get like 5 or 8 like punts, like attempts at it to see how many you can knock in there. So yeah, you better believe I'm grabbing a bunch of my buddies from church and around the neighborhood, and we're just going to line up some trash cans, and I'm just going to let it rip.
Kick them over houses into the cul-de-sac.
Yep.
Did you ever hit the Jumbotron at Jerry World?
I have. I have hit the Jumbotron at Jerry World, and back in the old days, Mr. Snyder actually asked me to do it one time, but then said never mind because at the time it was a live ball, so it'd be a short punt. But he called me up. He's like, "Hey, I want you just to smoke that thing." And whenever I told him it was a live ball, it'd be a short pump. I'm like, "Hey, you know what? Like, you're signing the checks. Like, you're the owner. If you want me to hit the Jumbotron, I'll give it a rip." But I've hit it in warm-ups, never in a game.
Okay, is that a tough reach for most NFL punters?
Yeah, I mean, some of these freaking young dudes with just rockets for legs, they can get it. But it has to be just smoked perfectly in between the hashes, straight up, tight spiral. Yeah, that's a tough shot.
Tresh, you think you bring the whole fam out to San Fran, or is that a you and the wife trip?
So I think definitely my little man's got to go. My son Bo, he's 7.5.
Perfect. Wheelhouse.
He's gonna think it's cool that Dad made the Pro Bowl, but once he sees all the other names, like McCaffrey and Dak and all these other guys, I was cool for about 30 seconds, and then he realized half of his fantasy team is also out there that he can watch. So it's funny, we have the whole family here, so everybody's talking about that right now. The game's on a Tuesday, different stuff like that. So we'll see, man.
That's awesome. Tress Way with us, the Pro Bowl representative of the Commanders. We actually have someone who wants to congratulate you, Tress, on your Pro Bowl nomination on the phones. Now, who do we have here that wants to congratulate Tress Way?
Tress, what's going on? It's your guy Bill, man. Just want to say congratulations again, man. You deserve it.
Guys,
my guy.
Bill is wild. I saw Bill come in like his first day, and he's putting soy sauce on rice, and he's acting like that's just a normal thing people do. This dude's wild.
That's normal to put soy sauce on your rice.
Bill's our guy, Tress. He's been on with us all season long. He's been great. His dog's name is Cousin.
Best,
like, no one has a dog named Cousin except Bill.
Dude, Bill is everybody's guy. If you asked every guy in the locker room, what do you think of Bill? I guarantee you guys go, man, Bill's my guy.
Yeah,
Bill,
for sure.
How far, Bill, could you punt a football, do you think? Like, if Tress was unavailable for some reason and they put you back there, do you think you could kick a rocket?
No chance. No chance. It probably got to be a fake punt.
There you go.
No chance.
I would fake it if you were punting too, Bill. I don't blame you.
Tress, congrats, brother. We appreciate you, man. Be well and spend that time with the fam.
Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it.
All the best to you. Happy
All right,
holidays.
bro.
All right, Bill, you stay with us.
Yeah,
now,
whoa. You're not done yet,
I got
Billy.
some questions for you, Bill, okay? So let's just start with Christmas Day. You're playing against the Dallas Cowboys on Netflix on Christmas. The whole country's going to be watching. What's your level of excitement here? What do you think?
Oh, definitely excited. I remember, I forgot who was playing last year on Christmas, or maybe it was 2 years ago, but I was like, dang, that's pretty cool. And now, it's a full circle that I get to play on Christmas, and, I'm definitely excited. I have my family down, and, it's going to be, a great experience.
How do you get accustomed to carry sharing in the NFL? Where, some games it's this, some games it's that. How do you deal with that?
I mean, I feel like you just got to be ready whenever your number called. And, that's the approach I take. Whenever I get a chance, I just got to show I deserve these opportunities.
Bill, you scored a touchdown for a second straight week. You had 8 carries for 25 yards. But with Chris coming back, you didn't get the same number of carries. So along to Steve's kind of question, I guess, when did you know what the game plan was in terms of usage? I know C-Rod was back for the whole week of practice. Did you know going in he was going to get most of the work? How does that actually materialize as the game goes on?
Nah, it's never like that. On who's going to get the workload. It's just however the game goes, I guess. I never expected me to go in and get those many carries, and that's any game I go into. So I mean that's just how it played out, and that's just how it played out.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, running back with your Washington Commanders for his weekly 5 p.m. Tuesday appointment on Grant and Danny. Bill, what did you make of the Eagles going for 2 up 17? Did you have any issue with that? That became a big story after the game.
I did. It had me trying to do math on the sideline, like what's going on. But I mean, it's all right. We get another opportunity after this week, and we'll just have to, to show how we feel about it.
It seemed like you guys were upset because, I mean, I don't know if that's why the melee happened. I guess maybe we'll get some intel on Hard Knocks tonight with everybody mic'd up and the cameras rolling. But I don't know. I mean, was it just like disrespectful, or what was your mindset on?
Definitely. No, definitely disrespectful. Like that is no other way around it.
Just because it was a 3-possession game, and there's no reason to tack on the extra point.
I mean, that's his decision. That's how the other team felt, and they got the right to do whatever they want. So
3rd and 1, 4th and 1. They're going to call your name or number. What type of run? You don't have to say specific play. What type of run do you prefer the best, just to get 1 yard?
Definitely a downhill play.
So under center.
Under center, downhill.
One of the inside gaps, just lower your head.
Definitely, downhill.
When do you have to decide on where you're going with the run? Like you must have like 1 second at most.
It's like you got to make a decision in a split second. Like you don't got all day to see which hole which hole you want to go through. Like
right.
Once you see that crease, you just got to commit to it and you just got to be very decisive when you're in that situation.
And I bet half the time you're committing to a hole that is supposed to be there, but by the time you're committed to it, it ain't there. You're hoping and trusting it opens up by the time you get into that space, right? That's got to take a lot of confidence.
Nah, correct.
Yeah.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Bill is with us on Grant and Danny. Bill, Jordan Davis is like 340 pounds. He's playing his butt off, this D tackle for the Eagles. Is he the biggest D tackle that you have faced in the NFL so far, and just in terms of looking the most like a smart car?
I wouldn't say he's the biggest. I would say, oh my God, I'm having a brain fart right now.
What team?
Giants. Spencer Dexter. What is his name? Dexter.
Who?
Lawrence Dexter.
Oh, Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah.
Dexter. You think he's bigger than Jordan Davis?
I mean, I think he might be wider, taller.
Oh, you know what? You're right, actually. I'm looking up his size.
No, I think they might be like the same size, but I think Des might be bigger because Des tall too.
No, I would not have thought this. Honestly, when you said that, I thought he was like maybe 6 foot and 330. He's listed bigger.
No.
So Jordan Davis is listed at 6 foot. Let's see. I got him at 6'5", 335, so he's taller. Dexter Lawrence is 6'4 plus and 340. They got him listed heavier.
Yeah, see that? That's a difference, and the height is still the same basically.
Looks the same, I guess, when you're running into him or running past him for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
You played the Cowboys once already this season. When you prepare for a team like this that you've already played back in Week 7, will you go back and will you watch that tape specifically of the Dallas game?
Yeah, for sure.
Or do you watch them the last few weeks? Because that was 9 weeks ago.
Both. I would say both.
Okay. So you want to see how they defended you on those 13 carries? Because I think your long was 9 that day. They did a pretty good job against the run. But maybe they've changed things over the last couple weeks.
Yeah, and I think it's more about the players. See how they do things. See how they play.
Well, Bill, we're pulling for you. No pressure. But our Christmases are going to get a lot better or a lot worse based on the outcome
riding on you guys
of this game.
No, we're going to try to – we're going to make it the best Christmas. Yeah.
Going to make it. There you go.
There
no
you go.
try. I like it.
We like that. Bill, thank you, buddy. Be good. We appreciate you.
No, I appreciate y'all.
Merry Christmas, brother. Be good.
All right, Merry Christmas.
I hope you got cousin something good. Take care of that pup. There is Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt and Tress Way as well on Grant and Danny. Steve Zabin's in for Danny today. I want to get into what each person's individual gadget. I want to go gadget or really
game changer is what I call them.
Right, favorite item that you think everyone should have that would be a good Christmas gift idea.
Also, it It's not Friday today. I checked.
It is not.
Feels like a Friday.
That's right.
Because the whole world's kind of shutting down here, except for some industries. If you're working, God bless you. Thank you for listening.
No doubt.
But what happens on Friday oftentimes? News dumps. A pretty big announcement in the world of golf just dropped.
Ooh.
And I'm going to let you tease it for after the break.
You just did. Grant and Danny on the Fan. What's up, guys? It's GP, FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. 'Tis the season to be boosting on FanDuel because this year you're getting 7 straight days of holiday rewards, each one waiting in the app for you to unwrap. Every day brings a new way to play, so keep checking in to see what drops next. And it all leads up to the Christmas Day special where you can get something extra special. 7 days of gifts, one big finale. Your holiday football just got a whole lot brighter. Head to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code GP. Going to help you get in the spirit this holiday season. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21. Present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements are max wager amounts. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to take on the Cowboys on Christmas Day. Injury report, second straight day of missed practices for Nick Bellore, Marcus Mariota, Deron Payne, and Laramie Tunsil. Tressway was named to the Pro Bowl. He's the starting NFC punter. He's the third time he's been selected to the Pro Bowl. Injuries around the league. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy has a hairline fracture in his hand, not big enough to have surgery, but he is going to be out this week. Browns running back Quinshon Judkins done for the year, placed on injured reserve. He underwent surgery on his dislocated ankle and fractured fibula. In the NBA, Wizards guard Cam Whitmore is diagnosed with an upper extremity deep vein thrombosis. He's sidelined indefinitely. He'll take on the Wizards will take on the Hornets in Charlotte tonight without Cam Whitmore. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game on the Team 980. Caps in action tonight at home taking on the Rangers. 7 o'clock puck drop. Can hear that game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All right, so the movie I think of when I hear this particular Christmas song is Office Christmas Party. This one's all over the credit scene of that with TJ.
Yeah,
Miller.
it is. Yep.
Zabe's in for Danny, Grant and Danny on the Fan, the eve of the eve, the penultimate build-up day to Christmas.
So this is a bit of a Christmas gift for the PGA Tour. Guess who's out of the Boombox and Shorts Tour, as I call it? Brooks Koepka announced he is leaving Live Golf, will not play on that Saudi-backed circuit in 2026. It is unclear whether or not he has a path back to the PGA Tour immediately, or perhaps after a suspension, or perhaps after giving back some money in fines. It's going to be an interesting thing because he's got 5 majors, so he's got lifetime membership on the PGA Tour by the virtue of those 5 wins. But he went against the tour. He took the Saudi money, and the tour has been locked in a battle with Live all along. And the rank and file of the PGA Tour will not like it if they just let Brooks Koepka saunter back in without penalty. However, it's a pretty big blow to the Live Tour, who are hoping now that DeChambeau sticks around, because it's kind of DeChambeau and Rahm, the only 2 other guys anyone cares about. Otherwise, that whole thing collapses like a souffle.
Where is he ranking right now in the world?
I don't know what his world ranking is. He had a disappointing year overall. I do think his blades have been dulled by playing on the Boombox and Shorts Tour. So I think competitively he'll be better if he's back on the PGA Tour full time. He kind of joined Live because at the time he had like lingering knee issues, and he was worried that his career may not last much longer. So he took a jump for the money, and it didn't turn out for him. So for those of us golf nerds, this is the first big chunk of the Live facade to come crashing off the side of the building.
Yeah, so I'm not a golf nerd. I think, in fact, we probably just tied the record for most golf
I'm sure
ever talked about on the show.
But you can appreciate the big business of sports and
No
rival
doubt.
leagues and the dynamics and stuff like that.
Absolutely, but I only brought that up to say I don't know anything. I know enough to be dangerous here. To me, this sounds like a no-brainer. He immediately goes back to the PGA Tour. This is not some schlub. It's a 5-time major champion. I know. I don't. You could name 10 golfers I don't know. I could pick Brooks Koepka out of a lineup of golfers. When I'm watching Happy Gilmore, I go, oh, there's Brooks Koepka. I mean, this is a guy that's won the PGA Championship 3 times and the U.S. Open 2 times. So,
but do you know why? You know what the A stands for in PGA? Association. So it's an association, which means it's a tour that is run in large part by the players themselves, who are members, who pay dues, who have to conform to a certain amount of tour events per year. They are independent contractors, so they don't get guaranteed money. There is a commissioner of the PGA Tour, and there's a new guy in charge, the CEO, Brian Rolap, who came from the NFL, but they are still bound by what the policy board made up of tour players and ex-tour players decides. And they're the ones trying to represent the whole rank and file. And so there's a lot of rank and file guys that stayed with the tour when they could have gone to take the Saudi money, which would have really hurt the PGA Tour that stayed. And so they're not going to look kindly if they just say, okay, Brooks, come on back in with no penalty. They might make him do something to make the rank and file happy.
I could see that.
But it's a matter of how much do you care about the scrubs on the PGA Tour.
Well, you don't, number one. And this is just how it works, respectfully to them. The star wants to come back. He's going to come back. It's good for business.
But that power does not reside in the palms of Rolap or the commissioner. It's with the policy board. And those are a lot of scrubs and rank and file guys.
Yeah. Again, don't know anything about anything. I don't think he'd leave Live if he didn't have anywhere to go. I don't think he doesn't know what's going to happen. I don't think he hasn't had these conversations. My guess is he's already got some kind of acknowledgement that he'll be able to get back to the PGA Tour. Otherwise, why would you leave Live?
Yeah, that's exactly right. But, this is a case of, in sports, there have been rival leagues and competitive splits in just about everything. NFL, USFL, baseball hasn't really been challenged, but trying to think what other ones have. IndyCar and kart had a split that damaged the sport. It's interesting. The Saudis really want their money out there in the world, and they want it nice and washed, and they want to be seen as, hey, we're not that bad. And this was their big avenue. They thought that pro golf at the highest level could essentially be bought and taken over. So they made a big push with Mickelson at the tip of the spear. And it looked like at first that they were going to win, that the amount of money they have was going to win. Not so sure right now.
And this is a blow to that.
Oh, yeah, no, this is bad for them.
I teased this before we went to break. I wanted to get into, and I figured this is something, you could tweet me at Grant H. Paulson if you want to do it that way, but I want to open up the phones. This is something I think that's relatable that a lot of people can hop in on. What is the item that you use in your life? I'm going gadget. You're calling it game changer.
Game-changing everyday item. Does it have to be every day or almost every day?
Yeah, something that you use a lot that you go, thank God I found that. Thank God someone gave that to me. Thank God I stumbled into that. So I'll give you an example of one for me that I think is just the ultimate everyone should have it kind of thing. It's like a phone mount on the dash of your vehicle so that you can kind of put your phone and then clasp it in, or people will have sometimes
clasp.
Mine you can kind of enclose.
No, bro, magnets.
Well, that's even better. I don't have a magnet on the back of mine.
What model do you have?
Right now it's not in its case, but my case doesn't have a magnet. You could buy one that way, but I don't need to because I've got the little prongs that just clasp in.
Grant, that looks like a sleek titanium iPhone 16.
That is exactly what it is.
Gorgeous. Riding naked, by the way, right now.
Which is why it's cracked.
Oh,
yeah.
So sad.
That's tough. Now, the main screen's not cracked, which is what we care about.
Well, you still get deduction points for having the back cracked. You do know there's a magnet in that right now.
Sure, but it wouldn't clasp, I don't think, to the magnet that you're referencing.
Yes, it would. That
would
phone, yes. Am I going crazy here, Darius? Can you help me out here? Is Grant new to phones?
Well, no, he's not new to phones, but
that has a MagSafe magnet in it that will clap to any magnetic mount. I could go get the one out of my car if you want and show you.
Well, I'll come down with you after the show.
It does it naked, and every case now for every iPhone above iPhone 14 probably is a MagSafe case. There's very few that are not MagSafe cases, but maybe you bought one of the few that doesn't have a mag in it.
I think I have one of the few that does not.
If I may, and this is good. This leads into our game changers. Don't just get done with the clamp. Because you want to be able to grab your phone off of there while you're at a stoplight, send a text, plop it back on with the MagSafe.
I can see the
You don't want to have to fiddle with the springy clamp and everything. Like, that is so 2011. MagSafe is a game changer. So get with the program.
I like that. This particular phone, I don't know if it would do what you're talking about, but I'm going to walk down to your car with you and we're going to try it out.
It does, and it is. Why do you not believe that?
Because why would you need a phone case with a magnet then?
Well, because a phone case thick enough would reduce the magnetic pull through the plastic case that is embedded in your phone.
Gotcha. We'll try it. We'll try it after the show.
It's not try.
We'll see.
Work. No, there's no seeing. You'll see.
I will see.
When you say we'll see, you will see. I already know that it's going to work.
We'll see. What's your game changer?
Two game changers. One is Do not skimp on underwear. Get some of these new, very soft fabric underwears. There's something called 4Under, 4UNDR. They sell them at Golfdom and Tyson's Corner, proud sponsor of this station. They are not cheap underwear, probably close to $30 a pair. Suck it up, buy them, and put your fellas in luxury every single day. Game changer. Also, air fryer. Do I need to tell people that air fryers are game changers? If you don't have that in your arsenal, your suite of kitchen appliances, what are you even doing, bro?
That
Get an
one
air
is
fryer.
so old that I can't imagine anyone doesn't have
I know,
it. But
there's
you're
still
right.
some holdouts out there, possibly. Who knows?
It is necessary. I'll give you one more. I've got an ice machine.
Ooh.
So there's one in the kitchen right here that's a lot like the one we have at the house. But we do our little cubed is the wrong word, like blocked, crushed little ice pellets at the house. And on game days when I'm drinking my Coke Zero, there's nothing better than pouring that over. Even today, when we're having our slices of za, I went and got a Coke Zero. I need a cup with that ice from that kitchen over there. Pour it right on top. I love an ice machine. Just going out of the freezer anymore for the big, normal pieces of cubes of ice. Not
The
good
ice
enough.
machine you got, was it one of the ones that was all over TikTok a couple years ago? It makes soft ice pellets. Are they soft ice?
Yeah, you like if you chew them rather than snapping, they would be condensed
Got
down by your teeth.
Okay. And you're okay with that?
Sure. I'm a big ice chewer.
I'm a hard ice guy. But I do like the small cubes. So I bought on.
They're called nuggets. I don't know if I buy that, but this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, how much is that thing?
This here is a nice one. This is $2.19. You can get one for closer to $60 or $70.
I wouldn't mind one that can poop them out in hard cubes.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they make them so that they're automated hard cube makers. I bought on Amazon 2 trays of what would be considered mini ice cubes. So they're small bore, but they're little squares, and I manually freeze them in 2 trays, crack them open into a holding bin, and I put them into my favorite glassware, which is glassware that looks like a Diet Coke can. It's got the edges, looks just like a Coke. It's that same size, but it's glass.
I love that.
And it makes me so happy, Grant.
I'm getting some good responses here at Grant H. Paulson. I'll read
All
some
right.
of these next. We'll take some of these calls. The Christmas lists have already been sent, clearly, but if somebody's doing some last-minute shopping, or maybe mom or a sister's going to text and say, hey, what do you want? We're
Game
trying to
changer.
give you some ideas with some game-changing gadgets that are part of your daily rituals. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30. Audio Vault in 12 minutes. Put together some of the best audio I could find on the internet from the last several days. We will play it and react to it in the Audio Vault coming up in just under 15 right here on the Fan. Danny's vacay continues. Steve Zabin is in for Danny today. We're asking you, what's the gadget that you enjoy, use a lot in your life, something that has made your life better that other people should know about, that everybody should have, that maybe if you're asked today, tomorrow by a relative, hey, what can I get you? I want to put something in the mail. Maybe this is something that could get people thinking just a little bit. I went with, among other things, an ice machine. I am big now on, while watching football at home, making my own little ice chilled to go with the Coke Zero, little pellets. They call them the ice maker nuggets. Very, very good. Zabe, you're going with
underwear and air fryer. Can't go wrong with underwear and air fryer.
Very
Those
related.
are my answers right
Yes. Depending on what you're eating, possibly.
there. Exactly.
Very related.
Yes.
All right, let's go around the horn here with the producers. Clary, your gadget that everybody should have that has made your life better.
Not necessarily a gadget, but it's pants with liners. Like, I wear shorts now with no underwear. Like, I'm Commando Clary over here. Like, it's just what I do because I buy shorts that have liners in them, like Lululemon branded shorts. Like, I pay the big bucks to get them, and they are so comfy. So comfy. I don't have to worry about underwear anymore, and I'm just going Commando. And
This
it
is the old
awesome.
Bird Dogs thing, right?
Yeah, Bird Dogs, they have them as well. I mean, I recommend anyone out there that has not had liners in their pants, just get them. They're amazing.
Damn, liners. Never even thought about it.
I'm out on that.
Okay.
So I know people that do this and they all love it. I'm just too old school, I think, too traditional. I don't think I would want to go Commando. And I know it doesn't feel like it because you've got the cloth liner in there. It's as if you're wearing underwear. But I need the boxer brief and then the pants. I don't want to feel like every single day I'm just going Commando out and about. It's not for me. There's people that do that, by the way. They're just wearing jeans with no underwear.
It's too much chafing. It's too much gravy.
Yeah, it's not an issue.
Too much gravy making, too much chafing.
No, but that's the point of having the liners, that it gets rid of. It's as if you're wearing underwear without actually wearing underwear.
Well, why don't just wear underwear then?
Well, because underwear is
It's looser. The
Yeah.
liner is looser. It lets your fellas swing to and fro a bit.
Exactly,
Without
yes.
the chafage or the accumulation of gravy.
Yes, 100%.
I'd like to never hear about gravy again. Whenever you're ready, Zabe. I mean, the first time I let it slide. The second time, come on. I mean, you're just killing me. I got to eat dinner at some point tonight. Bad visual. That's unbelievable.
Sorry.
You're just going to that well.
You said you had had a heavy lunch. You were going to eat dinner.
Right now, I'm not. It's not looking good. I need a nap and to probably never eat again.
It's called going to bed for the night.
Yeah, well,
Then
that's
you got
true.
to
At this
wrap
point,
stuff.
We got work to do still. All right, Tobes, what's your go-to move here?
So two things. One, this is really expensive, so you probably can't just ask for it, but cars that have the button start, so you don't ever have to take the keys out of your pocket. Game changer.
Do they still make cars that require you to put the key into a slot?
Occasionally, when I have a rental or whatever, if I'm getting work, it has the key. So it's just a totally different way to do things.
Zabe, I could be wrong. I think there's a lot of those cars still.
Oh, they're out there. I would say that new model year cars, very few of them.
Even standard issue, not like super nice ones?
And low end ones, yeah. I'd say your EXs. They're probably just plug it in, punch the key in there. Hey, there's one less thing to go wrong to have to go see the dealer about. Oh, my key fob doesn't work.
Tobes, you got anything lesser that I could throw on a Christmas list?
Yeah, having these like Google Nest, Amazon Echo, those little things that you can have in the corner, just Alexa, play whatever, or
those are the
Alexa, what's the weather? Even playing dumb trivia games or whatever. Those things are so helpful.
Now, I will tell you that, like the air fryer, there's no bad answers here. I think that, I don't want to say the ship has sailed, but if you don't have one of those by now, what are you doing? Everybody's got an Alexa already, right? I mean, those
no,
things.
I resisted those because who wants a spy in your house? But my
Right.
phone is spying on me as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, if that was the case, you'd get rid of that and
I know.
that and that.
Right, exactly.
Everything you got spying on you.
Yeah, I don't think I needed another device.
So you don't have one?
No, I do not have an Alexa.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I do not have a Apple HomePod either.
I would have thought about that's like a 95% of the population has one. Because to Toby's point, it's you're right. They can hear you, but they're hearing me. They know everything they need to know.
Right.
Especially with kids playing songs, looking things up in the kitchen, getting a recipe, or getting finding out that a package just came. Like, I mean, it is constant that we're using that thing.
Well, I love it for my grandma who has trouble working.